Jon Snow stood along the battlements of Winterfell, the chill wind of the north biting through even the warm black cloak draped around him. He had worn this cloak when he served in the Night's Watch, an oath that once defined him. Now it only served as a reminder of how far he had traveled from that life and how close he stood to toppling everything he once believed was unshakable. Below him, the courtyard lay dark and silent. Torchlight flickered against the old stone walls and the faint howl of a lone wolf echoed somewhere beyond the gates. Memory might have made this place once feel like home, but that memory was clouded now by ambition, regret, and a secret discovered too late to remain hidden. He had returned to Winterfell under a veil of secrecy, slipping past watchful eyes, save for a few loyal friends who had helped him. For the Starks, his reappearance was something else entirely. He had never meant to become an enemy to the brother he once admired, but fate, or the gods, or perhaps the unstoppable momentum of war had changed every one of them. He remembered the days of his youth, when Robb had teased him good-naturedly and the two of them had sparred in the yard under the watchful eye of Ser Roderick Castle. They were brothers in all but name, or so it seemed then. Now, Jon was armed not just with steel but with knowledge of his parentage, knowledge of the realm's greater vulnerability, and knowledge of the kind of king Robb had become. High in the Great Keep, a single light still burned. The king in the north was likely at his table, planning strategies, deciding which lords to appease, which alliances to pursue. War had hardened Robb Stark. The death of their father had forged a blade of grief in Robb's heart, one that now fueled his quest to maintain northern independence at any cost. But was the cost too high? Rumors spoke of precarious alliances, the whisper of ruin for lords who refused to bow quickly enough, the hush of rebellious tongues. And that was not to mention the betrayal from the Freys, the precarious relationship with the Karstarks, the ambitions of the Ironborn, or the uncertain loyalty of House Bolton. Even in the darkness, the cracks were there. Jon's gloved hand clenched the cold stone of the battlement. He closed his eyes for a moment and let the deep, black night fill his senses. It still smelled like winter here, but he also remembered the hot winds of the east, the desert dryness of Dorne, and the wide, rolling green fields of the Reach. He had journeyed these lands. He had learned from them. The Targaryen blood in his veins had roared awake after he discovered it, a silent call that had given him purpose and confusion. Yet, a deeper sense of duty forced him to press forward. He remembered the precarious state of the wall where the Night's Watch braced for a threat of ice and darkness far beyond the petty squabbles of southern kings. Even the greatest lords who claimed dominion over Westeros had dismissed that threat for centuries. But Jon knew the truth of it. The realm needed unification, not further fracture, if it were ever to survive the oncoming long night. And if that meant wresting the north from Robb, his own beloved brother, well, that was just one more regret Jon would carry. In the sky above, the stars glittered like shards of ice. Ghost appeared at his side without warning, a silent specter in the gloom, for white as new-fallen snow. The dire wolf pressed his muzzle gently into Jon's hand, an almost comforting gesture. Jon knelt, burying his fingers in Ghost's fur, drawing strength from the creature's silent loyalty. For so long, Jon Snow had had no place to belong. Now, ironically, he was at the center of a cause that might unify all 7 kingdoms. He had only to find the nerve to betray the brother who once taught him how to shoot a bow and who had clasped his shoulder with genuine warmth in better times. Duty made for a heavy burden. He rose and walked the length of the battlement. A hush lay over the courtyard as though the stones themselves braced for the storm that would soon arrive. He could scarcely imagine the fallout of his plan, to take Robb's throne in the north, to become the king in the north and Targaryen heir in one, to quell the discord that raged across the realm. Would the north rise behind him or rally harder to defend Robb? Could Jon's heritage as a Stark, as Ned Stark's son in all but name, possibly outweigh their loyalty to Robb? The questions coiled in his thoughts, snapping with the tension of a drawn bowstring. Far to the south, other pieces moved across the board. The Lannisters ruled King's Landing under the boy King Tommen, and the Tyrells cast long shadows in Highgarden. Stannis Baratheon sought the Iron Throne from Dragonstone, fueled by the Red God. The Greyjoys made forays along the coasts, forging a kingdom of salt and rock. And, across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen, his own aunt, he realized with lingering shock, gathered power in Meereen and Astapor, building an empire from the ashes of slavery. What claim might she make upon Westeros if ever she sailed westward? If the realm remained splintered, she might burn it to the ground before uniting it under Dragonfire. Or she might fail outright, leaving chaos in her wake. Jon turned his gaze back to the high window where Robb's light still flickered. There was no turning back from this. He had allies in the north who believed in him, who whispered that Robb's cause was doomed. They were men who had lost too much already, men who feared the Bolton alliance or the machinations of Roose Bolton's bastard, Ramsay. Men who worried that in his desperation, Robb might make deals that would shatter the North's spirit. That was not the Robb that Jon remembered, but war changed everyone. And, though Jon dreaded admitting it, maybe that changed man was not fit to lead the realm as it needed to be led in these dire times. Sighing, Jon placed his hand on the hilt of Longclaw, the ancestral Valyrian steel sword that once belonged to House Mormont. Now it belonged to him, the bastard-turned-watchman-turned-would-be king. He had not asked for this, not in his dreams as a boy nor in his quiet nights on the wall. Yet here he stood on the brink. Ghost pressed close to his leg, and Jon's breath plumed white in the freezing air. The night was silent, but war drums thundered in his ears. He left the battlements, descending into the interior corridors of Winterfell. The corridors felt both familiar and disorienting at once. The stones recalled his childhood, and the memory made his heart ache. He remembered running along these passageways with Robb and Arya, brandishing sticks as if they were swords, squealing in delight, unafraid of the future. He remembered the voice of his father telling him to stand straight, to keep his guard high, to think always of what was right, no matter how difficult. He wondered if Ned Stark could see him now, if he would applaud or condemn. Jon made his way through the dim torchlight to a small room behind the great kitchens. That was where his co-conspirators waited, a handful of loyalists. He paused at the doorway, steeling himself for what was to come. Ghost padded quietly alongside him. When he entered, the men and women inside stood quickly in greeting, looks of anticipation on their faces. There was Garland Reed, second son of Howland Reed, who believed so fervently in the Targaryen claim once proven he had all but pledged himself to Jon. There was Lyanna Mormont, so young yet so fierce, whose devotion to the Stark bloodline and her disillusionment with Robb's recent decisions had led her to swear loyalty to Jon. There were also two older men, Hardin Norey and Clay Serwyn, who had come from smaller but ancient houses. Both had lost kin in Robb's wars, both feared the Bolton alliance, both saw in Jon the breath of fresh leadership the North might need. In that cramped room, only a single lantern flickered, lighting their grim faces. As Jon entered, Garland Reed rose. "My lord," he said, though he knew Jon was no true lord, at least not in the old sense. Yet with the Targaryen claim, Jon had soared above his once-assumed station. "Is it time?" Jon's heart pounded, though his voice came out steadier than he felt. "Yes," he said. "Tomorrow night, when the castle sleeps, we make our move." No one spoke for a moment. The tension hung thick in the air. Even Ghost let out a soft growl as if sensing the undercurrent. Lyanna Mormont broke the silence, her voice surprisingly sharp for one so young. "Winterfell will not be easily taken, even if we know the secret tunnels and routes. Robb's men patrol the corridors day and night." Jon nodded. "I know. But we have to move before word leaks of this conspiracy. We have enough men to control the gates if we seize them quickly. The plan remains the same. We slip into the Great Hall's side entrance, and, while the majority of Robb's guard is still in their quarters, we confront him directly. Show him we mean business. If he yields, we spare bloodshed. If he doesn't?" asked Clay Serwyn, his voice low and trembling. Jon hesitated. The knot in his stomach twisted. How could he ever bring himself to kill Robb if it came to that? But the realm hung in the balance, he told himself. The monstrous threat from beyond the wall grew every day. The realm needed unification under someone strong enough to face the others. Jon had tried to reason with Robb before, but it had ended in frustration. "If he doesn't," Jon finally said, "we do whatever is necessary to secure Winterfell quickly. But I'll try to reason with him one more time. I owe him that much." His voice was grim. The others nodded solemnly. Lyanna set her jaw. "We have men loyal to House Mormont on the eastern ramparts. If all goes well, they'll open the gates to let more of our forces in. If any try to stop them, well, we'll see whose hearts are truly made of northern steel." Jon remembered the proud, straightforward ways of the Mormonts. He swallowed the dryness in his throat. He didn't want this to devolve into a slaughter. He prayed to the old gods for a swift resolution. Perhaps Robb would cede once he realized the impetus. But even as he hoped, he felt the weight of cynicism. Robb was called the Young Wolf for a reason, known for his unwavering sense of justice, for his fierce loyalty to the North, for his unstoppable force on the battlefield. Would that same sense of pride force him to fight to the bitter end? Garland Reed placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "You're doing the right thing, my lord," he said softly. "The realm needs a king who can do more than just secede from a divided kingdom. We need a king to unite us all, to face the terrors from beyond the wall. Even the Targaryen across the sea might see reason if a rightful heir rules from Winterfell. You have Stark blood. You have Targaryen blood. This is your destiny." Jon said nothing, but a swirl of conflict roiled in his chest. He dismissed the men soon after, bidding them rest before the coup. Only Lyanna lingered for a moment. He saw in her eyes the reflection of hope, a belief that Jon himself could barely hold on to. She offered him a stiff bow, then departed. Jon was left alone with Ghost, the lantern's flame dancing on the walls. He sat heavily on a wooden stool, elbows on his knees, head bowed. He was exhausted. Ghost, sensing his distress, laid down at his feet, the direwolf's presence a silent comfort. Jon let the moment wash over him. The sense of inevitability sharpened his breath. Overthrowing one's own brother was an act that scalded his conscience. Duty and love vied in his heart, each leaving fresh wounds. He felt as though he trod the edge of a blade. Even if he succeeded, especially if he succeeded, he would wear a crown spattered in betrayal. Would that brand him forever? Would that tear him apart from the only family he had ever known? He closed his eyes and thought of his father's voice, the memory that guided him so often in the dark. In that phantom voice, Ned Stark said, "Do what is right, no matter how hard." Jon nodded softly to that ghostly presence. For better or worse, he was committed. The following day passed in excruciating slowness. He dared not show his face openly lest Robb catch wind of his presence before Jon was ready. He took his meals in secrecy, resting in shadowy alcoves, preparing himself for a confrontation that might change the future of Westeros. Hours felt like days. The stifling hush enveloped him. Outside, the wind rattled across the walls of Winterfell, shaking the wooden shutters. Snow drifted in a swirl over the battlements. That winter chill spoke of the storms to come. At last, night fell. Clouds slid across the moon, turning its pale glow into a watery glimmer in the sky. Armed men loyal to Jon moved in small groups through the castle, careful to avoid suspicion. Jon waited near the old stone steps that led into the great hall. He was dressed in dark leathers, Longclaw at his side, cloak swirling around him. Ghost, never far, drifted among the shadows like a living phantom, ever watchful. One by one, figures approached, a Mormont man, a Serwyn-foot soldier, a reed retainer. They took their positions without words. Jon's heart thrummed with intense anticipation. The castle was quieter than usual, though a few guards patrolled. The sound of voices drifted through the corridors, but mostly the keep was subdued. Robb had presumably retired to his solar or private rooms. If all went well, Jon and his men would reach him and force a parley. And from there, well, that hinged on Robb's response. Jon felt a hollow ache in his chest. He had never wanted to steal the birthright from the brother who used to share everything with him. But the realm itself demanded sacrifice. Jon exhaled slowly, gesturing to those around him. "Stay close," he murmured. "We go quietly until we mustn't." A swirl of tension ignited the group. They advanced, footsteps soft against the cold stone floors. Ghost padded at Jon's side with barely a sound. They passed through a wide corridor leading to the great hall. 2 guards stood there, clad in the livery of House Stark. They were good men, no doubt. Jon recognized them from childhood, men who had served Ned. He motioned to Garland, who promptly slid forward, pressing a dagger lightly to the first guard's throat. The guard froze, eyes wide in confusion. The second guard opened his mouth to shout, but Jon was quick to clamp a hand over it. The guard's muffled cry died in his throat. A moment later, both men had been overpowered, forced to the floor. "Remain quiet," Jon said softly. "No one wants your blood on these stones." The men glanced at each other, terror in their eyes, but they recognized Jon. The older guard blinked, stunned. "Jon Snow? Is it truly you?" Jon nodded, lips tight, guilt swirling in him. It is. I'm sorry." He motioned for them to be bound and gagged, ensuring they would not raise the alarm. As Garland and another man took care of that, Jon pressed on. Not far beyond, the great hall opened into a broad space. Trestle tables lined the center, and a great stone dais at the far end was where the king in the north would preside over feasts and gatherings. All was silent and dark, the air thick with the ghosts of the past. Jon's footsteps reverberated as he made his way toward the dais. Suddenly, a shout from behind. One of Robb's sworn swords must have stumbled upon the subdued guards. The alarm was raised more quickly than Jon had hoped. "To arms!" came a cry from the corridor. Jon's men tensed. No choice now but to press forward before the keep erupted in chaos. They rushed across the hall, weapons drawn, shadows dancing in the flickering torchlight. The door to the side stairwell, the one that led up to Robb's solar, stood ahead. Jon sprinted for it, heart pounding, Ghost at his heels. But from an opposite corridor, more men appeared. At their head stood Lord Roose Bolton, his pale eyes like chips of ice. He had a cadre of Bolton men behind him, wearing their flayed man sigils. Even in the gloom, the pinkish hue of that grotesque emblem stood out starkly. For a moment, Bolton stared in bewilderment. Then, a sly, calculating grin spread across his face. He recognized Jon. "A revolt?" he murmured in that soft, unsettling voice of his. "How interesting. Has the bastard come home to roost?" There was no time for banter. Jon's men clashed with the Boltons in a flurry of steel. Sparks leapt as swords met shields. The clang of metal on metal shattered the hush of the hall. Shadows flickered wildly. Roose Bolton took a step back, letting his men engage first, cold cunning in his eyes. Jon needed to get past them. If Bolton was here, Robb might not be far behind. Or Robb might have no idea what was happening yet. Forcing a path forward, Jon parried a strike from one of the Bolton soldiers, spun around him, and slashed across the man's side. The soldier cried out, collapsing in a sprawl of blood. Another tried to corner Jon, but Ghost leapt, sinking fangs into the man's arm. He screamed, dropping his sword. Jon lunged forward, finishing him with a swift thrust. Blood stained the hall's stone floor, glistening in the sporadic torchlight. Garland Reed and the Mormont men fought ferociously, but the Boltons outnumbered them. Roose Bolton simply stood behind his men, letting them do the bloody work, studying Jon with a predator's ease. "Fall back to the dais," Jon commanded. They needed to regroup, maybe break for the stairs on the other side. The great hall erupted into a furious melee as more men spilled in from various doors. Some loyal to Robb, some loyal to Jon. It was chaos incarnate, steel and screams and pounding boots. In the midst of that confusion, Jon spotted a banner with a gray dire wolf that signified Robb's personal guard. They were trying to push into the hall from a side passage, presumably to come to Bolton's aid. Jon cursed beneath his breath. It was all happening too quickly. He was losing the element of surprise. He could only hope that others were seizing the gates and other key points as planned. A voice rang out over the chaos. Enough. It was Robb Stark pushing through the throng, gray wind snarling at his side. He wore only a simple tunic, as if he had just been roused from his rest, but a sword glimmered in his hand. At the sight of him, many men paused, uncertain whether to continue the fight. Robb's eyes fixed upon Jon, raw astonishment flickering there. He clearly had not expected to see his half-brother in the middle of this bloodshed. Jon, breathing hard, stepped forward, sword clenched. Ghost halted at his side, teeth bared in a low growl. "Robb," Jon began, his voice thick with conflict. Robb's face was a tangled knot of emotions, anger, confusion, betrayal. "Jon? What in the name of the old gods are you doing?" He flicked a glance at the chaos around them, men locked in lethal combat. Gray wind's hackles rose, lips peeled back to reveal glistening fangs. Jon's heart hammered like a blacksmith's anvil. Men on both sides hesitated, uncertain whether to strike or hold. He raised his voice. "Call off your men. I don't want to slaughter." He swept his gaze around, ensuring more of Bolton's men were not creeping up from behind. "It didn't have to be this way." "No?" Roose Bolton's voice came, smooth as poison, from the edge of the hall. "It seems you've had a grand plan all along, bastard." Robb shot Bolton a scathing look, indicating he did not appreciate the interruption, then turned back to Jon. "Is this truly you? Did you orchestrate this?" His tone held a raw, wounded edge, as though he couldn't believe the brother he trusted might be at the heart of such a betrayal. "I didn't want to, Robb," Jon sighed. But you've led the North into endless war. The realm is fracturing. There's a threat beyond the wall that you won't acknowledge. We must unite the 7 kingdoms, not break them further." A hush settled. Robb's men parted so the king in the north could approach. Gray wind trotted at his side, tail sweeping the air in agitation. Robb stared down at the fallen men, then back to Jon. "What do you know of the threats we face?" You abandoned the Night's Watch. You broke your vows? Jon felt that stab of guilt again. I left the Watch for reasons that are bigger than any vow. I discovered truths about myself, about our family, that I cannot ignore. Ned Stark was not my father, Robb. Lyanna Stark was my mother, yes, but my father was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Those words reverberated in the hush. Some men gasped. Others sneered in disbelief. Jon saw an array of shock, horror, and confusion ripple through Robb's expression. Suddenly Robb laughed, but there was no humor in it. You come to me with wild stories in the middle of the night after shedding blood in my halls and expect me to believe you? Roose Bolton's eyes flicked between them. He seemed riveted, interested in the twisted drama playing out before him. Jon forced himself to stand straighter. Believe it or not, it's the truth. Father wrote proof. Howland Reed bears witness. It can be corroborated by documents from the Citadel if we had time to retrieve them. Regardless, Robb, that's not all that matters here. We face an enemy in the far north, an army of the dead. I tried to bring you word of that, but your men turned me away twice. You refused to grant me an audience. My raven never reached you. Whether that was by your command or your lord's, I don't know. But I couldn't let the north stand alone while the realm burns. We need all the houses united under a single crown, a single banner. Not a king in the north. A king of the 7 kingdoms. Robb shook his head. Disbelief warred with fury. So you decide to dethrone me? That's your solution. If you'd only listened, eh? Listened? You think I'd welcome you with open arms after you deserted the Watch, after you come with illusions of Targaryen heritage? Robb's fist clenched around his sword hilt. Everything we are, everything Father stood for, you throw it away for. What? This madness. A tense hush followed. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw Bolton's men shift restlessly, uncertain if they should rejoin the fight. On Jon's side, Garland Reed and Lyanna Mormont gazed at Robb with stony expressions, determined in their cause. Ghost and Grey Wind circled each other warily. Jon's voice trembled with the weight of the moment. I don't want more bloodshed, Robb. Surrender the throne of the North. Help me gather the realm under one banner so we can fight the real war together. That war you've neglected. Then, gods be willing, when the others are defeated, we can discuss the fate of the North. But right now, the wall's defenses are not enough. The Night's Watch is too few. The White Walkers gain power with every life they claim. We don't have the luxury of waiting out a war of kings. Robb's eyes burned. And you think you can lead better than me? You, who were a bastard at my side. Jon flinched at the word bastard, but forced himself to hold Robb's gaze. I never wanted this, he said, voice raw. But it's not about wanting. It's about duty. Robb's face twisted, a storm of emotion. He glanced at the men from houses Reed, Mormont, Serwyn, and the others who stood behind Jon. He saw the stoic loyalty that shone in their eyes. He recognized, perhaps, that this was more than a handful of traitors. They had a cause, a belief that overshadowed blood ties. Finally, Robb spat on the ground. Duty, he repeated bitterly. Then, I am the king in the north, and I will not bend. Jon's chest felt as though gripped by an iron vice. Then you leave us no choice. With those fateful words, the hall erupted again. Bolton's men lunged at Jon's loyalists, roaring. Grey Wind sprang forward, teeth snapping at Ghost. The two direwolves collided in a flash of fur and fang. Robb swung his sword at Jon with a savage cry. Jon barely deflected the blow, the clash reverberating up his arm. Rage and grief swirled in Robb's strikes, unleashing the pain of betrayal. Jon fought back, parrying carefully. He had always known Robb was a skilled swordsman, indeed superior in certain respects, but Jon had faced horrors beyond the wall, had sparred with men in the Watch who showed no mercy, had dueled whites and worse. His style was different now, precise, driven by necessity rather than pride. They traded blows that echoed across the great hall. Around them, men killed and died, the floor slick with blood. Ghost and Grey Wind fought in a wild tangle of savage ferocity. Jon felt tears burn at the corners of his eyes, fighting his own brother under the watchful eyes of the fallen Starks. He saw the painted direwolf of House Stark looming on the banners overhead. What would Ned say to see his sons at each other's throats? Robb's sword slid past Jon's defense, slicing against Jon's leather armor. A flash of pain seared his side. He gasped but kept his focus, pivoting away from the next strike. He retaliated with a slash that cut Robb's forearm. Robb hissed, stepping back. The two circled each other, panting, eyes wide with heartbreak. The fight raged on around them, but for that moment, it felt as though they were alone, locked in this tragic dance. Jon tried once more for reason. "Robb, don't force me to do this." Robb lunged, teeth bared in fury. "Traitor!" Their blades rang. Jon felt the shock of impact jar his bones. He angled Longclaw and managed to knock Robb's sword arm aside. With a desperate surge, Jon pressed forward, forcing Robb onto the defensive. Robb's boots skidded on the bloody floor, and he stumbled. Jon wrested Robb's blade free with a well-timed strike, clattered to the stones. Suddenly disarmed, Robb stared at Jon, chest heaving. Jon leveled Longclaw at Robb's throat, breath hitching. The fighting began to ebb as men noticed the confrontation at the center. The two dire wolves had pulled apart, panting heavily, neither decisively besting the other. Robb's men wavered, uncertain whether to rush Jon or surrender. Bolton's face flickered in the torchlight, unreadable. Jon's men watched with bated breath. Robb sank to his knees, stunned, fresh blood trickling down his forearm. Jon stood over him, blade at his throat. His heart pounded like a war drum. "Yield," Jon said, voice strangled. "Yield, Robb. Don't make me kill you." Robb's gaze flicked to the side, as if seeking help. Gray wind snarled from a short distance, uncertain whether to risk death at Longclaw's edge. The hush stretched. Snow drifted in from the shattered windows. Robb's breath came raggedly, each exhale a visible puff in the cold. His eyes reflected heartbreak. "My father would be ashamed," he rasped. Jon closed his eyes. "I know." The words came out barely above a whisper. Shame burned in him. Could he truly do this? Slay the brother who once taught him how to laugh? The brother who had always tried to treat him as an equal? Who had once said Jon was no less a Stark simply for being born on the wrong side of the blanket? Robb's voice rose again, bitterness lacing each syllable. "Then kill me and be done with it. Take my throne. Lay claim to the north. If you truly believe you have more right to it than I do, if you truly believe you have the strength, then do it." Time stretched like a cord, about to snap. Jon's men murmured behind him, uncertain. Roose Bolton watched, an inscrutable half-smile on his lips. Gray Wind's eyes burned like embers. Slowly, trembling, Jon lowered Longclaw. "The realm needs you, Robb. We can't win the war in the north if the north is led by corpses. Please, bend the knee and join me. Together, we can face what's coming." Robb stared. The last flickers of fight shimmered in his eyes. Then, with a rasping breath, he bowed his head. His sword lay on the stone floor. He was beaten physically and symbolically. Slowly, as if every motion cost him a piece of his soul. He dropped to both knees and placed his hands, palms down, on the bloody stones. He lowered his head to Jon's boots, gray eyes fierce with tears. The men around them watched as the king in the north knelt to a man who called himself Targaryen heir. "I yield," Robb said, voice hollow. Gray Wind let out a mournful whine. It was done. A hush fell over the hall. The fighting had ceased. Men from both sides let their weapons drop, though distrust still crackled in the air. Jon fought the urge to collapse. Instead, he reached down, placing a trembling hand on Robb's shoulder. "You're not my enemy," he said. Robb said nothing, only kept his head bowed. At length, he pushed himself to his feet, retrieving his sword from the floor but making no move to lift it. His tunic was stained with blood. Whether his or others, it was hard to tell. His eyes flicked to Bolton, who appeared disappointed with the anticlimactic ending of the duel. Then Robb looked back at Jon. "You'll regret this day," he said, voice low. "You have no idea what it costs to be king." Jon said nothing. He turned to address the men of the north who watched in tense silence. "I am Jon Targaryen of the blood of House Stark," he began, voice echoing in the battered hall. "I claim the crown of the 7 kingdoms, not for conquest but for defense. A greater enemy gathers in the far north, and we must unite all of Westeros to stand against it." Those who would kneel and join me in this cause will have my protection, my gratitude, and my regard. Those who refuse—" He faltered a moment, then forced steel into his tone. "Those who refuse, I cannot promise mercy, for the realm cannot afford disunity in this time of dire peril." A murmur spread through the hall. Some seemed swayed by his words, nodding in uncertain agreement. Others looked uneasy, uncertain how to digest the news that Jon Snow claimed Targaryen blood and the Iron Throne. Roose Bolton's eyes glinted. "A grand speech," he said smoothly, stepping forward. "But do you truly expect the lords of the North to bend so easily? Many have died for Robb's cause." He let the question hang, a cold challenge. Jon's gaze swept the hall, taking in the battered men. He saw new corpses on the floor, men who had served House Stark all their lives, men who had believed in the king in the North. He felt the weight of that loss. "I offer them the chance to save the living from the threat that comes," he said. "They can bend, or they can face the undead alone." Bolton's lips twitched in a faint smile. "Very well, Your Grace." The last two words dripped with irony, but there was something in Bolton's manner that suggested acceptance, or at least the desire to remain close to power. He turned to his men and gave a curt nod. They lowered their weapons, stepping back. "I suppose time will tell who the victor is in the grander game." Jon felt no triumph. He looked at Robb's bowed head, at the blood staining the stones of Winterfell, and felt only a hollow ache. This was merely the beginning of a war that would swallow them all if they did not tread carefully. At length, he said quietly, "We'll have the maesters tend to the wounded. We'll honor the fallen, as they died in the North's service, whether they served me or Robb. Then we move forward." But you've led the North into endless war. The realm is fracturing. There's a threat beyond the wall that you won't acknowledge. We must unite the 7 kingdoms, not break them further. A hush settled. Robb's men parted so the king in the North could approach. Grey Wind trotted at his side, tail sweeping the air in agitation. Robb stared down at the fallen men, then back to Jon. "What do you know of the threats we face? You abandoned the Night's Watch. You broke your vows?" Jon felt that stab of guilt again. "I left the Watch for reasons that are bigger than any vow. I discovered truths about myself, about our family, that I cannot ignore. Ned Stark was not my father, Robb. Lyanna Stark was my mother, yes, but my father was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen." Those words reverberated in the hush. Some men gasped. Others sneered in disbelief. Jon saw an array of shock, horror, and confusion ripple through Robb's expression. Suddenly Robb laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You come to me with wild stories in the middle of the night after shedding blood in my halls and expect me to believe you?" Roose Bolton's eyes flicked between them. He seemed riveted, interested in the twisted drama playing out before him. Jon forced himself to stand straighter. "Believe it or not, it's the truth. Father wrote proof. Howland Reed bears witness. It can be corroborated by documents from the Citadel if we had time to retrieve them. Regardless, Robb, that's not all that matters here. We face an enemy in the far north, an army of the dead. I tried to bring you word of that, but your men turned me away twice. You refused to grant me an audience. My raven never reached you. Whether that was by your command or your lords, I don't know. But I couldn't let the North stand alone while the realm burns. We need all the houses united under a single crown, a single banner. Not a king in the North. A king of the 7 kingdoms." Robb shook his head. Disbelief warred with fury. "So you decide to dethrone me? That's your solution. If you'd only listened, eh? Listened? You think I'd welcome you with open arms after you deserted the Watch, after you come with illusions of Targaryen heritage?" Robb's fist clenched around his sword hilt. "Everything we are, everything Father stood for, you throw it away for. What? This madness?" A tense hush followed. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw Bolton's men shift restlessly, uncertain if they should rejoin the fight. On Jon's side, Garland Reed and Lyanna Mormont gazed at Robb with stony expressions, determined in their cause. Ghost and Grey Wind circled each other warily. Jon's voice trembled with the weight of the moment. "I don't want more bloodshed, Robb. Surrender the throne of the North. Help me gather the realm under one banner so we can fight the real war together. That war you've neglected. Then, Gods be willing, when the others are defeated, we can discuss the fate of the North. But right now, the wall's defenses are not enough. The Night's Watch is too few. The White Walkers gain power with every life they claim. We don't have the luxury of waiting out a war of kings." Robb's eyes burned. And you think you can lead better than me? You, who were a bastard at my side." Jon flinched at the word bastard, but forced himself to hold Robb's gaze. "I never wanted this," he said, voice raw. "But it's not about wanting. It's about duty." Robb's face twisted, a storm of emotion. He glanced at the men from Houses Reed, Mormont, Serwyn, and the others who stood behind Jon. He saw the stoic loyalty that shone in their eyes. He recognized, perhaps, that this was more than a handful of traitors. They had a cause, a belief that overshadowed blood ties. Finally, Robb spat on the ground. "Duty," he repeated bitterly. Then, "I am the king in the north, and I will not bend." Jon's chest felt as though gripped by an iron vice. "Then you leave us no choice." With those fateful words, the hall erupted again. Bolton's men lunged at Jon's loyalists, roaring. Grey Wind sprang forward, teeth snapping at Ghost. The two direwolves collided in a flash of fur and fang. Robb swung his sword at Jon with a savage cry. Jon barely deflected the blow, the clash reverberating up his arm. Rage and grief swirled in Robb's strikes, unleashing the pain of betrayal. Jon fought back, parrying carefully. He had always known Robb was a skilled swordsman, indeed superior in certain respects, but Jon had faced horrors beyond the wall, had sparred with men in the Watch who showed no mercy, had dueled whites and worse. His style was different now, precise, driven by necessity rather than pride. They traded blows that echoed across the great hall. Around them, men killed and died, the floor slick with blood. Ghost and Grey Wind fought in a wild tangle of savage ferocity. Jon felt tears burn at the corners of his eyes, fighting his own brother under the watchful eyes of the fallen Starks. He saw the painted direwolf of House Stark looming on the banners overhead. What would Ned say to see his sons at each other's throats? Robb's sword slid past Jon's defense, slicing against Jon's leather armor. A flash of pain seared his side. He gasped but kept his focus, pivoting away from the next strike. He retaliated with a slash that cut Robb's forearm. Robb hissed, stepping back. The two circled each other, panting, eyes wide with heartbreak. The fight raged on around them, but for that moment, it felt as though they were alone, locked in this tragic dance. Jon tried once more for reason. "Robb, don't force me to do this." Robb lunged, teeth bared in fury. "Traitor!" Their blades rang. Jon felt the shock of impact jar his bones. He angled Longclaw and managed to knock Robb's sword arm aside. With a desperate surge, Jon pressed forward, forcing Robb onto the defensive. Robb's boots skidded on the bloody floor, and he stumbled. Jon wrested Robb's dead every sword he could get. "I welcome your support, Lord Bolton," Jon said with measured calm, "but know that I do not desire subjugation through terror. We must stand together willingly. I will rule firmly but justly." Bolton's eyes flickered, that ghost of a smile on his lips. "Of course, my king." The gathering ended not long after, the lords dispersing with unsettled minds. Some spoke quietly to their neighbors, others cast suspicious glances at Jon. For good or ill, Jon had placed himself on the throne of the North. The next step would be to send envoys south to rally the Riverlands, the Vale, the Westerlands gods, even the Stormlands. All had to come under a single banner if they were to stand any chance against the dead. But that was a monumental task. The realm was splintered. The Lannisters held King's Landing with their new boy king, Tommen, while the Tyrells lurked with their own agendas. Stannis Baratheon claimed rightful kingship, and Daenerys Targaryen built an empire across the sea. Would they kneel to Jon's claim? Or would they fight him, forcing more war upon a realm that was already bleeding? After the hall cleared, Jon strode to Robb's quarters. Two guards stood at the door, stiff at attention. They dipped their heads as Jon approached. He asked them to step aside. Inside, he found Robb seated near a shuttered window, Grey Wind curled at his feet. A plate of untouched food lay on the table, cold. Robb looked up, eyes dark with resentment. The tension lay thick between them. Jon took a few steps into the room, letting the door close behind him. "How's your arm?" Robb flexed the bandaged forearm, wincing slightly. "It will mend." Silence followed, heavy as a funeral drape. At last, Robb's gaze pierced Jon. "You've made your speech to the Northern Lords, I take it." Jon nodded. "You'll be kept informed of developments. I hope that in time you'll accept you as king?" Robb's bitterness was palpable. I knelt to save our people from more bloodshed, but I will never accept this. You who came here under a cloak of darkness, killing good men, overthrowing me in my own home." He rose, anger simmering behind his eyes. Grey Wind's ears perked, watchful. "You talk of unity, but you've shattered a bond that can never be mended." Jon's throat felt tight. "I did what I had to, Robb. If you just heard me out." "Stop," Robb said, voice trembling. "I would have listened. Maybe I wouldn't have believed the Targaryen story, but I would have listened. You gave me no chance to weigh your words. Instead, you broke into Winterfell at night, spilled northern blood on these stones." He let out a bitter laugh. "You claim the lineage of House Stark, but you've lost any right to Ned Stark's memory." Jon closed his eyes, guilt clawing at him. "We don't have time to debate. The others." Robb's fists clenched. "All you talk about are others. The dead beyond the wall. Maybe they're real, maybe they aren't, but you've damned yourself in the eyes of the North. You'll face rebellions, sabotage, betrayal at every turn. You think Bolton is truly loyal to you? He's a snake. He'll turn on you the moment it serves him. And you'll have more blood on your hands when you try to quell disloyalty." Jon stepped closer, voice taut. "Help me then. Show the North that we are united. Show them that you understand this is bigger than both of us." Robb stared at him, eyes rimmed with anguish. "It was bigger than both of us the day Father died. I tried to hold the North together, to avenge him, to protect our land from the Southron kings who would tear us apart. Maybe my path was flawed, but it was better than this." He gestured sharply, indicating the guarded door, the upheaval, the humiliating defeat. Jon felt his composure crack. "I never wanted to defeat you," he said, voice husky. "I love you, Robb. You were my brother, but I have a duty to the entire realm, not just the North. You would have left the realm broken. The Lannisters would have eaten themselves alive, the Tyrells would have warred with them, Stannis would have burned half the Riverlands, and the White Walkers would have swept down from the north and slaughtered us all." Robb's expression wavered, but anger swiftly replaced it. "Maybe so, but it should have been my choice to make, not your betrayal to enforce." The conversation died there. After a long, heartbreaking silence, Jon turned away. He opened the door, paused as if to say something else, but no words came. He left, the guards stepping in behind him to resume their watch. In the corridor, Jon leaned against the cold stone wall and pressed a hand to his face. The magnitude of what he had done loomed over him. Could he truly unite this fractured kingdom while bearing the scorn of the only true brother he had ever known? Weeks passed. Letters flew across the realm bearing Jon's proclamation. Some houses responded with open scorn, condemning him as a usurper. Others expressed tentative interest, especially once they learned of the White Walker threat. From the Riverlands came a cautious acceptance, given the Tully tie to House Stark. Sansa Stark, if she could be found, might add legitimacy to Jon's claim, but rumor placed her in the Vale. Bran and Rickon were rumored to be dead, courtesy of Theon Greyjoy's raid, though the truth of that remained uncertain. Arya Stark was missing. The northern houses were battered and fatigued from war, so many held their tongues, waiting to see which way the wind blew. Meanwhile, Jon received word that King Tommen sat on the Iron Throne under his mother Cersei's influence, with the Tyrells pulling strings behind the scenes. Across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to have conquered Meereen and was forging alliances to eventually sail for Westeros. Stannis still lurked in the north somewhere, seeking support for his own claim. The realm was indeed a patchwork of simmering tensions. In Winterfell's yard, columns of newly arrived men trained under the watchful eyes of northern officers. Jon oversaw the drills, seeing to it that his would-be army was prepared not just for typical warfare but for the dead. He instructed blacksmiths to experiment with dragonglass, forging arrowheads and spear tips from the strange obsidian material that Sam Tarly had once sent to him from the Watch. Shipping the obsidian from Dragonstone would be crucial, but that required a pact with Stannis or else a naval expedition that might prove too dangerous at present. One morning, Jon stood by the training grounds, arms crossed, as a group of men tested newly forged dragonglass-dipped arrows on straw targets. Most shattered on impact, but a few sank deep, a glitter of black embedded in the straw. The men murmured in surprise. One volunteer had been told to test a dragonglass dagger on a side of beef. The blade, though brittle, sliced with surprising sharpness. Jon gave quiet nods of approval, encouraging further refinement. His gaze drifted to the high walls of Winterfell, the thick curtain of winter clouds overhead. The gloom matched his mood. No matter how many men he readied, how many arrowheads he forged, he still felt ill-prepared. War with the others was unlike any conventional battle. They required weapons of dragonglass or Valyrian steel, and a measure of unity that was not forthcoming. The North itself was not truly united behind him. He received daily reports of smaller northern lords grumbling, resisting commands. The Karstarks had not bent the knee, citing loyalty to Robb. Meanwhile, the Boltons professed loyalty but acted with brazen cruelty in the outlying areas, punishing those who refused to accept Jon's rule. Tensions simmered like a cauldron about to boil over. He turned at the sound of footsteps. Lyanna Mormont approached, her posture as firm as any adult's, though she was but a girl. "Your Grace," she said, "Lord Bolton wishes to speak with you privately. He's waiting in the solar." Jon's brow furrowed. He nodded. "Thank you, Lady Mormont." He dismissed the training men and followed her toward the main keep. Inside the solar, a fire crackled in the hearth, warding off the winter chill. Roose Bolton stood by a table strewn with maps, hands clasped behind his back. He greeted Jon with a small bow. "Your Grace," he said, voice characteristically soft. Jon motioned to the maps. "What is it?" Bolton's fingers tapped the edge of a map depicting the North in detail. "I've received word that the Karstarks are gathering men near the last river. Their intent is unclear, but I suspect they are preparing a strike. Whether they hope to free Robb or simply dethrone you, the result is the same: war within the North." Jon exhaled sharply. "I was told the Karstarks were outraged by Robb's execution of Lord Rickard Karstark, but they still pledged men to him in the previous war. Now that Robb has yielded, they may see me as the ultimate betrayal." Bolton inclined his head. "You have few choices. Allow them to fester and they will become a cancer, inspiring other lords to rebel. Or crush them swiftly, show the North that your rule cannot be challenged." Jon's jaw clenched. The last thing he wanted was to wage a war on his own people. But to ignore a brewing rebellion would be disastrous. "I'll send envoys first," he said. "Offer them the chance to meet and discuss their grievances." A ghost of a smile flickered on Bolton's lips. "Merciful as always, but do not be surprised if they refuse." "If so, what will you do?" Jon's voice tightened. "If I must fight them, I will. But I want minimal bloodshed." Bolton's eyes gleamed. "Of course, my king." He seemed almost disappointed that Jon would not opt for a more brutal approach. "Should you require my men, they stand ready." Jon nodded. "I'll keep that in mind, Lord Bolton. Thank you for the information." He turned to leave, uneasy. Before he could step out, Bolton spoke again, his tone casual. "One more thing, Your Grace. The bastard of Bolton, Ramsay, writes me from the Dreadfort. He is eager to prove his loyalty to the new king. Perhaps we might make use of him." Jon froze, tension rippling through him at the mention of Ramsay Snow, now Ramsay Bolton, legitimized by Robb. He remembered the tales of cruelty that followed Ramsay like a black shadow. "Keep him where he is," Jon said, words clipped. "I have no need for a hound who delights in torture." Bolton bowed slightly, expression guarded. "As you wish." Jon left the solar, his thoughts churning. The Karstarks threatened revolt, the Boltons were unsavory allies at best, and Robb remained simmering in resentment. Winter had not even fully arrived, and already the storms of dissent threatened to tear the North apart. If this was a sign of how the rest of Westeros would respond, Jon's dream of uniting the realm felt increasingly distant. Yet what choice did he have? The dead would march regardless. 2 days later, Jon's worst fears began to manifest. A messenger arrived from the east, breathless and wounded, bearing news of a small battle near the Karhold border. Karstark men had ambushed a patrol loyal to Jon, leaving several dead. They claimed they fought to free the North from a Targaryen pretender. The envoy from Jon had been turned away with scorn. War was brewing on Winterfell's doorstep. Standing in the courtyard, Jon read the message twice, dread coiling in his gut. He looked up at Garland Reed, who waited anxiously. "Summon our forces," Jon said quietly. "We march at dawn." He hated the words. But a rebellion, if not quelled, could ignite the entire North. Already the Glovers, the Tallhearts, the Serwins, the Dustons, and others teetered on the edge of acceptance. If the Karstarks gained momentum, they might rally a wave of northern lords who still yearned for Robb as king. Then all of Jon's efforts would collapse. He turned to find Lyanna Mormont approaching. She wore a determined expression. "House Mormont will march with you, Your Grace. I'll leave a garrison on Bear Island, but the rest of my men will join your host." Jon nodded, grateful for her loyalty despite her youth. "Thank you, Lady Mormont. Have the men assemble in the courtyard by first light." She bowed, then hurried off. Jon's gaze drifted upward to the ramparts where he glimpsed Robb's silhouette standing near the top. Robb must have heard the commotion. Maybe he guessed that Jon prepared for battle. Did Robb care who emerged victorious between Jon and the Karstarks? Perhaps he hoped they both destroyed each other, avenging the North's pride. Jon sighed, sorrow weighing on him. He had no time to dwell on regrets. He had a kingdom to defend, a rebellion to quell, and a far deadlier foe looming beyond the horizon. That night, Jon walked the halls, restive, unable to sleep. Ghost padded behind him. He paused outside Robb's quarters, ignoring the guards' wary looks. He gestured for them to open the door. Inside, Robb sat at a small table, a candle illuminating the lines of his face. Grey Wind lay at the foot of the bed. The direwolf's ears perked, but he did not growl. Robb looked up, expression shuddered. Come to gloat. Jon shook his head. I'm leaving in the morning. The Karstarks have rebelled. I'll meet them in the field. Robb's eyes flickered. You'll kill more Northerners in the name of your Targaryen claim? Jon bristled, then sighed. I don't want to, but they've already ambushed my men. If I let them continue unchecked, the North will descend into chaos. I came to ask if you had any counsel. You know them better than I do, perhaps. Robb's expression hardened. And why would I help you kill or subdue those who remain loyal to my kingship? Jon swallowed. Because their rebellion will lead to more death. If you persuade them to stand down, we can spare lives. Robb closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, voice subdued. They'll never listen to me while I'm caged here. Let me ride with you, speak to them face to face. Maybe they'll stand down. Jon studied him, uncertain if this was a trick or genuine. It could be Robb's chance to escape, to rally them further. Yet maybe he was sincere, wanting to prevent more needless slaughter. Torn, Jon weighed the risks. If you betray me out there, it will mean war on two fronts. Robb's eyes flashed. War is already here, but if I can keep the Karstarks from plunging the North into bloodshed, then I will do so for the sake of our people. Let me help. Jon hesitated, thinking of how deep the rift between them had grown. But the risk of hundreds more dead weighed heavily. All right, he said. You ride with me, but you'll be guarded. If there's any sign of treachery. Robb interrupted bitterly, I know how you handle traitors now. Jon flinched. I'm sorry, he whispered. Robb said nothing, only turned away. Grey Wind shifted, letting out a low rumble. Jon dipped his head in acknowledgement, then stepped back out into the corridor, guilt gnawing at him. He had placed a fragile hope in Robb's willingness to broker peace. If it failed, the blood of more Northerners would stain Jon's hands. Dawn broke gray and cold over Winterfell's walls. A light snow drifted as men assembled in the courtyard, horses stamping and snorting plumes of white in the frosty air. Jon mounted his own horse, glancing down the ranks. The black cloak he wore fluttered in the wind. Ghost prowled beside him, silent as ever. Robb emerged, flanked by a squad of loyal guards. He wore fur-lined armor and had a grim set to his mouth. Grey Wind padded alongside him, ears alert. The men parted, uncertain how to regard the dethroned king in the north marching under the banner of the new king. Bolton's men took positions in the vanguard. Jon felt a twinge of unease about letting them lead, but Bolton had insisted. He argued that the Karstarks might surrender more quickly if faced with overwhelming force. Jon only hoped that overwhelming force did not become mindless brutality. Lyanna Mormont led a contingent of Bear Island warriors, men and women hardened by the harsh environment of their home. A smattering of smaller houses followed, accompanied by Jon's personal retinue. The formation began to move out of Winterfell, bound for the Karhold region. Snow muffled their progress, each hoofbeat thudding softly in the morning hush. The wind carried a sharp bite, and the sky threatened heavier snowfall to come. Jon rode near Robb, maintaining a careful distance. The tension between them felt tangible. At times, Jon wondered if Robb might simply slip a knife in his ribs and be done with it. But the presence of the guards and the scope of the situation likely prevented such an impulsive act. And maybe, just maybe, Robb still held enough love for his adopted brother to avoid that path. They rode in silence, the land bleak around them. At midday, they reached a crossroad where outriders reported Karstark scouts had been seen. Jon called a halt, sending his own scouts to survey the terrain ahead. The rest of the men set up a temporary camp among the scraggly trees. While they waited, Robb dismounted, wincing slightly at the bandaged arm. Grey Wind sniffed around, restless. Jon approached, feeling the weight of his new crown, figurative though it was. "We might face their main force by tomorrow," Jon said quietly. Robb turned, studying him. "If you plan to butcher them, don't expect me to stand by." Jon's voice held a note of pleading. "That's why I agreed to let you come, Robb. I don't want to butcher anyone. If you can persuade them to bend the knee, I'll grant them clemency." Robb's lips thinned. "They won't kneel easily. They feel betrayed, by me for executing their lord, and by you for supplanting me. They want a free North, not the rule of a Targaryen." He paused, then added, "You can't just wave the Stark name and expect them to bow." Jon sighed. "I know, but the cost of fighting each other is too high. The Karstarks might realize that eventually if you speak to them." He hesitated. "Will you?" Robb studied him a moment, then nodded grudgingly. "I will try, for the sake of the men under their banners. Many of them followed me in the War of the Five Kings. I won't see them slaughtered for a lost cause." Jon murmured a quiet thanks. Then he stepped away, giving orders to the guards to keep watch for Karstark outriders. Night fell early in winter. The men huddled around fires, trying to ward off the deepening chill. Wind rattled the branches overhead. Snow fell in thicker drifts, blanketing the camp. Jon retired to a hastily pitched command tent with Garland Reed, Lyanna Mormont, and a few others to discuss strategy. Robb was not invited, though his tent stood nearby guarded. Jon had to maintain some semblance of caution. Inside the command tent, they spread out maps by the flicker of lantern light, identifying possible choke points in the terrain where the Karstarks might engage them. By the time Jon left the tent, it was full night. Large, lazy snowflakes drifted from a slate-black sky. He trudged through the snow, a cloak pulled tight around him. Ghost padded at his heels. He heard a faint sound and realized it was the old god's weirwood leaves rustling in the darkness, though there was no heart tree nearby. A memory of the sound, perhaps, echoing in his head. The hush of the godwood in Winterfell came to him. He paused, exhaling a shaky breath. Doubt nodded him anew. Was this truly the path the gods intended? Or was he forging ahead blindly, dooming them all? He found himself at the edge of Robb's tent, half hidden in the shadows. The guards bowed their heads. He looked inside, saw Robb kneeling beside Grey Wind, stroking the direwolf's thick fur. There was no one else. For a moment, Jon watched, unseen, the flicker of Ca. And light revealing the sorrow etched in Robb's face. Then Robb noticed him. Their eyes met. Jon felt a pang in his chest, remembering a time when they'd been close as true brothers. Now that bond lay in ruins. Before either could speak, a horn's call shattered the quiet. One long, piercing note echoed across the snowy darkness. Ghost let out a sharp bark, ears flattening. Robb sprang to his feet, alarmed. Jon whirled, heart pounding. That horn call meant trouble. Shouts rose from the perimeter of the camp. Men grabbed weapons, stumbling from their tents. Another horn call, urgent, rang out. Jon glanced at Robb, who snatched his sword. The guards looked to Jon for orders. He waved them forward, drawing Longclaw. "Find out what's happening." Robb emerged from the tent, Grey Wind bristling. "Karstarks," Robb guessed, voice taut. Jon nodded grimly. "Likely." They hurried through the camp, forging a path between half-frozen tents. Snow whipped around them, swirling in gusts. Torchlight revealed men struggling to form battle lines, confusion palpable. Horses neighed in alarm. Another horn sounded. Jon's mind raced. If the Karstarks had launched a surprise attack under cover of night, they might well catch the camp unprepared. They reached the outer ring, where a half-assembled shield wall faced dark shapes emerging from the trees. Torches cast dancing shadows. Jon strained to see. Then he caught a glimpse of the attackers. They wore no sigils. Their armor was ragged. He saw shapes moving strangely, jerking with inhuman stiffness. A chill colder than winter seized him. Whites, dead men animated by the power of the others. They advanced with unnatural silence, only the rustle of bones and cloth. A wave of horror rippled through Jon's men as they realized these were not living foes. They moved relentlessly, heedless of injury. One man struck a White's torso with a sword, but it kept coming, arms outstretched, jaws snapping. Panic flared. The defenders shouted in confusion, some dropping their weapons in terror. Jon's voice rose above the din. Fall back. Form ranks with dragonglass, now. But it was too late. The whites surged forward, their cold eyes lit by an eerie blue glow. The front lines of Jon's men were overrun in an instant, shrieks filling the night as the dead tore into living flesh. Bolton's men reeled, some fighting with savage desperation, others fleeing in dismay. Jon charged forward, long claw in hand, slicing a white from collarbone to hip. The creature collapsed in pieces, the icy glow fading. He shouted for archers to bring dragonglass arrows. Another white lunged, half its face missing, and Jon kicked it away before hacking through its spine. Snow became streaked with crimson. Ghost leapt upon a white that tried to flank Jon, tearing its head off in a single savage motion. The creature went limp. Out of the corner of his eye, Jon saw Robb fighting near Grey Wind, steel flashing. They cut down one white, but another grabbed a soldier and bit into his neck. Blood sprayed. The camp erupted in a frenzied melee of living against the dead. Men screamed for the old gods, the new gods, for any gods that might save them. Somewhere, a voice rang out, "Light them on fire." Oil lamps were hurled, torches brandished. Whites ignited in bursts of flame, stumbling like demonic silhouettes. The stench of burning flesh seared the cold air. Jon fought in the thick of it, adrenaline surging. Every thrust of Longclaw had to sever limbs or decapitate a white, else it kept coming. He prayed none of the others themselves were here. If a White Walker appeared, the carnage would be far worse. As the whites pushed deeper, many of Jon's men scattered. He shouted for them to regroup, but the swirling snow and fire made it nearly impossible. Suddenly, a white lunged at Jon from behind. He whirled just in time, raising Longclaw, but before he could strike, Robb was there, sword flashing. He cleaved the white's skull in two. It crumpled. Robb met Jon's gaze, breathing hard. They stood back to back for a moment, defending each other as the dead closed in. It was an echo of the past, training in Winterfell's yard, except now the stakes were unimaginably high. "Fall back," Jon bellowed over the howling wind. "We can't fight them in the open." He motioned toward a rocky ridge near the edge of camp, a more defensible position. The undead continued to surge forward in horrifying numbers. Where had they come from? Had the others somehow slipped south of the wall, or was this a raiding party that bypassed the watch? Bolton's men, ironically, were among the first to regroup, forming a partial shield wall. Mormont warriors rallied behind Lyanna, who slashed at the dead with fierce determination. Slowly, the living retreated to higher ground, setting up a ring of pikes and torches. Archers rained dragonglass-tipped arrows on the whites, shattering them in bursts of black obsidian. Bodies of the dead littered the snow, some writhing even after losing limbs. Jon found himself pressed between a line of Mormont men and a section of Bolton archers. He saw Robb near the center, Grey Wind snapping at the ankles of the nearest whites. The ring of torches forced some of the dead to hesitate. They seemed confused or wary of the flames. A moment of respite. The men panted, forming ranks. Screams still echoed from the lower camp where scattered tents burned. A wave of revulsion passed over Jon. So many were likely dead or dying. Then, with unnatural swiftness, the whites lurched forward again. They slammed into the ring of defenders. The melee reignited, savage and desperate. Jon's muscles burned as he swung Longclaw, decapitating a skeletal white that lunged at him. Another scrabbled at his back, nails raking his cloak. A Mormont soldier rammed a torch into its face, igniting its rotted skin. The thing shrieked soundlessly, collapsing into black cinders. The stench of burning dead nearly made Jon retch. He slashed another white's leg off, kicking it away. The horde felt endless, a swirling nightmare in the snow. But slowly, painfully, they began to thin. The defenders' ring of torches and dragonglass arrows took a toll. After what felt like hours, the undead mass faltered. Some whites flailed, consumed by fire. Others simply collapsed as if the necromantic force animating them was withdrawn. A hush of raw horror followed. The living men stood, panting, in the flickering torchlight, bruised and bloodied. The smell of death was everywhere. Jon wiped sweat and blood from his brow. Ghost limped, bleeding from a shallow cut. Jon knelt to check the wound. Seemed minor. He rose, scanning for Robb. He finally spotted him a short distance away, leaning on his sword, Grey Wind at his side. Robb was splattered with gore, one eye nearly swollen shut from a blow. Yet he was alive. Bolton's voice cut through the silence. "We must move, before more come." He motioned to the flickering shadows beyond the torches. They could be circling. Jon's breath came in ragged bursts. He glanced around at what remained of his host. Perhaps half still stood. The rest lay scattered in the snow, motionless. His mind reeled. This was no petty skirmish with rebellious Karstarks. This was a sign the long night had already begun creeping south. He had to unify the realm or they were all doomed. Robb limped toward Jon, face grim. "We can't stay here." Jon nodded numbly. "We break camp, head back to Winterfell to regroup. The Karstarks will have to wait." He surveyed the scene of slaughter. Burn the dead. Immediately, men set to work, dragging corpses of the whites and the fallen soldiers into piles for burning. Jon's head swirled with the knowledge that this was merely a taste of what was to come. More would die, many more, if the realm did not unite under one banner, if they did not harness every resource, every sword, every advantage. And still, that might not be enough. Robb stood beside him, silent for a long time. Then, through cracked lips, he spoke quietly. "You've seen what's out there, what we face." Jon turned, meeting Robb's gaze in the dancing orange glow. "Yes, that's why I did all of this, Robb. To stop that." Robb looked around, at the men dying on the snow, at the burning bodies. Slowly he nodded. The anger in his eyes receded, replaced by grim resolve. "Then let's make sure we succeed." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't brotherly love restored. But it was something. It was a first step toward unity they had once shared. Jon felt an exhausted, blood-soaked sense of relief. As the fires crackled and the surviving men began the somber task of retreat, Jon caught a glimpse of what might be. Stark and Targaryen, side by side, forging a single banner to stand against the coming night. If that future was possible, perhaps Ned Stark would rest more easily in his grave. Perhaps this land could heal. But the road ahead would be dark, and it would be long, and it would be lined with horrors yet to come. With Robb at his side, however reluctant, Jon turned his battered army toward Winterfell, uncertain if the Karstarks or the others would strike first. Snow fell steadily, cloaking the world in an endless white hush as the living forged onward in the gloom, hoping their torches would keep the nightmares at bay a little longer. They rode with hearts as cold as the wind, battered by betrayal and tragedy, yet bound by the faintest thread of unity. If they could hold that thread, if they could rally a fractured realm, perhaps the dawn might still break. If not, Westeros would fall to ice and darkness. Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, spurred his horse forward. Behind him, Robb followed, no crown upon his brow, only a flicker of determination in his bruised eyes. For now, they marched together. And in that small unity, there was still hope that someday the living might yet triumph over the dead. They returned to Winterfell beneath iron-gray skies, weary and heartsick from the ambush. Smoke and ash lingered on their clothes from the white pyres they had set, and the stench of death clung to them as stubbornly as the cold. The battered remnants of the host moved at a slow, dismal pace, horses trudging through snowdrifts that had grown deeper in their short absence. Even the wind seemed mournful. It whistled over the high walls of Winterfell, carrying a lament for the dead who would never return. Jon rode at the head, Ghost at his side despite the direwolf's fresh wounds, a shallow gash near the ribs. The moment Jon saw the familiar battlements, he was assailed by an uneasy mix of relief and dread. Winterfell was their refuge, yet it was also a place that felt less like home with every passing day. Atop the gatehouse, cloaked sentries peered down at their return. Banners flapped weakly in the chill wind, emblazoned with the crude half-wolf, half-dragon sigil that marked Jon's unification claim. He wondered whether men looked upon that banner with any pride at all, or only unease. Farther back in the column, Robb Stark rode under close guard, the bitter lines of his face illuminated whenever a torch flickered near. Grey Wind limped but kept pace, refusing to be left behind. The two direwolves were scarred and tired, just as their masters were scarred and tired. Men parted to let Jon pass, some bowing their heads in salute, others avoiding his gaze. The weight of leadership felt heavier on him than any sword. Inside the courtyard, stable hands rushed to take the reins of the horses. The men dismounted stiffly, some wincing with half-healed injuries from the battle. Soot from the campfires still stained their armor. Jon spotted Garland Reed, whose usually bright eyes were dulled by fatigue and sorrow, limping slightly on a bandaged leg. Lyanna Mormont barked orders at her Bear Island warriors, directing them to help carry in the wounded. The gnawing sense of loss was almost tangible, so many had died in that nightmare. And for the survivors, another deeper terror had set in, a realization that the stories whispered by the Night's Watch were real. The dead truly walked, and if only a fraction of the whites that attacked the camp could wreak such havoc, what horror would unfold if a greater host came south? Jon handed his horse's reins to a stable boy and patted the animal's flank. It was lathered with sweat despite the freezing air. Ghost hovered near Jon's legs, sniffing at the frozen ground. The courtyard was quiet, and the watchers on the walls seemed subdued. Word of the ambush must have reached Winterfell before the host returned. They would all know that the threat was no mere rumor. Every man and woman here was forced to confront the reality that their new king's dire warnings were not baseless or inflated. The others and their whites were more than campfire tales. He left men to see to the wounded and made for the Great Hall, though he yearned for a moment's rest. Robb walked behind him at first, but Jon felt his brother's presence steadily draw nearer until they fell into step. Guards hovered on Robb's flanks, uncertain whether to keep him at a distance or let him approach. In the end, the pressing gravity of the situation left them deciding to allow it. Jon glanced sidelong at Robb, swallowing his discomfort. Robb's expression was a carefully crafted mask. At last, he spoke, voice low, pitched so the guards could not easily overhear. "You lost many men out there." Jon nodded, his throat tight. "As did you." Robb's jaw tensed, but he gave a curt nod. "Aye." He paused, eyes flicking across the faces of guards, the battered soldiers. "There's no sense in letting the North bleed itself further over old grudges. Not while we face that." Jon heard the hesitation in Robb's words. He knew Robb still believed in an independent North, knew he still felt betrayed, but the ambush of whites had torn the illusions from everyone's eyes. The living had no future unless they found a way to stand together. Robb, as embittered as he was, seemed to realize it too. He said nothing more as they entered the Great Hall. Voices drifted in from the corridor, the sound of men delivering casualty counts, healers asking for more bandages, scouts describing footprints in the snow that might have belonged to wildlings or more whites. The gloom was lit by torches that seemed to barely hold back the darkness. The old hall, once a place of feasts and song, felt oppressive under the weight of war. Around a long wooden table near the dais, a cluster of lords and knights awaited Jon's return, their expressions ranging from relief to grim fear. Some wore House Bolton's flayed man on their cloaks, others showed the sigils of smaller houses that had pledged to Jon out of cautious acceptance or desperation. Lady Barbary Dustin was there, her face set in a faint scowl. Clay Serwyn, pale and tired, tried to greet Jon with a weak bow. Roose Bolton stood at the table's head, his posture relaxed and hands clasped behind his back, as if he personally had not just lost dozens of men in the fighting. Jon approached, steeling himself for the inevitable questions. Behind him, Robb halted, uncertain if he should stand among these lords or keep his distance. Bolton's gaze flicked from Jon to Robb, and his thin lips curved into what might be a smile. Others cast uneasy glances at the two men who had once been king and subject, brother and brother, now forced into this tenuous alliance. Jon lifted a hand to forestall any immediate questioning. He inhaled once, drew upon the well of battered resolve left in him, and spoke. "The attack on our camp," he said, "was not from the Karstarks. It was a host of whites. Many of you have heard rumors of these creatures. Now you know the truth, they exist. We lost good men to their claws, but we survived. We must remain vigilant, for if a small band can strike us here, then the heart of the North is not safe." He let that sink in. Men exchanged worried looks. Lady Dustin shook her head slowly. Lyanna Mormont arrived from the corridor and joined them, removing her gloves and standing with arms folded, eyes fierce. Garland Reed leaned against a pillar, the wound in his leg evidently still paining him. Bolton's soft voice broke the silence. "Truly a grave development, Your Grace." He inclined his head, though his gaze remained unsettlingly calm. "We must question how they bypassed the wall, if they bypassed it, and whether the Night's Watch yet stands." Jon ground his teeth at the reminder that he had left the watch behind him. The Night's Watch is diminished, but they do what they can to hold the wall. There are many ways for the dead to slip past if the watchers are too few. Some come over in small numbers through unguarded stretches. Some might infiltrate the many hidden caverns and tunnels. The point is, the threat grows daily. This attack is proof. Clay Serwyn swallowed audibly. That means the White Walkers themselves might be near. Jon nodded, forcing himself to sound steady. Or at least within reach. We cannot pretend the North remains inviolate. I've sent word to the Watch before about the seriousness of the threat. We must do more. That includes forging alliances with other regions of Westeros to muster an army that can meet the Walkers head-on. The mention of alliances with the South caused a stir. Some of the lords frowned. Even those who had accepted Jon's rule as Targaryen king still harbored centuries-old mistrust of the South. Barbry Dustin pressed her lips into a line. A union with those who followed the Lannisters? Those who spilled Stark blood at the September of Baelor? Or who conspired to kill Ned Stark in King's Landing? You would have us kneel side by side with them? Jon's chest tensed. They may be our enemies in politics, but in this war, all the living must fight together or die. The Walkers do not distinguish between a Stark or a Lannister or a Baratheon. Lyanna Mormont's voice rose. We cannot afford to war among ourselves. If the dead march, they will devour every house north to south. The only chance is unity, and that unity demands a single king recognized by all. Our king. She nodded to Jon, her small chin set with fierce conviction. Lady Dustin did not look pleased, but she did not voice further dissent. Others wore expressions of resigned agreement. They had glimpsed the horror. Doubtless, if they had been untouched by the dead, they might have argued more fiercely. Now they were cowed by dread. Robb remained silent, stationed on the periphery, but Jon could sense his presence like a brand against his back. The entire matter of forging alliances was complicated by Robb's well-known stance on northern independence. Men who had followed him did so because they hated the idea of bowing to King's Landing. Now, ironically, their fate might lie in rejoining the Seven Kingdoms for the sake of survival. The tension was thick enough to taste. Jon forced himself to continue. I'll be sending word again, not only to the Night's Watch, but to the Lords of the Vale, the Riverlands, and beyond. The Tyrells rule the Reach effectively. The Martells and Dorne have remained mostly silent amid the recent wars, but we need them too. The Westerlands are in chaos after Tywin Lannister's death. They rally behind Tommen, but that boy king is hardly stable under Cersei's guidance. There is also Stannis Baratheon, last seen near the northern coast, who claims the Iron Throne. And across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen grows in power. At that final name, a hush fell. Some recognized the potential threat. If Jon was truly a Targaryen, so was Daenerys, and Daenerys had dragons, or so rumor claimed. An alliance with her might seem sensible, but it could also lead to conflict. Would she see Jon as a threat to her claim? Or would she accept him as famil? Why work together? Bolton eventually broke the silence, his tone as mild as if he discussed a petty border dispute. A formidable number of rivals, your grace. How do you propose we unify them under your banner? Jon had asked himself that question 1,000 times, and he had no easy answers. We begin by proving that the threat is real. Witnesses to the undead. The heads of whites, if we must. Letters from the Night's Watch. The testimony of lords who have fought them. If we can gather the great houses together, we show them the truth. Fear of annihilation can be a powerful unifying force. Lady Dustin raised an eyebrow. We intend to scare them into loyalty? Jon's mouth flattened into a grim line. We intend to awaken them to reality. If that does not suffice, then Westeros will be lost. One of Bolton's men, a lean officer with a scar across his cheek, shifted restlessly. My Lord Bolton, the men are uneasy. Is there a plan to fortify Winterfell further? With the dead so close, Jon answered before Bolton could. We will strengthen Winterfell's defenses, yes. More watchmen on the walls, more fires, more stockpiles of dragonglass and oil to burn whites. But if a great host of the dead comes, walls alone won't save us. The war will have to be fought in the field with unified armies. Slight nods. Fear weighed on every face. Jon saw their exhaustion, their confusion, and he felt a bitter empathy. None of them had imagined living to see such a day when ancient nightmares became flesh. He offered them what little reassurance he could that they would not stand alone. He ended the discussion not long after, dismissing the lords to rest and prepare. Bolton lingered a moment, bowing and murmuring something about strategy, but Jon was in no mood to parse the man's serpentine offers of help. Barbry Dustin left in silence, her jaw set. Eventually, the hall cleared, leaving Jon, Robb, Lyanna Mormont, and Garland Reed standing by the table. Outside, men's voices carried in the courtyard as they ushered the wounded in and set about reinforcing the gates. Jon turned to Robb, uncertain how to breach the subject swirling in his mind. Finally, he said, I asked you to speak with the Karstarks before we were attacked. That conversation never came. Robb's expression hardened briefly, but he inclined his head. Because we were ambushed by the dead. Jon exhaled. Right? The Karstark rebellion still festers. Without a show of force, they might refuse to answer even the threat of the others. They might choose to wait out this war, letting us bleed ourselves dry. We need them, if only so we're not fighting a second front when the others come. Robb looked off toward the darkness of the hall. I'll speak to them. If they'll hear me. Lyanna Mormont took a step closer, her voice hushed. They served your cause once, Robb. Maybe they'll trust you more than they do anyone else. Robb gave a sardonic huff. They served my cause until I executed their lord for killing Lannister hostages. They never forgave me, and I doubt they'll heed any plea for unity now, not under Targaryen rule. Jon forced himself to remain calm. Under Targaryen Stark rule, he corrected. Robb did not respond, only gazed at him. After a long moment, Jon softened his tone. I need you, Robb. The North needs you. If the Karstarks will not listen to me, they might listen to the man they once called king in the North. Robb's mouth twisted. Is that all I am now? Your herald to the houses that won't obey. Jon's chest tightened. He understood that sting. You're my brother, he said quietly. And that means everything, even if we stand on opposite sides of the throne. We can't undo the past, but we can do what's right for the future. For a moment, Robb's face flickered with an echo of the old bond they'd once shared. Then he nodded curtly. I'll try. They parted ways soon after. Garland Reed and Lyanna Mormont asked Jon for instructions regarding the men's lodging and rotating watch shifts. Jon gave them directions, mindful of the immediate need to keep Winterfell more secure than ever before. He asked that word be sent to any wandering free folk or northern trackers to keep an eye out for further white movements. He wanted no more surprises. Then he went to his own chamber, passing silent corridors where the flicker of a lone torch cast dancing shadows on ancient stone. Ghost trailed behind him, limping slightly. In the quiet of his room, Jon sank onto a bench near the fire, burying his face in his hands. The flame's warmth was welcome on his cheeks, but the rest of him felt numb. He thought of the men who had died in the ambush, men who had pledged themselves to a cause they hardly understood. He thought of the North's fracturing alliances, the pride that made men fear Southern kings more than they feared the rising dead. He remembered the haunting sight of the Whites stumbling through the snow, eyes alight with that eerie blue glow, unstoppable except by flame and dragonglass. It felt like a losing battle. They had so little time. Ghost rested his muzzle on Jon's knee, a soft whine escaping his throat. The direwolf's red eyes reflected sorrow and loyalty all at once. Jon stroked the pale fur behind his ears, drawing what comfort he could from the silent companionship. He yearned for something of the world he had lost, an innocent time with his siblings in Winterfell's courtyard, a time before titles and war. He wondered, not for the first time, if Ned Stark would have chosen differently if he had been alive to guide them. Could Ned have found a path that did not involve the heartbreak of overthrowing Robb? Guilt gnawed at him. He wanted to believe that fate had cornered him into this, that he had no choice but to seize power and unify the realm. But part of him suspected that some measure of ambition, some flicker of Targaryen fire in his blood, had hastened his decision. And if the cost proved too high, would it all be for nothing? He did not sleep much that night. Visions of the Whites haunted him whenever he closed his eyes. Morning dawned, a sullen gray light filtering through the high windows. Snow had fallen more heavily in the night, draping the bailey and ramparts in a fresh white blanket. Beneath it, men moved in clusters, scraping the ice off the courtyard stones, feeding the braziers that glowed along the battlements. The watch had been doubled. The sense of vigilance was almost palpable in the chilly air. Jon met with Roose Bolton and Lyanna Mormont to discuss immediate defenses. They would send parties to gather more firewood, oil, and peat for burning. Forging dragonglass arrowheads remained a priority. Anyone with skill in shaping obsidian was brought to the forge to work under the blacksmith's supervision. The forges of Winterfell glowed day and night. Afterwards, Jon found Robb in the lesser courtyard with Grey Wind, practicing sword forms. A ring of guards loitered nearby. They regarded Robb warily, but he seemed to ignore them. Frost clung to Robb's auburn hair, and his breath plumed in the cold. Seeing Robb's dogged routine reminded Jon of their youth, how Robb had always been so disciplined, determined to earn every ounce of respect. Once he was the golden heir, Ned Stark's proud firstborn. Now he was a dethroned king training in a courtyard that should have been his domain. Jon approached slowly, not wishing to interrupt. Robb finished a sequence of strikes, exhaled sharply, and let his sword point lower. "You're early," Robb said, glancing at Jon. Jon offered a slight nod. "I wanted to speak before the day's duties draw us apart." Robb shrugged, sliding his sword back into its sheath. "I'm ready." Jon led him into a quieter corner away from the main yard where a thin layer of snow covered the cobblestones. Ghost and Grey Wind followed, the two direwolves eyeing each other with a wary respect that mirrored their masters. The wind rattled a dead vine clinging to the wall, and the hush felt strangely intimate. Jon cleared his throat. "When do you plan to leave for Carhold? Or do you prefer sending a raven first?" Robb exhaled, his breath of frosty mist. "A raven can be ignored or shot down. They need to see me, hear me. That's the only chance of avoiding bloodshed." A hint of old authority crept into his voice. "I'll ride tomorrow if you permit. Just a small party." Jon studied Robb's face, trying to read if this was some trick, if Robb intended to slip away, gather an army of loyalists, and come roaring back to dethrone him. But something about the weight in Robb's eyes spoke of genuine intent. "You'll have an escort," Jon said quietly. "A few of my men and your own guards. Enough to keep you safe if the Karstarks react violently." Robb grimaced. "They won't like that." "They may not, but I'm responsible for you now." Jon paused, unsettled by his own words. "They'll view you as a prisoner or a puppet if you arrive with my men in tow." Robb gave a bitter laugh. "I expect they already see me as a prisoner. Let them think what they will. My only goal is to prevent more northern bloodshed." Jon offered a brief, grateful look. Then he said, "Stay as neutral as you can. Don't promise them an independent north or anything that stands against my position. We can't afford to contradict each other openly, or all of this unravels." Robb's jaw tightened. "I know." He hesitated, then gave a curt nod. "I'll do what must be done." Jon let out a measured breath, stepping back. "I'll gather the men who will accompany you. If all goes well, you might return in a fortnight with the Karstark submission." Robb's eyes flickered. "Or you'll hear I've been killed for treachery." Jon closed his eyes for a moment, the possibility chilling him more than the wind. "I pray it won't come to that." They parted ways, each lost in his own thoughts. That night, Jon dined in the great hall with the lords who had remained in Winterfell. The meal was subdued. Stewed venison, dark bread, and hot wine did little to lift the atmosphere. Snatches of conversation drifted across the trestle tables. News of small folk complaining about taxes, or stories of farmers finding half-frozen corpses in the fields. Few mentioned the White attack openly, but the memory pressed in on everyone like an unseen weight. Bolton engaged a few minor lords in hushed conversation, presumably about matters of supply and discipline. Lyanna Mormont ate in silence, occasionally glaring at any who whined too loudly about the hardships. Garland Reed, sporting fresh bandages on his thigh, tried to make polite talk with Lady Dustin, who responded with only cold stares. Jon, for his part, tried to remain calm and kingly, but he felt a tension headache creeping behind his eyes. At one point, his gaze strayed to the dais, where the sigil of the wolf dragon banner hung. The sight made him feel a pang of doubt. This realm he was trying to shape, was it truly possible or was it an illusion? He excused himself early, hoping to rest, only to be intercepted by a breathless messenger in the entry corridor. The young man offered Jon a sealed letter. "Raven arrived an hour past, Your Grace, from Castle Black. The maester said it's urgent." Jon thanked him, heart skipping. He took the parchment and broke the seal, stepping into a nearby alcove for privacy. His eyes flitted over the lines of cramped handwriting. As he read, his pulse thundered. The letter was from Maester Aemon. No, that couldn't be. Aemon was long gone to Eastwatch and rumored to have died. The signature was scrawled Ibros in the margin, presumably a replacement or assistant. It spoke of dire tidings. The wildlings who had gone south of the wall in earlier mass migrations were rumored to be fleeing again, claiming the main host of the White Walkers was on the march. Pockets of the Watch reported strange sightings, an entire village deserted overnight, footprints in the snow leading to nowhere. And the largest shock, one of the Watch's scouting parties had encountered what they believed to be a White Walker itself, not just whites, patrolling near the Millwater. They'd barely escaped. The letter ended with a plea for immediate aid, or at least immediate attention. Winter was coming in truth, and the Night's Watch was too few to stand alone. Jon's throat tightened. He pressed the parchment to his chest, his mind racing. If the Watch fell, the rest of Westeros would be exposed. Jon had been planning to unify the realm for a conflict that might be weeks or months away, but the threat was accelerating. He'd always known it might. The dead marched at their own pace, unstoppable. Could he muster an army and reach the wall in time if the main host truly advanced? He emerged from the alcove, nodding a quick thanks to the messenger. Garland Reed had followed him, concern etched on his face. "Your Grace, is something amiss?" Jon swallowed. "Summon Lady Mormont and the others. We need to convene in the map room at once." The White Walkers advance. Before Reed could respond, Jon strode away, calling for the guard to gather any of the lords still awake. He felt a jolt of determination burn through his fear. They had no choice now but to accelerate every plan, to call upon every resource, to beg or force every lord in the north to rally at Winterfell or the Wall. The time for half measures had ended. Within the hour, they had convened a small war council in the Old Solar. A large table dominated the room, strewn with maps of the north. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows. Jon stood at the head of the table, the letter from the Night's Watch open before him. He spoke in clipped tones, summarizing its contents. Lyanna Mormont, Garland Reed, Lady Dustin, Roose Bolton, and a handful of others listened, expressions growing graver by the moment. Robb appeared too, drawn by the commotion. He stepped into the circle, and men parted to let him stand near Jon. Ghost and Grey Wind paced at the edges as though sensing the tension. When Jon finished, a silence fell. No one dared to speak first. Finally, Bolton broke it, his voice so calm that it almost felt mocking. "A large host of the dead, marching on the wall. This is indeed dire. The question is, can we muster enough men to make a difference?" Lady Dustin's lips pressed into a thin line. "You speak as though you doubt we should even try." "I doubt nothing," Bolton said softly, "other than whether we can achieve victory. Should we not consider strengthening Winterfell's defenses, stockpiling supplies, preparing for a siege? If the wall falls, these stones may be our last bastion." Jon shook his head. "If we let the watch fall without aid, the dead will sweep across the north unchecked. There's no fortress that can stand indefinitely against an endless horde. We have to meet them in battle and hold the line alongside the watch." Bolton inclined his head. "That's a bold strategy, if somewhat suicidal." Lyanna Mormont crossed her arms. "We are Northerners. We don't cower in stone walls while our brothers die." Bolton gave her a measured look. "If the North empties its strength onto the fields beyond the wall and fails, we doom everyone behind us. But very well. Your Grace, what do you propose?" Jon spread out the map of the North. "We gather the bannermen now. Every house that is sworn to Winterfell, that has sworn to me, or that can be persuaded. We send riders to White Harbor, to the Dreadfort, to Bear Island, to Carhold, to the Rills, to Deepwood Motte, everywhere. We call them to muster at Winterfell within a fortnight. From there, we march to the Wall. The Karstarks can remain rebellious if they must. But if they refuse this call, we brand them traitors to the living. I hope Robb can persuade them to join us. If not, we move without them." Men glanced at each other. Garland Reed cleared his throat. "There's still the matter of the rest of Westeros. Even if we gather all the North, that may not be enough." Jon nodded. "We must send ravens south at once. Urgent pleas to every great house. The Riverlands, the Vale, the Westerlands, the Reach, Dorne, the Stormlands, King's Landing. We make them see that this is no ploy. We describe the horrors we've witnessed. If they have any sense, they'll send men north." Lady Dustin made a derisive noise. "And if they don't?" Jon's grip tightened on the parchment. "Then they die. All of us die." His eyes swept the room. "We do what we can. Right now, that means focusing on the north. If we wait, the watch might be overrun before reinforcements arrive." Robb stirred. "We'll be marching in winter conditions. The roads are treacherous. Many supplies will be needed to keep an army fed and warm on the gift." Jon met Robb's gaze, forcing the tension of their personal conflict aside. "We have to attempt it. If we fail to hold the wall, the realm falls." The hush returned, filled only by the crackle of the fire. At last, Bolton nodded once, his face unreadable. "As my king commands, so shall it be. I'll send my men to gather supplies. We will muster what strength we can." He glanced around the circle. "We must also ensure discipline remains tight in the ranks. Panic serves no one." Lady Dustin pursed her lips, but she did not voice open rebellion. It seemed the nightmarish white attack and the letter's warning had convinced even the most reluctant that the true war was upon them. Lyanna Mormont nodded fiercely. stepping forward. "House Mormont stands ready. You have our steel, your grace. I'll see to it that my uncle leads our garrison on Bear Island and sends every spare man." Garland Reed murmured agreement, adding that House Reed of the Neck would do its part. Others spoke in cautious acceptance. Jon felt a flicker of relief, though overshadowed by the terrifying knowledge of how small their total numbers might be. Still, unity, however fragile, was taking shape. A meager candle in the darkness, but a candle nonetheless. Robb studied the map with a thoughtful frown. He ran a callous thumb along the top edge that depicted the tundra beyond the wall. Finally, he said quietly, "I'll leave for Carhold at first light. That's the best I can offer. If they listen, we might add the Karstark's men to our cause. If they refuse, we move on without them." Jon lowered his voice. "And you'll return here to rally with the rest?" Robb inclined his head. "Aye, unless I die in the attempt." Jon wanted to protest, to reaffirm that there was a place for Robb, some manner of role beyond these dangerous negotiations, but the tension in Robb's eyes stopped him. It was clear that Robb's acceptance of this mission was as much about his own identity as it was about helping the realm. Perhaps, if Robb could broker peace with the Karstarks, it would remind him that he could still do good for the North. Perhaps it would soften his bitterness toward Jon. Or perhaps not. The path was uncertain, lined with old wounds that might never fully heal. They discussed final details for a time longer: how many ravens to send, which roads to keep under watch, the distribution of dragoglass weapons. The conversation ended near midnight, leaving everyone drained. One by one, the lords and knights shuffled out, called away by exhausted minds and the promise of more planning at dawn. Jon lingered, staring at the flickering lamp, the letter from the watch in his hands. The direwolves lay curled near the door, silent guardians. Robb moved to leave too, pausing only to meet Jon's gaze. "Don't wait for me if word comes that the walkers are at the wall," he said. "Take the host and go. I'll join you if I can." Jon's chest felt painfully tight. "Robb," but Robb was already stepping away, that familiar shape of his. Back turned. Jon let him go. The door closed, plunging Jon into a solitude broken only by the crackle of embers and Ghost's faint breathing. Outside, a gust of wind rattled the shutters. Winter was truly upon them, and with it, the realm's greatest challenge since the long night of legend. Jon tried to picture the realm united, knights from the Reach side by side with archers from the Vale, Martell spearmen fighting alongside mountain clansmen, Lannister bannermen cooperating with the men of the North. It seemed an impossible dream. Yet if they failed to achieve it, the others would march unopposed. Even if the North alone made a stand, how long could they hold out? Weeks? A month? And if Stannis or Daenerys decided to press their own claims at that moment, the possibilities made Jon's head spin. He set the letter aside, pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes. The burden of kingship felt crushing. He had never longed for this. Yet here he was, wearing the crown in all but official ceremony, risking not only his life, but the lives of everyone who followed him and relying on them to accomplish a task none were sure was even possible. The direwolf stirred, perhaps sensing his turmoil. Jon tried to calm his thoughts, reminding himself of the vow he had once made while wearing black, to guard the realms of men against the terrors of the night. That vow still lived in him, no matter what his titles or bloodlines said. If he kept that vow, maybe he could find some measure of redemption for the betrayals and heartbreak that had led him here. He wondered if the dawn would ever come to chase away the shadows. When morning arrived, Robb prepared to depart. The courtyard was alive with the sound of hoofs stamping and men tightening saddle girths. A bitter wind whipped across the snowdrifts. Jon watched from a small vantage by the archway, arms folded against the colt. He had selected a half-dozen men loyal to him. Among them were Garland Reed, who insisted on going despite his leg wound, and a pair of seasoned trackers from House Mormont. Robb had added 3 of his own longtime retainers, men who had served under him in the War of the Five Kings. Together, this small group formed a precarious band. They would ride for Carhold, hoping to avoid roving whites, wildlings, or anyone else who might waylay them. Before Robb mounted, he paused in front of Jon. The tension between them was palpable, but so was an undercurrent of something else, shared adversity, perhaps. "If all goes well," Robb said, "I'll return in a fortnight with Arnulf Karstark's pledge. If not, you'll know." Jon nodded. "Good luck." Robb gave him a searching look. "We do this for the North, whatever else has come between us." Jon's voice was tight. "We do." He hesitated, then extended his hand. After a beat, Robb clasped it briefly. For a moment, Jon saw the flicker of the boy he once knew behind Robb's eyes. Then the moment passed. Robb turned away, hauling himself onto his horse. Gray wind, fur bristling in the chill, sprang ahead of the group. eager to be off. Men tugged hoods over their heads, checking swords and supplies. At Jon's signal, the gate was raised. Robb and his escort set out, disappearing through the portcullis onto the snowy road. Jon lingered, staring after them until the last figure vanished from view. The gate thudded closed, and he felt a sudden wave of apprehension swirl in his gut. So much rode on that mission. If the Karstarks persisted in rebellion, Jon would have to decide whether to crush them forcibly or march for the wall anyway, leaving them as a dangerous threat behind him. Neither option appealed. At least if Robb succeeded, they'd gain a few thousand additional soldiers. It might not alter the realm's destiny, but every sword would help. He returned inside, mind whirling with tasks. Ravens needed to be sent south. The muster of northern houses had to be coordinated. Winterfell had to remain vigilant against any further white incursions. And in the near distance loomed the possibility that, even if the North united, they might be too late to save the wall. One step at a time, Jon told himself. That was all a man could do. The ravens went out that very day. Jon spent hours in the Maester's tower, dictating letters that spelled out the deadly seriousness of the threat. He composed messages for each major house in the south, describing the white attack on his own camp, urging them to send men, weapons, and supplies north without delay. He wrote to the Citadel, imploring the Maesters to confirm the ancient records of the Long Night, to add credibility to his claims. He wrote to Edmure Tully in the Riverlands, requesting immediate alliance, reminding him that House Stark and House Tully were once bound by marriage. He wrote to the Vale, hoping that rumors of Sansa Stark's presence there might encourage them to join. Even a letter was prepared for King's Landing itself, addressed to King Tommen, though Jon doubted it would accomplish much with Cersei Lannister controlling the capital. Still, he had to try. He tried not to think of how many ravens might be shot down or how many letters might go unread. He thought, too, of Daenerys Targaryen. He had no direct means to contact her in Meereen, no sure knowledge of when or how she might sail. Rumor said she had 3 dragons and an army of freed slaves. Was she truly as powerful as whispers claimed? If so, her help might turn the tide. But there was every chance she would see him as a usurper to her family's throne. Was she the sort of queen who would put aside ambition to face an inhuman threat? Jon could only guess. He had no raven swift enough to cross the narrow sea. No guarantee that Daenerys would even receive the message if he tried. The next days became a whirlwind of mobilization. Riders galloped across the snowy roads, braving drifts and wind to deliver Jon's summons to the furthest corners of the north. The men in Winterfell drilled incessantly. The blacksmith hammered out dragonglass arrowheads. Hides were tanned, supplies loaded. The entire fortress seemed to pulse with the anxious energy of an army preparing for war. Jon spent his waking hours coordinating every aspect, deciding how many men would remain behind to guard Winterfell while the main host marched, which outlying villages needed additional ravens, how to ensure the watchers on the ramparts stayed warm enough to remain vigilant. It was an avalanche of responsibilities that threatened to bury him. He took what solace he could in the knowledge that many lords, though wary, responded to the muster call. Some arrived in person or at least sent envoys. Lord Wyman Manderley had not come himself. Reports said he was ill in White Harbor, but he sent a respectable contingent of men under his son's command, along with ample wagons of provisions. The Ryswells and Flints trickled in with smaller forces, as did various mountain clans, each led by some grizzled fighter who spat out stories of the old days. A hush of unease lingered in the great hall whenever these new arrivals heard the rumors of whites. Yet they had come. In the old days they might have refused. Now, fear of an unnatural enemy outweighed their fear of a Targaryen. More men meant more hope. Jon did what he could to greet each group, to reassure them, to promise that their loyalty would be remembered. Still, the Karstarks remained silent. No raven arrived from Karhold. No messenger came bearing their banner. Jon told himself that Robb had gone to handle it, that it had only been a short time since his departure, that these negotiations took time. Yet the absence ate at Jon's mind, fueling nightmares where he saw Robb's corpse left in the snow, or worse, Robb reanimated as a white, leading an army of the dead. Each morning, Jon willed those nightmares away and forced himself to keep working. A new letter arrived from the Night's Watch about a week after Robb's departure. It confirmed that small skirmishes with whites continued along the fringes of the wall. But so far, the main host had not yet assaulted them. The Watch had lost contact with some rangers to the west, near the haunted forest, but the rest held the line. This gave Jon a scant measure of relief. They were not too late yet, but the letter also warned that any day could bring the onslaught. Each new dawn was borrowed time. The day after the letter came, a flurry of horns sounded atop Winterfell's ramparts. Jon hastened to the courtyard, heart pounding. At first, he thought whites might have breached the perimeter, but the calls were not alarm calls, they were signals of arrivals. He rushed outside to see figures on horseback approaching in the swirling snow. At their head rode Robb Stark, his cloak rimed with ice, gray wind loping beside him. Relief flooded Jon. Robb had returned, alive. With him were Garland Reed and the other men Jon had assigned, as well as a scattering of Karstark soldiers. A few bore the sunburst sigil, though some had evidently tried to hide it under the folds of their cloaks. The gates creaked open to admit them. Jon stepped forward, ignoring the curious stares of the men in the courtyard. Robb dismounted stiffly, handing his reins to a stable boy. He met Jon's gaze with an unreadable expression. Garland Reed and the other guards looked exhausted. "You're back," Jon said, trying to keep his voice steady. Robb nodded, breath clouding before him. "We met with the Karstarks. They've agreed to muster for the cause." Jon felt a surge of hope. "Truly?" Robb's face remained grave. "They have terms." He gestured to a hooded rider behind him. "Lord Arnulf Karstark's daughter, Alice Karstark, stands as their envoy." The hooded figure slid from her horse, pulling back the cowl to reveal a young woman with sharp features and a proud set to her shoulders. Snow clung to her hair. She regarded Jon with cool assessment. Jon inclined his head. "My lady." She studied him, then bowed. "Your Grace. My father's halls have been divided. Some cling to old grudges, believing the Targaryen claim an offense to the north. Others realize we cannot stand alone against the dead. My father is not a young man. His heart still bears wounds from the war. But the horrors you speak of are undeniable. If the dead march, the living must unite." Jon felt tension in his chest uncoil. "That's all I've ever wanted. Are you here to pledge your house?" She exchanged a glance with Robb, then spoke calmly. "We pledge our swords to defend the north against the others, and we will follow your leadership in that. But our support comes at a price, clemency for any past infractions or rebellions, a promise that once the threat is ended, the Karstarks be granted the same rights and privileges as any loyal house of the north. We do not wish to be singled out for reprisal." Jon responded without hesitation. "You have my word. The north must stand together now. When the war is done, your house will enjoy its full rights under the crown." His voice softened. "We all have regrets from the wars of men." Alice Karstark inclined her head. "Then my father's men will join you. We are preparing 500 soldiers. More may come if we can muster them from the outlying villages." 500. It was no small number, especially in winter conditions. The tension of the last days ebbed. Jon nearly let out a sigh of gratitude. "Thank you," he said quietly. He turned to Robb. "Well done." Robb's lips pressed together. It took more than a few words. There was near mutiny among some of their captains. But Alice convinced her father to see reason. "The rest is up to you, whether your governance proves that trust was not misplaced." Jon swallowed. "I'll do my best." They moved inside, away from the biting cold. Servants rushed to provide hot mulled wine, and the travelers found seats near a roaring fire in a smaller hall. Jon watched as Robb eased into a chair, wincing at a bruise on his left shoulder. It looked fresh, perhaps from a roadside skirmish. Alice Karstark set her gloves aside, warming her hands at the hearth. Garland Reed lowered himself onto a bench, exhaling relief to be free of the saddle. Ghost and gray wind hovered at the fringes, their breath steaming in the warmth. Alice explained more details of the Karstarks' position, how close they had come to refusing, how some rebellious factions still grumbled. But the bleak reality of the undead had swayed most. The presence of Robb Stark, the man they had once proclaimed king in the north, lent weight to the cause. If he could accept Jon's rule, or at least cooperate with it, perhaps the Karstarks could too. A moment passed where everyone's eyes flicked to Robb, but he offered no further comment. Jon felt a faint pang, recognizing that Robb's reluctant endorsement probably mattered more than Jon realized. They spoke until the light outside waned. Jon assured Alice Karstark of his sincerity in forging unity, praising her father's willingness to see reason. She left soon after to rest, while Garland Reed hobbled off to fetch the maester for his leg. Robb and Jon remained by the fire, the only two left. The tension between them hovered, but it felt slightly less hostile than before. Jon studied his brother's features, noticing the new lines of exhaustion. After a moment, he asked quietly, "Are you well?" Robb's expression was distant. "I'm alive. That's all that matters now." A lull. Gray winds settled near Robb's feet, seemingly exhausted too. Ghost edged closer to Jon. At length, Jon cleared his throat. "Thank you for doing this. I know it wasn't easy." Robb stared into the flames. "No, it wasn't." Jon waited, half hoping Robb might say more about what he had witnessed at Carhold, how exactly he had convinced Lord Arnulf, but Robb lapsed into silence. Finally, Robb rose, gingerly touching his bruised shoulder, and offered Jon a short, almost formal nod. "We'll see what your next orders are, Your Grace." He walked away, leaving Jon by the fire, mind churning with conflicting emotions. The Karstark alliance was a victory, but the personal rift between them remained. Perhaps this was the best they could hope for, a grudging partnership born of necessity. And yet Jon could not help yearning for more than that. He had no illusions, though. He had claimed the crown over Robb's own. There could be no simple reconciliation. The next days were a flurry of renewed preparations. With the Karstarks now joining, other smaller houses that had been wavering moved more decisively, sending men or at least confirming their muster. The courtyard of Winterfell was crowded with tents and supply wagons. Each dawn, a few more riders arrived, bringing with them the banners of their lords. Even the old keeps outside the main walls filled with new arrivals. The Great Hall was transformed into a war camp's canteen, men packed at long tables, passing food and mead. The tension in the air thickened with every new rumor. Some said the dead had attacked a fishing village near Eastwatch. Others spoke of glimpses of pale shapes in the far trees. None of it could be confirmed or denied swiftly enough. Fear gnawed at them like rats. Finally, with so many forces assembled, Jon made the decision, in 3 days, they would march to the wall. They could wait no longer. The roads were poor, the weather fierce, but if they lingered, the Night's Watch might be overwhelmed. The time for caution had ended. He announced this decision in a formal gathering of lords in the Great Hall. Tall braziers burned, illuminating the old stone walls. The battered Stark banners and the half-wolf, half-dragon banner both hung from the rafters. Men stood shoulder to shoulder, from proud lords to knighted hedge knights to clan chieftains. The hush was palpable as Jon ascended the dais, wearing the black cloak that had once been part of his Night's Watch garb, with a subtle touch of Targaryen red embroidered along the edges. He had never truly crowned himself, nor sat on any iron throne, but men called him Your Grace all the same. Duty overshadowed any question of ceremony now. He gazed out at them, throat tightening. So many eyes upon him, so many hearts pinned on his leadership. He recalled how he'd once stood in Castle Black's courtyard as a steward, overshadowed by the leadership of Ser Alliser Thorne and others who had despised him. Now he was king in all but name. Life took strange turns indeed. He spoke in a clear, carrying voice. "Lords and ladies, brave warriors of the North, we stand at the brink of a new war, one that transcends our old grievances. The dead rise beyond the wall. The Night's Watch sends desperate pleas. We have seen proof of whites ourselves. The threat is real, and it will not wait for us to bicker. In 3 days, we march. Any man or woman who can wield a sword, string a bow, or light a fire will be needed. We ride for the wall to join the watch in defense of the living." His words rippled through the hall. Some men nodded grimly, others shifted as if uneasy. But no one raised a protest. The time for arguments had passed, it seemed. Jon continued, "For those we leave behind, know that your task is no less vital. Winterfell must stand strong, a refuge for the wounded, a bastion against any threat from within or without. Lady Lyanna Mormont and Lord Clay Serwyn will command the garrison here. We trust them to ensure the safety of our supply lines." Lyanna stood straight, her jaw set, while Clay Serwyn offered a stiff bow. Jon tried to give them an encouraging nod. The realm has never faced a danger so grave. We must unite and stand as one. The day may come when we call upon our brothers to the south. But for now, let us northerners show the realm what true courage means. A rumble of assent echoed across the hall. Bolton inclined his head, though his expression gave little away. Barbary Dustin looked like she tasted something bitter, but she raised no protest. Alice Karstark nodded vigorously. Garland Reed allowed himself a small smile. Robb hovered near the back, arms folded, eyes hooded. Jon ended the meeting with a simple command. "Ready yourselves. For the dawn in 3 days we ride." That night, the fortress came alive with the preparations of a massive host departing. Blacksmiths worked overtime. Cooks scrambled to preserve and pack rations. Stable hands readied the horses, reinforcing tack and harnesses. Men sharpened swords by lamplight, tested bows, mended cloaks, and said quiet farewells to loved ones. Snow drifted intermittently, dusting everyone who ventured outside. Fires burned bright in the braziers, as though trying to outshine the cold. Jon received tidings from some of the southern houses in the midst of the frenzy. Few were encouraging. The Vale's regent, Peter Baelish, wrote a polite but noncommittal reply, claiming the Vale might assist if the threat was proven real. Edmure Tully responded with a letter voicing alarm but admitted the Riverlands were weakened and still recovering from the wars. There was no letter from King's Landing, nor from the Tyrells, the Martells, or the Stormlands. Possibly the Ravens had not reached them yet, or perhaps had been shot down. Possibly they were ignoring him. Regardless, the North had no time to wait for them. Jon pushed aside despair. Whatever else happened, the North would make it stand. And he, Jon Targaryen, though he still cringed inwardly at that name, would lead them come what may. He hardly slept during those 3 days. One evening, as the hour grew late, he walked alone through the courtyard, checking the lines of wagons. The moon cast a ghostly glow on the snowy ground. Guards patrolled the walls, their breath visible. Part of Jon wanted to slip away, to find a corner in the Godswood where he could pray and PR. Pretend all would be well, but he had too much to do. So he moved from wagon to wagon, verifying that each carried the barrels of oil, the carefully wrapped dragonglass arrowheads, the salted meats, the furs. Every detail could mean lives saved or lost. Near the armory, he encountered Robb, who seemed to be going through a similar routine, examining the lines of men who would ride out in the morning. They came face to face at the corner of a stable. For a moment, neither spoke. Robb broke the silence first. "You're thorough." Jon offered a tired shrug. "I have to be." Robb's eyes swept the wagons. "In the War of the Five Kings, I made mistakes by trusting supply lines would hold without personally seeing to them. I never expected to see a day when I'd be doing this with you for a war against the dead." Jon almost smiled, a faint, sad twist of his lips. "I suppose life has a twisted sense of humor." A beat passed. Then he asked softly, "Are you truly committed to this fight, Robb? I know it must be a bitter thing, riding under my banner." Robb regarded him, the torchlight revealing a flicker of old hurt. "I do this for the North, not for your banner. But yes, I'm committed. If these White Walkers are as terrible as you say and as we've seen, then there's no other choice." Jon nodded. He wanted to say more, to mend the breach somehow, but the words would not come. After a strained pause, Robb turned and continued on his inspection, disappearing into the gloom. Jon watched him go, feeling as though the distance between them was as wide as the entire realm. At dawn on the appointed day, the horns sounded. The gates of Winterfell creaked open. Jon stood at the head of the assembled host, cloaked in black and furs, Longclaw strapped at his side. The castle yard was overflowing with riders, foot soldiers, pack animals, and wagons. The banners of the assembled houses fluttered in a grim display: House Bolton's Flayed Man, House Mormont's Bear, House Karstark's Sunburst, House Serwyn's Battleaxe, House Dustin's Two Crossed Longaxes, and many more. But overshadowing them all was the stark gray direwolf of House Stark, joined with the newly stitched half-dragon banner that symbolized Jon's Targaryen claim. The men stamped their feet against the cold, breath rising like steam. Direwolves prowled at the edges, uneasy. Jon mounted his horse, a sturdy chestnut courser. Ghost sat at the stirrup, silent. Nearby, Robb mounted his own warhorse, Grey Wind pacing. Lyanna Mormont stood by the gates, seeing them off with her small retinue, since she would remain behind to keep Winterfell strong. The wind cut across the courtyard, ruffling fur hoods and sending a shiver through everyone present. Jon took a moment to survey them. Thousands of men, though not as many as a southern host might muster in summer, but as many as the North could afford in these dire times. Each face was etched with determination or fear. Most had heard the rumors of whites or seen glimpses themselves. They were resolved, or at least resigned, to the necessity of what they did. Jon's heart swelled with a mix of gratitude and sorrow. He raised his gloved hand. "Men of the North," he called, his voice echoing off the walls. "We ride to face the greatest threat this land has ever known. There will be hardship, fear, and death. But remember this, We do not ride alone. We stand together, bound by the living's will to survive. Hold fast to your courage, and let the memories of your loved ones guide your sword arms. Let us show the dead that the North remembers how to fight." A roar of affirmation rose from the ranks, though it was tinged with grim resolve rather than enthusiasm. Bolton's men in the vanguard barked the loudest, perhaps trying to prove their worth. The rest joined, a rumble that reverberated in Jon's bones. He lowered his hand, adrenaline pulsing. He locked eyes with Lyanna Mormont, who gave a curt nod, and then looked to Robb. Robb lifted his chin in a silent acknowledgement, neither a challenge nor a warm endorsement, but something in between, and so they set forth. The heavy portcullis swung wide, revealing the snow-choked road beyond Winterfell's moat. Horses plodded forward, wagons creaked, men trudged with pikes on their shoulders. The bitter wind bit at cheeks and noses, but they pressed on. One by one, the battalions followed Jon out of Winterfell's protective walls, their footsteps marking the fresh snow with thousands of prints. The drawbridge rattled behind them, and then they were outside, in the wide bleakness of the northern landscape. Jon rode at the front, cloak snapping around his shoulders, eyes fixed on the horizon. The next weeks would test them more severely than any had faced before. Hunger, cold, exhaustion, and at the end of it an unimaginable enemy. Yet in his mind's eye he recalled the images from the letter. The White Walkers near the Milkwater, the scattered whites prowling the countryside. The threat was no longer a distant legend. War marched upon them, as inevitable as winter's chill. He cast a glance back over his shoulder, seeing the line of men stretching beyond Winterfell's gate. At the far end of the column, from the highest turret, the wolf dragon banner flew. He thought of Ned Stark, of Rhaegar Targaryen, of Lyanna Stark. Two families that had once been mortal enemies, now joined in his blood. He wondered if that union would save Westeros or doom it. Every muscle in his body tensed, but he set his jaw. With Robb riding just behind, with the North at his side, with the dead waiting ahead, Jon pressed forward into the swirling snow. The gates of Winterfell disappeared behind them, lost in the pale distance. Ghost padded through drifts, silent as a shadow. The march had begun. They could not turn back now, nor look away from the horrors to come. They would meet them head-on with steel in their hands and the unspoken hope in their hearts that the dawn might yet break across Westeros. Snow fell, thick and unrelenting, muffling the landscape in white silence. In that hush, the battered host advanced, forging a path northward. And if the others stirred beyond the wall, if an army of the dead awaited, then Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, would answer them with all the living he could gather, standing at the place where night and day met. Betrayals and crowns, grudges and heartbreak were rendered small before such a cosmic struggle. Only the fight itself remained, etched in the biting wind and the unwavering hearts of those who refused to yield to the dark. The wind clawed at the vast columns snaking across the northern tundra, whipping frozen grains of snow into stinging flurries that lashed horses and men alike. For days, the great host of the North had marched from Winterfell toward the wall, trudging ever deeper into the heart of winter's domain. Even the warhorses seemed diminished by the relentless cold, their breath steaming in the frosty air. To either side of the road, the land stretched bleak and unbroken, marked only by skeletal trees crusted with ice. The sky was a perpetual iron gray, denying them even the meager warmth of sunlight. Jon rode at the van, his black cloak layered with furs, shoulders braced against gusts that threatened to peel away every shred of heat. Ghost padded alongside his mount, the direwolf's white fur blending into drifts so thoroughly that one might miss his presence unless Ghost turned his crimson eyes upon them. Farther back, behind lines of footmen and wagons, Robb Stark commanded his own small retinue, forming a kind of second spear of leadership. Close by him, gray wind skulked through the snow, equally tireless in the face of ice and wind. If either wolf showed signs of flagging, Jon thought the men might lose heart, but thus far, Ghost and Grey Wind pressed on, living embodiments of northern resolve. It had been nearly 2 weeks on the road. Though the distance from Winterfell to the wall was not so great in fair weather, winter roads and heavy wagons slowed their march to a crawl. Some nights, the winds howled so fiercely that men huddled together around their fires, certain they heard shrieks of the dead in the gale. Even the boldest boasted less often now, and the camp's murmurs spoke of fear more than glory. Yet discipline held. The men kept to their tasks, erecting tents, tending horses, scouting the terrain, and burying any who succumbed to the brutal cold. Any sign of dissent was quickly stamped out by the watchful eyes of Roose Bolton's officers or by the unwavering will of the Mormonts, Karstarks, and Reeds, who recognized that petty rivalries no longer had a place. Tension flared occasionally, northern pride and old feuds could not vanish overnight, but the memory of whites in the snow kept such conflicts from igniting. All understood, at least dimly, that their true enemy waited somewhere beyond the horizon, biding its inhuman time. At midday on the 14th day of the march, Jon called a halt at a shallow ravine. Frozen streambeds meandered through the low ground, their surfaces dusted with snow. The banks offered partial shelter from the wind. Though the day was dim, it was the closest thing they had to daylight in this perpetual gloom. Soldiers began to set up for a short rest, unloading rations and breaking ice to water the horses. Jon dismounted stiffly, feeling the burn of frost in his calves. Every day felt like a small war against the elements before the real war could even begin. Roose Bolton appeared among the ranks with a small escort of pale-faced men. His soft voice carried over the crunch of boots on snow. "Your Grace, the scouts report no signs of whites ahead, but they found fresh footprints crossing the road a few miles south, possibly free folk, possibly deserters. Shall we send a party to track them?" Jon glanced at the ridge where the scouts had vanished. He was acutely aware that the others could be anywhere now, as quiet as the breeze. "No," he decided at length. "We don't have time to chase a handful of wanderers in this weather. Keep a watch, but let's not divide the host. Our priority is reaching the wall with as many men alive as possible." Bolton inclined his head, expression as unreadable as ever. "As you say, Your Grace." Nearby, Alice Karstark guided her horse through the snow, checking the ranks of Karstark men who had joined them. She paused to dip a respectful nod to Jon and Bolton, though her eyes flicked warily at Bolton's sigil. She seemed relieved that no immediate conflict simmered. With a few hushed words, she moved on, ensuring her house was well supplied. Jon turned his attention to the wagons. Puffs of steam rose from the horses' nostrils as stable hands began distributing fodder. Men in thick gloves unloaded salted meat and hard bread, passing them along to the nearest soldiers. The hush that fell over the ravine was broken only by the sigh of wind and the subdued scraping of ice from wagon wheels. Even the usual jests that accompanied mealtime were muted. War weighed on them all. A familiar presence approached from behind. Jon looked over his shoulder to see Robb Stark standing there, an unreadable expression on his face. Robb's cheeks were raw from cold and snow dusted his hair, but a grim determination smoldered in his gray eyes. "We push on hard, I see," he said quietly. "I suppose we have to." Jon nodded, letting a breath plume in the frosty air. "We can't linger. Each day might be the day the others attack the wall in force. If we delay too long, we'll arrive to find only corpses." Robb's mouth tightened. "Assuming we can arrive at all. These men, half of them aren't fit for a winter campaign. The Boulder Lords might have marched in the snows before, but most of these recruits are green, or were pressed into service by their families when they realized the scale of the threat." His gaze flicked to a cluster of young foot soldiers stomping their feet around a small fire. "They're freezing. They'll learn," Jon answered, though his voice held little warmth. "They have to, or they die. That's what winter means." He studied Robb's face, recalling the king in the north he had once seen leading armies into the south. Now, the enemy was not a petty house in the Riverlands, but a force that defied mortal comprehension. "We'll need your experience, Robb. You've commanded more men in war than I have." Robb gave a short, humorless laugh. "I was outmaneuvered by betrayal as much as by any tactic, and I lost half my loyal bannermen in the process." He shook his head, then exhaled sharply. "Still, I'll do what I can." Jon wanted to say something else, something to ease the tension that always coiled around them. Before he could form the words, a horn sounded from the far end of the ravine. 2 short blasts. It was not the alarm for whites or white walkers. It was a call summoning certain officers to assemble. Jon and Robb exchanged a glance, then trudged through the snow to see what new tidings had arrived. At the top of the ravine, they found a small group of scouts. One of them held a rolled piece of parchment. "A messenger from Castle Black, Your Grace," the scout reported, handing over the parchment. "He's just arrived with fresh tidings." Jon tore open the wax seal, scanning the spidery handwriting. The chill in his body deepened, and it had nothing to do with the wind. "Damn," he muttered. Robb leaned closer, eyes flicking over the text. What does it say? Jon read aloud, voice grim. We have come under multiple small attacks along our defenses. Whites appear in greater numbers nightly, testing the perimeter. Rangers report hearing shrieks in the dark, witnessing glimpses of white walkers near abandoned wildling camps. Morale is shaky. Castle Black stands for now, but we cannot hold indefinitely. Come with haste, or not at all. He let the parchment drop to his side, gazing out over the snowy expanse. It's worse than I feared. Robb's mouth was a tight line. Then we make haste. We push harder. Jon nodded. Yes, we'll tell the men. For hours rest, then we march again. He glanced at the darkening sky. We'll move by night if we must. The scout who had delivered the message spoke up, voice hoarse from exhaustion. The messenger also said that Lord Commander. He paused, frowning. Well, the letter is signed by Ser Dennis Mallister, but there's talk the Watch's leadership is in disarray. They lost more men than expected in the last skirmish. They might be scattered across Eastwatch and Shadow Tower. Communication is poor, so they're not sure who's truly in charge. Jon rubbed his temples. Gods. We need to unify them if they're going to fight beside us. He slid the parchment inside his cloak, then turned to Robb and the others. Spread the word. We set out again soon. Let the men rest while they can. Word spread quickly through the camp. The remainder of that day's halt was grimly efficient, with many trying to catch a few moments' sleep or to choke down their meager rations. Jon found no rest. He conferred with Bolton, Lady Dustin, Alice Karstark, and the other ranking lords, urging them to prepare their men for forced marches. Supplies were to be rationed even more tightly. Some complained, but none dared challenge the orders outright. By the time they resumed the march, night was falling, turning the landscape into a ghostly haze. Torchlight bobbed through the ranks, illuminating fleeting shapes of men, horses, and supply wagons. They pressed north, the distant silhouette of the Frostfangs looming on the horizon, and every step carried them further from comfort and deeper into the domain of ice and darkness. Hour after hour, the host slogged on. The cold became a living thing that seeped through furs and leathers, gnawing at fingers and toes. Men stifled curses, trying to preserve breath. Ghost and gray wind ranged outward, occasionally disappearing into the swirling snow, then reappearing with silent grace. Whenever their eyes flashed red and gold, the soldiers took heart, as if the wolf's presence reminded them that not all in the night belonged to the dead. Close to midnight, the forward scouts signaled a halt again. Jon nudged his horse forward, heart pounding, worried it might be an enemy. But as he reached the ridge where the scouts stood, he saw a faint glimmer of lights below, a cluster of flickering torches. Tents and small fires dotted the valley floor. The watchers parted for Jon, revealing an unexpected sight, a sizable encampment with banners that looked like stag antlers battered in the wind. Jon's breath caught. Stannis Baratheon? He had heard rumor that Stannis still lurked somewhere in the north ever since his defeat at the Battle of Winterfell in another timeline, yet details were uncertain in this changed course of events. Now, apparently, Stannis or his remnants had taken refuge in the wild, stubbornly refusing to depart. If those truly were his banners, it seemed they had pitched a defensive camp, possibly drawn by the same purpose that led Jon to the wall. Jon beckoned Robb and a few others. They peered down at the flicker of campfires. He could see men moving around them, posted guards, a ring of sharpened stakes. Armor glinted in the firelight, though it was too far for clarity. One battered sigil showed a stag, though the cloth was torn. Another flag bore the flaming heart of the red god, Melisandre's sign, if rumor held true. Robb frowned. Stannis? Or what's left of his forces? Likely, Jon replied. They might be more allies for the war against the dead or trouble. Roose Bolton's voice came from behind, soft and mocking. King Stannis, indeed. Are we to approach him as friend or foe, my king? Jon thought fast. Even if Stannis still claimed the Iron Throne, the White Walker threat overshadowed the question of rightful kingship. We approach as neutrals, at least for now, Jon said. He's no fool. If we're to face the others, we can't waste men killing each other. Bolton gave a bow as shallow as a dish. Wise words. Jon ignored the man's tone. He turned to Robb. I'll ride down with a small party. Let's see if Stannis welcomes us. Meanwhile, keep the host back. Robb nodded curtly. I'll go with you. There was no hesitation in his voice, though his posture was stiff with old resentments. Stannis had once claimed the north was his, too. Jon gathered a handful of men, Robb, Alice Karstark, Garland Reed, and a small guard detail to show they came in peace but were not defenseless. They descended the ridge in single file, torches raised high. Before they reached the outlying stakes, a challenge was called, gruff voices demanding they halt. The ring of steel told Jon that Stannis' men stood ready in the darkness. Jon reined in his horse, raising a hand. "We come seeking parley." A figure emerged, clad in mismatched furs over battered plate, a weather-beaten face partially hidden behind a thick beard. "Who goes?" he barked. "Name yourselves or be gone." Jon cleared his throat, keeping his voice steady. "I am Jon Targaryen, though I was once known as Jon Snow. I lead a host of Northerners to the Wall. We mean no harm to Stannis Baratheon, only to treat with him if he's here." The man hesitated, peering through the torchlight. Robb added, voice taut, "And I am Robb Stark, once king in the north. We come in peace." Shock flashed across the soldier's face. He glanced at his comrades before calling back, "Wait here." Then he trudged off into the gloom. Moments dragged by, tense as the torches sputtered and the wind clawed at them. Finally, a small group appeared from the encampment, leading fresh horses. At their center rode a man who looked leaner and grayer than the last time Jon had glimpsed him, Stannis Baratheon himself. The Ines in his face had deepened, and his cloak, once regal, was threadbare. Yet his posture remained rigid, his gaze cold as the winter around them. On his left rode a woman with red hair, clad in a cloak of crimson and gold, Melisandre of Ass High, if rumor held true. Stannis halted within speaking distance, scanning Jon, Robb, and their retinue. Shadows danced across the hollows of his cheeks. When he spoke, his voice was as flinty as ever. "Jon Snow, last I heard, you were the bastard of Eddard Stark, sworn to the Night's Watch, and Robb Stark, the king in the north. Now I see a Targaryen banner. Have the lines of loyalty twisted so far?" Jon tensed, forcing himself to remain calm. "Times have changed. I discovered truths of my parentage, and we face a threat greater than any southern dispute. The White Walkers gather in force. We march to the Wall to aid the Night's Watch." Stannis' mouth drew tight. He eyed the larger force on the ridge behind them, seeing the glimmers of countless torches. "How many do you lead?" "Thousands," Jon said. "Men from houses Bolton, Karstark, Dustin, Mormont, Serwyn, Ryswell, and more. They've united behind me to face the undead. We could use your swords as well." A low hiss of wind passed. Stannis' expression was torn between caution and grudging interest. Then he looked at Robb. "And you, boy? Do you still call yourself king?" Robb's jaw tightened. The memory of old slights was plain in his eyes, but he tempered himself. "No," he said. "That crown is lost. Now I fight for the living, alongside Jon." Stannis' gaze flicked from one to the other, as though measuring how deep the enmity might run. Melisandre's eyes gleamed in the torchlight. She looked at Jon with an intensity that made his skin crawl. He remembered rumors that she saw visions in flames, that her red god whispered secrets. "So the wolves unite under a dragon's name," she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of wonder. "Azor Ahai reborn takes many guises." Jon blinked. "I'm no savior." He had no desire to feed that prophecy. "I'm just a man trying to save Westeros from the dead." Melisandre arched a brow, but Stannis waved a hand to silence her. "We have our own reason to march north. The Wall must not fall, else all is lost. My forces are fewer than you see here. Winter whittled us down. But I still hold men loyal enough to fight. We've been raiding wildling caches for supplies, waiting for a chance to move on Castle Black." Jon felt relief stir. "Then come with us. Combine your strength with ours. The enemy we face does not care about claims to the Iron Throne or old grudges. We need every sword." Stannis' stare bored into Jon's eyes, as though reading every flicker of doubt. Moments ticked by, the hush broken only by the restless shifting of horses. Then Stannis gave a curt nod. "Very well. We will ride with you. But know this, I still claim the throne by right of Robert's blood. I will not bend to any Targaryen pretender. Once the dead are vanquished, your status may need clarification." Jon repressed a sigh. Victory over the others was so uncertain that quarreling about the aftermath felt absurd. We can cross that bridge if we survive. A ghost of a wry smile twisted Stannis's mouth. So be it. By dawn, Stannis's men had broken camp to join the northern host. Their numbers were indeed small, but they carried themselves with a soldierly bearing that hinted at discipline forged in dire circumstances. Melisandre moved among them, offering words about the Lord of Light and the fires that burned away darkness. Some listened with reverence, others with mere tolerance. Jon noted how the Red Priestess surveyed him now and then, a peculiar gleam in her eyes, as if she were peering past his flesh into hidden secrets. He avoided her gaze, focusing on the immediate task of uniting two armies that had once eyed each other as enemies. On the ridge, men gawked as they saw the newcomers. Weathered Baratheon soldiers, a handful of southern knights wearing chipped antler sigils, and a few horsemen bearing the flaming heart of R'hllor. A hush spread while these groups joined the larger columns. Jon gave orders for them to be integrated into the host's supply lines, rationing out what little extra they could spare. Some of the northern lords were wary. Lady Dustin scowled at the mention of Stannis's presence, but no one risked open defiance. War with the dead overshadowed personal grudges. Robb watched from a distance as Stannis rode along the lines, presumably assessing the scale of their combined forces. At length, Robb approached Jon, lowering his voice. This new alliance might be the difference between victory and defeat, or it might sow discord. Stannis is proud. He may not obey your commands. Jon nodded. He may well not, but if he leads his own men effectively, that's enough. We can coordinate on the field. I'd rather have him at our side than behind us, forging his own path. Robb's gaze drifted after Stannis, a faint frown creasing his brow. Watch him closely. He's known for rigid justice, but also for rigid pride. In the next days, their combined column advanced faster, urged on by the renewed sense of possibility. With Stannis's men supplementing their scouts, they could spread out more widely, covering more ground and spotting dangers sooner. Twice, they encountered small bands of wildlings, gaunt and frostbitten, more refugees than raiders. Some begged for mercy, offering to join in the fight against the others. Jon allowed it, so long as they surrendered their weapons and agreed to follow the host in an auxiliary capacity. Not all the Northmen were pleased, but the Free Folk had always known more of the White Walkers than Southern Knights did. Their knowledge might prove invaluable. As they pressed onward, the terrain grew harsher. Drifts rose waist-high in places, forcing them to reroute. A misstep in an icy hollow could snap a horse's leg. Frigid wind cut across the plains, spurring men to wrap themselves in every scrap of fur they owned. Some nights, the temperature dropped so low that tents crackled with frost from within. Jon wondered how many men might die of exposure before they ever saw a white. Still, they trudged forward. One morning, Jon stood on a small rise, surveying the columns stretching behind him. The sky was slate gray as always, but dawn's feeble light picked out a distant black smudge on the horizon. He knew that shape, the wall. Even at this range, its sheer immensity was unmistakable, an icy barrier that stretched from sea to sea, luminous with the faint shine of ancient ice. Despite everything, Jon felt a flicker of homecoming. He'd once spent every day of his life guarding that colossal structure. Now he returned as a king of sorts, bringing an army to defend it. How different from the lonely boy who had arrived there years ago, uncertain of his future. Over the course of that day's march, the wall loomed larger. Word spread among the ranks, Castle Black was near. Men gathered fresh resolve, gritting their teeth against exhaustion. Even the horses seemed to quicken their pace, sensing that rest might lie ahead. By late afternoon, the leading elements of the host approached the fringes of the gift, the stretch of land south of the wall. Sparse farms dotted the snowy fields. They had once supplied the Night's Watch, but many now stood abandoned, roofs collapsed under drifts or doors wrenched open by scavengers. The air felt unnaturally still. No crows cawed, no children played. A hush of desolation blanketed everything, as though winter had claimed these lands fully. Jon dispatched scouts in all directions, warning them not to range too far. The others might be near. Then he led the main body straight up the King's Road toward Castle Black. Soon they caught sight of the old wooden palisade that marked the outer perimeter, though it was half buried in snow. The castle itself loomed behind it, dark towers battered by time, overshadowed by the shimmering ice of the wall rising behind them like the edge of the world. Men on the ramparts stirred at their approach. Jon heard a voice cry, "Halt! Who goes?" Then, after a short scramble, "Open the gates. Let them in." The heavyweight swung inward and a handful of black-clad brothers came rushing out, faces taut with equal measures of fear and relief. Jon recognized some, Ed Talit, Dolorous Ed, they had called him, along with a few others from his old days in the watch. Jon dismounted, ignoring the ache in his legs, to meet them on foot. Ed stepped forward, his usually dour expression momentarily brightening. "Jon Snow," he said, voice wavering. Then he recalled himself, adding a stiff bow. "Your Grace." He looked perplexed, as if unsure how to address his one-time brother in black. Jon clasped his shoulder, forging past formalities. "Ed, it's good to see you alive." He looked around at the row of watchmen, counting fewer than he expected. "How many remain here?" Ed's face fell. "We're barely 200 strong at Castle Black, and that includes green recruits. The Shadow Tower has 100 or so, Eastwatch a bit less. Ravages of war and desertion, plus the Whites took some. We're spread thin as a parchment. The new Lord Commander was, well, we had trouble deciding after the last one fell. Currently, Ser Dennis Mallister tries to coordinate from the Shadow Tower, but Ravens are slow these days." Ed shook his head. "We've been losing ground nightly. They come in waves, testing us." Jon swallowed a lump of dread. "Then we came just in time." Ed's gaze shifted to the host of thousands behind Jon, men streaming through the open palisade, each cluster wearing the colors of a different northern house. The presence of Stannis's antlered sigils caused some confusion among the Black brothers, but none seemed inclined to complain. "Gods be good," Ed breathed. "That's more men than I've ever seen at Castle Black. We might stand a chance." Then his eyes found Robb, and something like shock lit his face. "Is that Robb Stark?" Robb dismounted and gave Ed a curt nod. "We have old grudges behind us. For now, we defend the living." Ed blinked, clearly baffled by the swirl of allegiances, but he mustered a shaky grin. "I won't complain about having a Stark on our side again, or a Snow, or a Targaryen, or whatever we're to call you." Jon suppressed a smile. "Just Jon will do for now." The arrival of the enormous host sent Castle Black into a frenzy. The courtyard that once housed a handful of watchmen was soon teeming with northern soldiers, wagons, horses, and banners. The old stables overflowed. Some men set up tents near the wooden halls that comprised the fortress's meager living quarters. The supply lines had to be rearranged to accommodate the new guests. In every corner, men scurried about, hauling wood for fires, clearing snowdrifts, and distributing the last of the watch's provisions. The Black brothers, though exhausted, took a certain pride in helping orchestrate the chaos. For centuries, the Watch had stood alone. Now, for the first time in living memory, an army of the realm had come north to fight side by side with them. At the center of it all stood the wall itself, a colossal rampart of ice so tall it made men feel like ants. Jon gazed up at it, remembering the countless nights he had spent on top, scanning the darkness for threats. A memory flickered, the first time he had climbed the rickety winch cage, heart hammering as the ground dropped away. He had been a boy then, determined to prove himself. Now, as the leader of thousands, he felt no less dwarfed by the challenge that lay on the far side. By evening, Jon and the other leaders, Robb Stark, Stannis Baratheon, Melisandre, Roose Bolton, Lady Dustin, Alice Karstark, Garland Reed, and Ed Talit, gathered in the common hall, which was the largest enclosed space Castle Black could offer. Torches flared along the walls, revealing a worn floor scattered with straw. The hall reeked of sweaty men and damp cloaks, but it was as private as they could manage with so many people crammed inside the castle. Jon stood at a rough-hewn table that served as a makeshift war map on which they had placed stones and pieces of wood to mark positions. A battered parchment showed the area north of the wall, though the scale was not precise. Ed pressed a gloved hand to the parchment. "We've had sightings of Whites in the haunted forest, along the Milkwater, and closer to Harhome on the eastern coast. They're scattered, but always in small groups that vanish before dawn. We suspect the White Walkers command them from deeper in the wilderness. The real question is, where's the main host?" Stannis, arms folded, spoke with the cool confidence of a seasoned commander. "We cannot spread ourselves thin by chasing ghosts. We must pick a strategic point to meet them. If they come for Castle Black, so be it. The wall is our strongest defense." Robb frowned. "The wall can help, but if they mount a concentrated assault, we might be overrun. The Watch has too few men to defend the entire structure. The castle here isn't designed for thousands of soldiers. We can use Eastwatch and Shadow Tower too, but that might dilute our strength." Melisandre's voice carried an eerie calm. "The true war will be decided by fire or ice, where the Lord of Light wills it. To stand idle behind walls might invite doom. Perhaps we must strike first. Jon's gut twisted at the memory of the white ambush on the journey to Winterfell. We can't fight them blindly in the wilderness. Winter nights last long, our torches and fires might hold off some whites, but not an entire legion if that's what they bring. Roose Bolton's gaze flicked over the map. A gamble either way, but consider, the others will not easily cross the wall while it still stands. Legend says there is old magic woven into it that wards against them. If that's true, then Castle Black is more defensible than we think. We might hold here until the White Walkers decide to appear. Then we meet them under our archers and trebuchets, if we can build such engines in time. Lady Dustin gave a mirthless laugh. Trebuchets? Do you imagine we have the lumber and craftsmen for that in this frozen God's-forsaken place? Stannis's jaw tightened, but he did not rise to the bait. We have soldiers enough to cut down trees in the gift, some stands remain there. We can build rudimentary siege engines. If the others appear in force, we hurl flaming oil, dragon glass projectiles, anything we can muster. The question is whether they'll come, or whether they'll find another way around. Jon frowned at the map. The wall spanned from the Bay of Seals in the east to the gorge in the west, hundreds of miles, with only 3 major castles manned. Castle Black, the Shadow Tower, and Eastwatch by the Sea. If the others attacked at multiple points simultaneously, the living would be forced to split their forces, racing to reinforce wherever the threat was greatest. In a typical war, that might be manageable, but these foes didn't tire or fear the cold. And if any portion of the wall was breached, thousands of whites could pour through like water breaking a dam. He spoke slowly. We can divide the host. Send part of it to Eastwatch, part to the Shadow Tower, keep the bulk here. We have enough men to reinforce those places, but it means fewer swords in any one spot. Alice Karstark folded her arms. We should also consider Har Home. The free folk used to gather there. If some remain, they might be in danger or already turned. Or perhaps the White Walkers plan to use the coast. Robb rubbed his temples. We don't have the ships to mount a rescue or a defense at Har Home, do we? Stannis exchanged a glance with Melisandre, then answered, I had some ships once, but the storms claimed many. My fleet is scattered, wrecked at Eastwatch or Blackwater Bay. We cannot launch a naval operation of any significant size. Jon let out a slow breath, the weight of the realm pressing on him. Then Har Home is vulnerable. We likely can't protect it. Let's focus on what we can do, secure Eastwatch, Castle Black, and the Shadow Tower, and watch for signs of the enemy's main host. If they appear at Har Home in large numbers, we might attempt a smaller rescue, but not a pitched battle. Dolorous nodded grimly. It's more than the Watch could hope for on our own. He tapped the map. We'll need your men's help garrisoning the top of the wall, too. Ranging along it to spot movement on the far side. Jon reached to the corner of the table where a small wooden box sat. He lifted the lid, revealing a cache of dragonglass arrowheads and a single short dagger made of the same black material. We have some obsidian, courtesy of the mines on Dragonstone and from old caches the Watch discovered. Not enough to equip everyone, but every man who stands on the wall should have at least a few obsidian arrows. We'll need more if we can craft them. Melisandre's eyes glinted. Fire and shadow can also harm the dead. My red god's flames are the key. Steel alone won't suffice. Roose Bolton's lips curved in a thin smile. Then we'd best gather kindling. Stannis pressed on, ignoring Bolton's remark. Agreed. We'll gather the resources, coordinate at each castle. I'll send some men west to fortify the Shadow Tower. My knights are used to discipline defense. Let the Karstarks go east to Eastwatch as they volunteered. The bulk of your forces, Targaryen, he stumbled slightly over the name, can remain at Castle Black with the Night's Watch. Jon eyed Robb, waiting to see if he'd protest Stannis claiming any measure of authority. But Robb only nodded wearily. Even a fraction of their army was still thousands, enough to man the other castles. Very well, Jon said. We'll finalize the distribution in the morning. For now, our men need rest. Ed, show them what hospitality the Watch can offer. Ed grimaced. That might not be much, but we'll do what we can. They broke from the meeting, scattering to see that the men were settled. Jon lingered a moment, staring at the war map. He felt, more than ever, how dire their plight was. Even with the largest northern host in living memory, plus Stannis' knights, plus the battered Night's Watch, the White Walkers might still prove unstoppable if they arrived in their thousands. But there was no alternative. This was where the living would make their stand. He left the hall, stepping into the courtyard. Above him, the wall loomed ghostly in the torchlight. He considered riding the cage to the top to see for himself the endless wilderness beyond. Maybe tomorrow. For now, his bones ached and he needed at least a little sleep. Ghost padded by his side, quiet as a shadow. Snow drifted lightly from the sky. He exhaled, breath turning to mist, and thought of all who might be lost before this was done. He found temporary quarters in a half-collapsed tower where a single room had been hastily cleared. Bolton's men had offered him a better space, but he refused to displace the Black brothers who already crowded the castle. The wind whistled through cracks in the stone, and the straw pallet was meager, but it was enough. Jon removed his cloak, sank onto the pallet, and let fatigue drag him down. Ghost settled at the threshold, ears alert. Outside, the bustle of thousands of soldiers died down, replaced by an uneasy hush. War hovered on the horizon, perhaps mere days away. Sleep claimed Jon, though it was restless. Nightmares haunted him, visions of whites bursting through the gate, the screams of men devoured by icy talons, the massive shape of a white walker on a skeletal horse. He dreamed of the wall cracking under a pale hand, sending shards of ice tumbling like glass to the ground. He dreamed of Robb glaring at him with accusing eyes, demanding to know why brother had turned on brother. Jon woke in a cold sweat, chest heaving, the gloom of early dawn pressing at the window slit. Ghost stirred, ears flicking as if he sensed Jon's distress. Jon pressed a hand over his pounding heart. It was only a dream, he told himself. But the threat was real. He dressed, buckled on long claw, and set out into the yard. Men were already stirring, feeding horses, stamping the snow off their boots. The sun, what little of it there was, had crept above the horizon, painting the sky in a thin wash of pale gray. Jon's breath plumed. He saw Robb near the stables, speaking with Garland Reed, both of them hunched against the cold. Past them, Stannis's men were gathering in the courtyard, preparing to dispatch a detachment west. Further on, the Black brothers offered meager breakfasts to the new arrivals. Jon rubbed the weariness from his face and moved to where a small cluster of cartographers stood with Ed Tollett, finalizing the distribution of their forces. A few Karstark bannermen waited anxiously, set to depart for Eastwatch. "Your Grace," one said, "Lady Alice is seeking you for instructions." Jon nodded. "I'll find her." He walked with purposeful strides, ignoring the ache in his legs. Rounding a corner, he spotted Alice Karstark near a stockpile of dragaglass. The lumps of black obsidian gleamed in the winter light, some shaped into arrowheads or spear tips. A blacksmith hammered away at a crude mold while two apprentices fumbled with lumps of coal. Alice brushed snow from her hood, then straightened upon seeing Jon. "Your Grace, we're nearly ready to move east. We'll need a wagon for the dragaglass if you can spare it." Jon surveyed the pile. "Take as much as you can carry, but remember Eastwatch might have some as well. The Night's Watch used to keep caches at each castle." Alice nodded. "We'll see what we can find. I'll leave a few riders behind for a day or two in case more shipments come in." He studied her face. She was young for the position she held, but the lines of worry made her appear older. Jon wished he could offer some reassurance. "Watch the coastline and keep your men inside the walls at night. We still don't know where the main attack will come." She grimaced. "If the others come by sea, I'm not sure Eastwatch can hold. But we'll do our best." Jon squeezed her shoulder gently, a gesture of camaraderie. "The entire realm depends on all of us doing our best." She bowed and moved on, barking orders at Karstark soldiers who were finishing harnessing horses to a pair of wagons. Jon glanced around at the swirl of activity in the courtyard. Bolton was there, conferring with a tall, scarred officer about supply lines to the Shadow Tower. Lady Dustin observed from a slight distance, her face stony. Melisandre passed like a red wraith among the men, her gaze distant as if lost in visions only she could see. Everywhere, men braced themselves for the next step. Finally, Jon spotted Robb again, heading for the stair that led up to the top of the wall. Without quite knowing why, Jon followed, stepping up onto the wooden steps behind him. The stairs groaned underfoot, but they were sturdier than the old winch cage's ropes, at least. The climb was long. About halfway up, Robb paused, leaning on the rail to watch the hundreds of tents spread around Castle Black. The distant figures looked like ants from this height. Jon caught up, breathing in quick bursts. "Admiring the view?" Robb let out a short laugh. "Hardly. Just thinking." He turned, eyeing Jon, then resumed climbing. Jon joined him, and they continued until they reached the top. A biting wind knifed across the walkway, carrying with it the tang of frozen air. On one side, the northern expanse stretched endless and white. On the other, the gift lay behind them, dotted with the dark shapes of farmland and forest. Robb pressed a gloved hand to the icy rampart. "I've never stood atop the wall before," he said quietly. "Father spoke of it, and you wrote about it in letters, but it's nothing like I imagined." Jon stood beside him, peering north. The cold stung his cheeks, but the majesty of the view still seized him with a strange awe. In the distance, the forest looked like a black sea. Snow clouds hovered over the horizon, threatening more storms. I always felt small here, Jon murmured, but also purposeful, like I was part of something bigger. Robb's expression was unreadable. A long silence fell between them, the wind roaring in their ears. Gray wind padded a few steps behind, sniffing at the icy walkway with uncertain curiosity. Ghost was nowhere to be seen, presumably exploring elsewhere. After a while, Robb spoke, voice tight. Jon, I've been thinking about what happens if we do survive this. The realm is fractured. You claim the Iron Throne by Targaryen blood, but there's still Tommen, still Stannis. And in the south, gods know how many would oppose you. If the dead are defeated, do you truly mean to keep the north under your crown? Jon's heart clenched. He had known this conversation would come. If we survive, he said carefully, my claim would unify the 7 kingdoms, or so I hope. But I haven't decided how to treat the north afterwards. Part of me thinks independence was what father and you fought for. I'd consider giving the north its freedom if that's truly what it wants. Robb turned, shock flickering in his eyes. You would. Jon sighed, gazing at the horizon. I didn't seize power to become a tyrant, Robb. I did it to unify us against the threat. If when all is done, the North chooses to stand alone, I might grant it. But that's a question for after the war. Right now, we have to remain one realm. Robb's posture relaxed a fraction, though uncertainty still lined his face. I can accept that. If we live to see spring, I'll remind you of those words. Jon allowed himself a faint, bitter smile. I'd expect no less. Another gust of wind howled, blowing loose snow in swirling eddies across the top of the wall. Jon braced himself. We have a chance to fight together now to protect the people we love. I hope that's enough to bury the old wounds. Robb stared north, silent for a few heartbeats, then nodded. For now, he said, voice quieter than the wind. They left it at that, turning to descend back into the frantic bustle of war preparations. By midday, Alice Karstark's detachment set forth for Eastwatch, leading a column of Karstark men and a portion of Mormont archers who volunteered to join them. Stannis sent his own group westward, led by some of his loyal Night Bannermen, to reinforce the Shadow Tower. In the days that followed, Castle Black buzzed with hammering and sawing as men tried to rig defenses, wooden palisades, crude catapults, barrels of oil for burning. Snowdrifts were cleared to create space for archery lines. The Black brothers taught the newcomers how best to patrol the top of the wall, rotating men so that no one froze in place. When the second week at the wall began, Jon found himself in a swirl of daily tasks, reviewing supply usage, distributing new obsidian weapons, dispatching scouts. He hardly had a chance to speak with Robb or Stannis, each of whom tended to their own men. Melisandre, meanwhile, led small prayer gatherings at dusk, igniting bonfires in the courtyard and chanting in a language that made some of the northerners uneasy. Still, no one complained too loudly. If the Red Priestess could bring them victory over the dead, they would allow her devotions. Reports trickled in. Alice Karstark safely reached Eastwatch and was shoring up its defenses. Stannis' detachment to the Shadow Tower arrived without major incident, though a few men had succumbed to frostbite on the road. Every day, Ed Tollett waited anxiously for ravens from the other castles, but often the birds did not come, presumably lost or killed by the cold. Rumors circulated about sightings of whites in the distance, glimpsed by watchers perched atop the wall. Yet no full-scale attack materialized, leaving them suspended in a dreadful state of expectation. One morning, with the sky flat and sullen, Jon stood watch atop the wall himself, scanning the northern plains. A Karstark archer kept him company, occasionally peering through a battered Myrish lens. The wind whipped their cloaks and their breath froze in the air. After a long silence, the archer murmured, "Over there." Jon took the lens, pressing it to his eye, adjusting until he saw movement, a faint line of shapes crossing the snow some miles away. At first, he wondered if it was a trick of the wind. Then one shape detached from the line, a blur of motion. He thought he saw a horse or perhaps a stag. The lens was too fogged to be sure. Could be wildlings, the archer said. Or whites. Hard to tell from here. Jon lowered the lens. Report it to Ed. Tell him to dispatch a scouting party. Keep watch. He began descending, his heart drumming. This was how the others would likely appear, at the edges of vision, testing, watching. Or perhaps it was nothing. He prayed to the old gods it was nothing. By the time the scouting party returned, it was dusk. They came through Castle Black's gate, dragging 3 half-dead wildlings on makeshift sleds. The wildlings were gaunt, their lips cracked from thirst, faces blistered with frostbite. The lead scout told Jon that the rest had frozen or starved to death on the plains. These 3 had been part of a larger band fleeing the White Walkers. They had sightings, they said, of an undead army somewhere near the then region, hundreds, maybe thousands of whites. The wildlings claimed they had run for days, trying to reach the wall for refuge. Jon knelt by one of them, offering a skin of water. The man's eyes were wide with terror. "They come," he rasped, throat raw. "We saw them, moving at night. If they come here, you can't stop them. They're too many." Jon's stomach twisted. "How far behind you?" The wildling shook his head weakly. 2-3 days, maybe. They was going slow, but unstoppable. Could be more. We only saw the tail." Jon stood, heart pounding. He gestured for the Black brothers to find these wildlings shelter and food, though in truth, the men looked half gone. Then he turned to Ed, voice tight. "Gather the lords. Now." The alarm went out across Castle Black. Snow swirled in the courtyard as horns blared, calling the various leaders to the hall. Torches lined the walkways. Soldiers paused their tasks, exchanging worried glances. The news spread quickly. A white army was close. The fear that had smoldered for days ignited into grim readiness. Men checked their weapons, tightened their armor, muttered prayers under their breath. Within the hour, Jon, Robb, Stannis, Bolton, Lady Dustin, Alys Karstark, who had hurriedly returned from Eastwatch at the rumor of a large approach, and others crowded into the common hall. Melisandre drifted behind Stannis, silent for once, her red robes casting flickers of color in the torchlight. Ed Tollett stood near Jon, face pale. Jon wasted no time. "The wildlings we found claim a large host of whites is moving toward the then region, possibly heading this way. Could be days away. Possibly less. We can't confirm exact numbers, but they claim hundreds, maybe thousands. Combined with White Walkers." A hush fell. Some of the northern lords exchanged glances. Garland Reed's knuckles whitened where he gripped the edge of the table. Roose Bolton's eyes flickered as though calculating the odds. Robb grimaced, shifting. He asked quietly, "Do we have enough men to hold them off?" Jon let out a breath. "We have thousands, yes, but if the whites come in equal or greater numbers, they could overwhelm us if we're not careful. Our advantage is the wall. If we hold the choke point here, we can use our archers, catapults, and dragonglass. But if the White Walkers find another path, like the ice around the Bay of Seals or some hidden pass, we might need to send a defensive force to intercept them." Stannis's jaw was set. "We cannot allow them to bypass us. A large portion of our strength should remain at Castle Black. But perhaps we can send a smaller, mobile force east to watch for movement along the coast. If the whites try to skirt the wall, that force can harry them, drive them back toward us." Alys Karstark nodded. "I'm willing to take that on, if needed. We know the terrain near Eastwatch better now." Melisandre's voice rang out softly. "There is another possibility. If the walkers come in force here, you can meet them under the shadow of the wall, with flaming arrows and barrels of oil. Burn them en masse." Lady Dustin looked skeptical. "And if that fails?" Melisandre's red hair caught the torchlight. "Then the living perish." Silence. They all felt the weight of that finality. Jon's mind churned. He exhaled. "We'll do as Stannis suggests. Alys, take a few hundred men back to Eastwatch, watch the coastline, stand ready to intercept. The rest of us fortify Castle Black. If the White Walkers approach from the west side, we pray the Shadow Tower can handle them. If they approach from the center, we face them here." Robb's gaze flicked to the battered map. "We need to set watchers on top of the wall day and night. The moment we see the undead approach, we prepare to engage. We'll have men with dragonglass arrows lined along the parapets." Roose Bolton tilted his head. "We also have the option of a field engagement south of the wall if we so choose. Meet them on open ground. But that might squander our advantage." Jon shook his head. "I won't lead men into the open unless we're certain we can hold them there. The whites do not tire, and the White Walkers can bring storms. The wall is our greatest defense." Soft murmurs of agreement. The plan was set for better or worse. They would remain at Castle Black, brace for an assault they knew could come within days. All that remained was to muster every scrap of courage and resource. The meeting ended with no further argument. Each leader, burdened by dread, left to prepare their men. Jon remained behind a moment, staring again at that battered map, wishing there was a certain path to victory. He found Robb waiting outside, the swirling snow dancing around them in the torchlight. For a moment, they just listened to the distant hammering of carpenters, the clank of steel as men checked their swords, the hoarse shouts of sergeants corralling the new recruits. Finally, Robb said, "We might not survive this, Jon." Jon nodded, a tightness in his chest. "But we can't run. We're the only shield the realm has now." Robb's eyes flickered with a ghost of old pride. "Then let's be that shield, and hope the old gods favor us." They clasped forearms, a brief sign of solidarity that carried more weight than any words. Then they parted, each to shoulder his share of the burden. Over the next 2 days, the tension in Castle Black became a tangible force, as though the entire fortress held its breath. Men took up positions along the wall's top. Barrels of oil, pitch, and wildfire, brought by some of Stannis' knights, were arrayed at key points. Archers kept their quivers full of dragonglass-tipped arrows. The Black brothers oversaw rosters so no watchpost was left untended. Torches burned day and night, as if the living sought to hold back the endless winter darkness by sheer force of flame. Throughout this, Melisandre lit nightly pyres in the courtyard, chanting prayers to R'hllor. Some men joined her, enthralled by the promise of a god who fought against the cold. Others kept their distance, muttering about foreign witchery. Jon neither encouraged nor forbade her rites. If her fires truly had power over the dead, they would need every advantage. On the 3rd day, the watchers atop the wall caught sight of movement to the north, shapes drifting between the black pines of the haunted forest. The horns blared, summoning the fortress to arms. Men scrambled to their positions. Jon joined Robb, Stannis, Bolton, and Ed Tollett at the top of the wooden stair. The swirling wind tugged at cloaks, carrying the tang of fear. High above, a battered rampart gave them a vantage over the endless forest. Far out, where the trees thinned, something stirred in a slow, implacable approach. Jon squinted. Despite the gloom, he could make out shapes that could only be wights, humanoid forms lurching through the snow in dreadful silence. Some crawled on all fours, some hobbled with twisted limbs, but all moved steadily closer. Among them were creatures that might have been dead elk or dead bears or half-rotted wolves. Above them, pale shapes moved in the drifting snowfall, riding gaunt horses with eyes of blue fire. White walkers. No horns cried from the undead, no roar of challenge. They just came, unstoppable as a glacier. A hush of terror hung over the men on the wall. Jon heard one soldier mutter frantic prayers. Another gulped, hand shaking on his bow. Robb stood rigid, gray wind at his side. The dire wolf let out a low, keening growl, hackles bristling. Stannis' expression was grim, Melisandre behind him with eyes glowing like embers. Bolton seemed coldly fascinated. From behind, the catapults and flaming arrows were readied. Jon stepped forward, heart hammering. The White Walkers did not rush, nor did they shrink away. They advanced at a measured pace, as though confident that time and cold were on their side. Perhaps they were right. Already, the temperature dropped further, an icy wind cutting across the battlements. Frost formed on the edges of men's beards and eyelashes. "These are only the vanguard," Jon said, voice taut. "The rest might be in the trees. Wait until they come within range, then loose the flaming volleys." Robb glanced at him. "And if they try to circle us?" Stannis answered, his voice a clipped monotone. "We have watchers posted along the wall to the east and west. We'll know. Let us see if the wards still hold." He cast a glance at Melisandre, who closed her eyes in silent supplication. The watchers readied themselves, archers lining the ramparts, men with torches near the barrels of pitch, trembling but determined. The whites drew nearer, pale shapes staggering through drifts. Jon could see the ruin of their bodies now, tattered flesh, exposed bone, mouths agape in silent, eternal hunger. Here and there, glimmers of metal told of old armor or weapons they had carried in life. The White Walkers towered above them, slender figures with flesh pale as ice, hair like wisps of snow, eyes glowing in otherworldly blue. Each bore a spear or blade that glimmered in the gray light. They were not numerous, he counted half a dozen, perhaps more hidden behind the throng, but their presence sent primal terror through every observer on the wall. A hush of anticipation gathered. Then Jon shouted, "Loose arrows." A volley of flaming shafts arced out, trailing sparks. They fell among the front ranks of the whites. Some erupted in flame, stumbling as the dragonglass tips bit. Others simply shuddered as the arrows lodged in lifeless flesh. The line faltered, but only momentarily. Many whites collapsed, smoke curling from their shattered forms. But more pressed forward, ignoring the fallen. Another volley soared. Fire bloomed across the snow, wreathed in black smoke. For a moment, hope sparked. Then a White Walker raised its spear. A cold shimmer ran across the air, and the flame from the arrows nearest it extinguished in a swirl of frost. The whites there marched on unaffected. The watchers on the wall recoiled in dismay. Another White Walker advanced, and the temperature dropped so drastically that the wooden stakes near the wall crackled with sudden ice. Even at the top of the wall, Jon felt the chill intensify. His breath caught. "Fire the catapults!" Robb yelled. Men heaved levers, and flaming barrels soared, trailing black smoke. They crashed among the whites in sprays of fire, incinerating dozens. Screeches rose from the undead as they burned. But the White Walkers spread out, swirling mists around them, dousing or deflecting some flames with their unnatural cold. Large swaths of whites were destroyed, yet more came, an unending tide. At the base of the wall, the wards of ancient magic might have slowed them, but the White Walkers advanced confidently, as if they knew secrets lost to time. Jon cursed under his breath. "Keep firing. Don't let up." Horns bellowed. Archers let loose again and again. The air filled with the stench of burning flesh and the crackle of ice. Palls of smoke drifted over the battlefield. Whites perished in droves, but more arrived from the treeline, stumbling across the charred remains of their fellows. Hours seemed to pass in a frenzied instant, until the base of the wall was littered with scorched corpses, and still the dead kept coming. Then, with a soundless command, the White Walkers halted. They surveyed the carnage, glowing eyes unreadable. The men on the wall watched, hearts pounding, as the undead parted to allow one figure forward. This White Walker was taller, robed in swirls of ice, and carried a long spear that gleamed like moonlight on water. It raised a hand, and a shard of icy wind coalesced in its palm. A moment later, that wind lashed out in a swirling spiral, slamming into the base of the wall. Jon felt the massive structure tremble underfoot. A spiderweb of cracks flickered along the ice near ground level. A collective gasp of horror went up from the watchers. "They're trying to bring down the wall," someone shouted. Men cursed, fumbled for more barrels of wildfire. Robb's face went ashen. Stannis's eyes burned with fury, Melisandre's with a strange exultation, as though she had expected this. Jon barked orders, voice ragged. "Concentrate all fire on that one. Don't let him." But too late. Another White Walker joined in, raising its own power. A second wave of sub-zero force slammed into the ice. A chunk of the wall groaned, shedding shards the size of horses. They crashed down, smashing whites below. Some of the watchers cheered, thinking the undead were undone. But the White Walkers only pressed again. A third wave of intense cold hammered the same spot. With a deafening crack, a portion of the wall's lower face gave way, collapsing outward. Men on the ramparts screamed, reeling from the shock. The collapse was not complete. The wall still stood, but a wedge had been driven into the base, creating a jagged breach that spilled broken ice across the ground. The wards that had kept the White Walkers at bay for centuries might well be undone in that section. "Gods, no," Jon breathed. He could see whites scrabbling across the shattered ice, pushing into the partial breach. The White Walkers advanced behind them, the swirling cold intensifying. More shards fell from above, threatening to widen the break. Robb seized Jon's arm. "We need to stop them or they'll bring the whole thing down." Jon's instincts flared. "Archers, fire. Catapults, now." A fresh barrage of flaming barrels rained from above, smashing into the approaching whites. Some of the White Walkers deflected them with blasts of frost, but one barrel struck true, exploding in green wildfire. The resulting inferno consumed a cluster of whites and even grazed one White Walker, which let out a shrieking hiss as it recoiled, its icy flesh smoking. For a moment, the dead faltered again. Yet more advanced at the breach, hundreds of whites piling up. Some slipped on the slick ice, others clawed their way forward, forming a makeshift ramp of corpses. The living defenders rained down death, but the sheer number of undead was maddening. Jon glimpsed a swirl of white hair as the leading White Walker brandished its spear, flinging a javelin of ice that shot upward. It impaled one of Stannis's knights on the walkway. The man screamed, pinned to the ice, then went silent as frost crawled over his flesh. Everywhere was chaos, men shouting, wolves howling, flames crackling. The line of White Walkers advanced another few yards, attempting again to blast the base of the wall. But the defenders poured wildfire upon them. Another tremendous explosion lit the twilight, a searing flash of green. A chunk of ground gave way, carrying dozens of whites into a fiery chasm. One White Walker took the brunt of the blast and disintegrated in a swirl of melting frost. A ghastly shriek echoed, then died. Some men cheered, hope flaring. Atop the wall, Roose Bolton snarled at his men to keep the barrels coming. Lady Dustin hurled curses, urging archers to aim carefully. Garland Reed tried to rally a group of northern spearmen to guard the platform where the catapults were loaded. Ed Tollett bellowed for more arrows, face streaked with soot and fear. Through it all, Jon and Robb fought side by side, coordinating any immediate reprisal, desperate to stave off total collapse. For a time, it seemed their savage barrage of wildfire and dragaglass might drive the White Walkers back. The ground below was a conflagration of green and orange flame, interspersed with pockets of swirling ice. Whites burned, sometimes with pitiful screeches, sometimes in eerie silence. But the White Walkers themselves, tall and spectral, pressed closer, inch by inch. They fanned out around the breach, sending waves of cold to extinguish portions of the fire. One White Walker brandished a sword of shimmering crystal, pointing it at the wall. An awful grinding noise followed, and a creeping frost spread across the broken gap, seeking to mend the shattered ice in its own twisted way. But whether it aimed to climb or shatter further, Jon could not tell. He only knew the assault was not abating. Suddenly, a shout from the far end of the ramparts, "They're climbing." "White's climbing the wall." Jon whirled. Indeed, a section near the breach showed black silhouettes scrabbling up the ice, using cracks and exposed ledges as handholds. Archers rushed to rain arrows down, some whites plummeted, but more continued. They climbed with an unnatural, spider-like tenacity. "Gods help us," someone moaned. If they reached the top, the fortress would be overrun. "Bring the fire pots," Jon shouted. Men hauled clay jars filled with oil and wildfire, tipping them over the edge. The sticky substance cascaded down, igniting in bursts. Whites shrieked as their rotting limbs were seared away. Still, a few found pockets of ice untouched by flame, continuing their ascent. The defenders rushed from one crisis to another, struggling to hold the entire top of the wall. Below, the White Walkers advanced again, weaving their cold magic. The partial breach groaned, cracks snaking upward. "They're going to break it fully," Robb cried. Stannis barked an order to some of his knights. "Focus your catapults there. Aim for the White Walkers." Another volley soared, but the White Walkers scattered, intangible as mist. One reappeared near the ramp, launching an ice projectile that shattered a section of the wooden walkway. Men tumbled in splintered wood. Melisandre stepped forward, eyes blazing red. She stretched out her arms as if feeling some invisible current. "Lord of Light, cast your flame," she cried, voice echoing unnaturally. A swirl of heat gathered around her, and the nearest brazier flared with sudden intensity. She made a sweeping gesture, and a torrent of fire burst from the brazier's coals, arcing down in a rope of flame. It struck near the breach, incinerating a crowd of whites and forcing two White Walkers to recoil. One hissed, lifting an icy shield that partially blocked the fire. Melisandre pressed the assault, sweat beading on her brow despite the cold. For several seconds, the rope of flame held back the undead. Some men stared in awe, others in dread of her sorcery. "Now," Jon shouted, seeing an opening. "Throw everything we have." Barrels of wildfire tumbled, archers loosed dragonglass arrows, the catapults flung flaming debris. The coordinated assault slammed into the undead at their most vulnerable moment, toppling a White Walker that had been pinned by Melisandre's flames. Its form shattered into shards of frost, drifting on the wind. Elation surged among the defenders. The whites that had relied on that walker's magic convulsed, collapsing back into lifeless corpses. Still, 3 or 4 White Walkers remained, and countless whites behind them. A swirl of ice parted as the largest White Walker stepped forward again, staff held high. The breath of every man on the rampart stilled. Even Melisandre faltered, exhaustion or horror showing in her eyes. With agonizing slowness, the White Walker turned its gaze on the shattered breach, then on the men above. In an unnatural voice like cracking ice, it uttered a rasping sound. The wind howled. Another wave of chilling force blasted the wall. Ice shards rained, cutting down men. The walkway buckled. Screams rose as a segment collapsed, carrying half a dozen archers into the flaming battlefield below. Jon shielded his face, battered by flying debris. Ghost snarled somewhere behind him, but he couldn't see the dire wolf in the chaos. Smoke stung his lungs. The White Walker advanced, seemingly preparing another strike that might bring the entire section of the wall down. If that happened, the dead would swarm Castle Black and the realm was finished. Robb lurched forward, eyes blazing. "We have to kill that thing," he roared. Jon seized the moment. "Come with me." He gestured to Robb, Garland Reed, and a handful of the bravest men. They sprinted along the ramparts, seeking a vantage that overlooked the White Walker's position. Flames and ice raged below, but there was a portion of the walkway that jutted over the breach. If they could get close enough, maybe a direct assault with dragonglass spears or arrowheads would take the walker down. As they neared, the White Walker lifted its staff once more. A swirl of freezing mist gathered. Jon's mind screamed. They were running out of time. "Ready your arrows," he cried. He and Robb each knocked a dragonglass-tipped arrow to their bows. Garland did the same. Others grabbed spears. They paused at the battered edge, the walkway trembling beneath them. The White Walker stood below, bathed in flickering green from the dying fires. A swirl of whites surrounded it, but many were aflame or in pieces. "Now," Jon hissed. He drew back and released. His arrow plunged downward, trailing a faint arc. Robb's and Garland's followed. 1, 2, 3 black shafts streaking from the sky. The White Walker jerked aside with uncanny speed, but one arrow grazed its shoulder. The second missed entirely, embedding in the ice. The third struck a white behind it. Snarling, the walker glared up, eyes blazing. Robb cursed, fumbling for another arrow. The White Walker lifted its staff, sending a razor-edged gust of ice upward. Men scattered. One was too slow, and the freezing wind sliced into him, sending him plunging from the walkway. Jon's breath caught in his throat, but he forced himself to notch another arrow. Garland did likewise, though his hands shook. Robb was already drawing, his jaw set. "Aim carefully," Jon urged. Below, the walker seemed to sense the threat. It gathered power for another strike, the air warping around it. Suddenly, from behind, a swirl of flame lashed out, Melisandre's magic again, though weaker now. It clipped the walker's flank, causing it to hiss and stagger. For an instant, it was exposed. "Loose!" Jon bellowed. 3 more arrows whipped downward. This time, the White Walker tried to dodge, but the flame had momentarily pinned it. One arrow shattered on a chunk of ice. Another whistled past. The third arrow of Robb's pierced its chest. A sound like shattering glass erupted. The White Walker stiffened, eerie blue eyes wide. A hairline crack of bright white spread from where the arrow struck. Then, with a sharp hiss, it disintegrated into a burst of frosty shards, vanishing into the stormy air. The whites near it collapsed in place, their animating force undone. Cheers rose from the walkway. Robb stared at the spot where the walker had stood, bow still in his hand, panting. Jon clutched the railing for support, relief coursing through him. Below, the final White Walkers, seeing 2 of their brethren destroyed and many whites lost, began to retreat, dissolving into icy mist that slithered back into the forest. The undead tide broke, leaving only scattered corpses twitching or burning. Slowly, unbelievably, the assault abated. Men on the wall stared in disbelief as the remaining whites, deprived of direct command, stumbled aimlessly, easy targets for the last volley of flaming arrows. With that final onslaught, the battlefield went quiet, save for the crackle of flames and the keening wind. The watchers exhaled shakily. They had survived for the moment. The ground below was littered with thousands of dead whites, charred or shattered, along with the remains of fallen watchmen, knights, and northern soldiers. Sections of the wall were damaged, cracks spiderwebbed up from the breach. But the fortress still stood. More than half the attackers had been annihilated. Jon found Robb leaning against the railing, face pale with shock and exhaustion. Garland Reed slumped beside him, tears in his eyes, whether from relief or terror. Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "You did it." Robb's voice trembled. We all did. But they'll be back, won't they?" Jon's stomach churned. "Aye. We've hurt them, but that was only part of their strength. They'll return, maybe in greater force." He could already imagine the Night King, if such a being existed, rallying more whites, more White Walkers. Still, this victory had proved the living could kill them. That knowledge might hearten the realm. Below, men cheered or wept, hugging one another amid the smoke and fallen ice. Stannis strode among them, face grim, organizing the survivors to quench any lingering wildfires. Melisandre stood at the parapet, arms lowered, her energy spent. The northern lords emerged from partial cover, taking stock of the devastation. The cost was high, but they had won a battle none had truly believed could be won. Jon gazed at the carnage. This was only the beginning of a war that might sweep all Westeros. But for now, just for now. He let himself feel the sting of tears, a mixture of grief for the lost and fierce hope for the living. Robb turned to him, face streaked with soot and relief. They clasped arms, no words needed. They had stood together as brothers. And in that unity, in that single arrow that had struck true, they had delivered a blow to the darkness. Dusk settled in earnest, the fires below casting flickering shadows on the wall. The dead lay in heaps. The White Walkers had retreated into the night. Castle Black endured. The living had scored a victory. Tomorrow they would bury the dead, reinforce the breach, and brace for whatever the enemy might try next. But as the wind carried the faint howls of wolves, Jon Targaryen allowed himself to believe that the dawn was not lost. If the living could stand as one, then perhaps, just perhaps, the realm might not fall to ice and darkness after all. Smoke hung over the battlements like a funeral shroud, draping Castle Black and its defenders in a haze of ash and embers. Night had long since fallen, and the charred remains of the dead, human and otherwise, smoldered at the base of the wall. Men stumbled across the courtyard in shell-shocked silence, pale with exhaustion, faces blackened by soot and frost. Even the unrelenting wind that raked the fortress had quieted, as if in momentary respect for the carnage. The White Walkers had withdrawn, leaving ruin in their wake. But they had not destroyed the fortress, and that single fact felt like a miracle. Jon stood on the ramparts, leaning heavily against a splintered railing. A line of fresh cracks stretched along the wall's interior side where ice had fallen away in massive chunks. The breach gaped below like a wound. Debris littered the ground. If the White Walkers had pressed harder, the entire section might have given way. Jon's breath plumed white in the darkness, and his heart still thundered from the closeness of it all. Robb Stark stood beside him, shaking off the numbness that clung to his limbs. The bow from which he had loosed the crucial dragonglass arrow was nowhere in sight, lost in the chaos. A streak of blood ran down his jaw, though Jon could not tell if it was Robb's or someone else's. For a long moment, they both stared out at the charred field. Pockets of green wildfire glimmered, casting ghostly light on the heaps of corpses. Some wights had collapsed so thoroughly that only twisted limbs remained. Others lay sprawled, half-burned. Here and there, a human body mingled with the dead. Stark men and Karstarks, Mormonts and Boltons, watchmen in black cloaks, Baratheon knights with battered sigils, a grim mosaic of the living who had given their lives to repel the undead onslaught. Jon finally pushed himself upright, turning to glance at the rampart behind him. "We have to count our losses," he said, voice hoarse. "See who's missing." Robb swallowed hard and nodded. "I'll find some of the guards who survived and start a roll call." His words came out unsteady, as though the weight of the night had stolen his strength. They parted, each making his slow way down the wooden stair to the courtyard. The walkway creaked ominously under Jon's boots. 3 days ago, it had seemed stable enough. Now, entire segments had collapsed from the magical frost attacks. He picked a careful path through the ruin, stepping around broken beams and patches of slick ice. All around, men shuffled in numb exhaustion, carrying torches that glimmered faintly against the battered stones. At the bottom of the stair, Ghost waited, limping slightly on a hind leg but otherwise hale. The direwolf's muzzle and chest were singed with soot, and a shallow slash marked his flank. Jon crouched, pressing a hand to Ghost's fur. "You're all right," he murmured. Ghost nuzzled his hand in a silent answer, then turned to sniff the air. Somewhere behind them, Robb's direwolf, Grey Wind, padded unsteadily, a patch of frost clinging to one shoulder. Both beasts had survived the fury of the undead tide, though plenty of men had not been so fortunate. As Jon stepped past the courtyard gates, the scale of the destruction came into sharper focus. The unpaved ground was littered with shattered wood, twisted weapons, shards of ice, and frozen corpses. Groups of soldiers huddled around braziers. Some stared blankly, as though their minds had not caught up with their bodies. Others quietly tended to the wounded, layering bandages over gashes left by white claws or the spears of the White Walkers. A bitter reek clung to the air, the mingled smells of burnt flesh, wildfire residue, and old blood. Thick, oily smoke drifted from a half-collapsed stable that had caught an errant flame. Only the quick actions of a few watchmen had kept it from spreading further. Near the remnants of a toppled siege engine, Jon spotted Garland Reed, slumped on a bit of rubble. His cloak was tattered, and a bandage swathed his forehead. He glanced up when Jon approached, relief flickering in his eyes. "Your Grace," he said, voice shaking with fatigue. "I'm glad to see you alive." Jon pulled the man to his feet, the ghost of. A reassuring smile on his lips. I'll feel more alive once I know how many of us are left. He eyed the makeshift triage area behind them where a handful of black-breasted crows and northern men laid out the wounded. Any word on casualties? Garland gestured at a bearded watchman passing by. The man stopped, shoulders sagging, and gave them the grim news: at least 100 men dead, maybe more. Dozens wounded. We won't know for sure till we gather all the bodies. Half the defenders we posted on the wall are missing or fell when the walkway collapsed. The archers, the catapult crews, we lost so many. A spike of sorrow caught in Jon's chest. The host that had marched from Winterfell was battered, now it was battered again, each blow thinning their ranks. Keep counting, Jon said softly. If there are men trapped under rubble, we need to get them out. We need to burn any white corpses before they can rise again. The watchman gave a brief nod, trudging off. Garland rubbed his uninjured temple, eyes dull. We bought ourselves time, at least. The White Walkers retreated. Retreated or regrouped, Jon said, scanning the horizon. The night was black save for the flickers of distant fires, but he could sense the possibility of an unseen enemy waiting out there. We have to assume they'll be back. Garland nodded, wincing. Aye, we do. He turned away, heading to help a cluster of injured men. Jon lingered, heart heavy. The living had earned a reprieve but not a final victory. The others had tested the wall's defenses, found them wanting, and had nearly breached the ancient ice. They had proven that old wards could be cracked by powerful enough sorcery. If the main host of the dead arrived in full force next time, Castle Black might not stand. Jon forced that dread aside. First, they had to recover from this battle. He continued onward, weaving between splintered debris. A swirl of cold air stung his face, reminding him that winter cared nothing for their suffering. Behind a half-collapsed section of palisade, he spotted Melisandre. The Red Priestess knelt amid the snow, eyes closed, her lips moving in silent prayer. Smoke drifted from her cloak as if the fires she had called upon still smoldered around her. Jon debated whether to approach, but her presence had been instrumental in turning the tide. He stepped closer. She looked up at him, her face drawn but oddly fervent. The flames answered, she said in a hollow murmur. We heard them. Jon clasped his hands together, uncertain how to address the woman who had conjured living flame against the White Walkers. Thank you, he managed. We would have lost many more if not for your magic. A flicker of triumph danced in her eyes, though lines of exhaustion marred her features. The Lord of Light shines in the darkest hour if we but open ourselves. But this was only a taste of the great war yet to come. He nodded grimly. We know. Will they come again soon? She gazed at the swirling smoke above. I see shadows in the flames. One shape of ice, the other of blazing steel. Their clash shakes the world. The future is not fixed, but the battle is far from over. A cryptic answer, but that was all she seemed able or willing to give. Jon exhaled. We'll fight them again, then. That's what matters. He left her to her prayers. Already, her presence unsettled some of the northern lords, but none could deny that her power had turned the tide tonight. For now, that was enough. He skirted the triage area and found Roose Bolton organizing a group of soldiers to sift through fallen beams. The man's calm, inscrutable expression had not changed even amid the carnage. His clothes were singed in places, but he directed men with steady composure. It chilled Jon to see how at ease Bolton seemed with the sight of blood and ruin. Yet the man's efficiency saved lives. If the realm survived, they would owe some measure of thanks to the flayed man soldiers who had fought valiantly, or been forced to at Bolton's command. Jon paused near Bolton, receiving a curt bow. Your Grace, Bolton murmured. A savage night. Jon's lip tightened. Have you any sense of how many of your men are left? Bolton flicked a glance at one of his lieutenants, who answered quietly. We count about half casualties, my lord. The rest wounded or scattered. Bolton turned back to Jon, voice even. We'll do what we can to remain effective. The men are shaken, but they've fought whites once now. They'll be ready the next time. Jon wondered if one could ever truly be ready. He gave a nod, then pressed on. In the far corner, he saw a cluster of black-cloaked watchmen gathered around the body of one of their own. The tension in their faces told him they were losing a friend. With each step, he passed more scenes of heartbreak. Men kneeling beside the broken forms of their comrades, some lost to the White's claws, others to the collapsing ice and rubble. Cries and muffled sobs punctuated the air. A few paces away, A group of Karstarks stoked a bonfire, preparing to burn the dismembered remains of the undead so they would not rise again. The fire spat and hissed as they hurled twisted limbs into the flames. The acrid smoke made the watchers flinch. Eventually, Jon reached the southern edge of the courtyard, where he found Robb again, this time standing with Stannis Baratheon, Lady Barbary Dustin, and a smattering of officers. Their breath clouded the frigid air as they conferred over the ragged shape of a war map pinned against a crate. Torchlight revealed tension etched in every line of their faces. Robb was the first to notice Jon's approach. He met Jon's gaze with a look of relief. "Jon," Robb said, voice raspy, "we're discussing how best to secure the breach." Jon glanced at the partial map, though it had been all but destroyed by spatterings of snow and soot. He met Stannis's pale eyes. "We have to shore it up fast, or they'll rip it open next time." Stannis nodded, jaws tight. "My knights can form labor crews. We'll gather the largest blocks of ice we can, reinforce them with planks, try to freeze them into place. It's a crude measure, but it may hold for a short while." Lady Dustin scowled. "Wood and ice? That's not going to stop another magical assault. We need a better solution." Robb scraped a hand through his hair. "Any advanced repairs would take time we don't have. The entire foundation of the wall is compromised in that spot. We'd need builders from Winterfell or the Vale, maybe the maesters of the Citadel. Do we have weeks for that?" No one answered. Stannis's expression soured further, and Lady Dustin's scowl deepened. Jon exhaled. "Then we do what we can. Reinforce with ice, build a barricade from within. Use spikes and obsidian-laced defenses. Meanwhile, we keep watch. If the White Walkers try again soon, maybe we can repel them a second time. But if they give us breathing room, we can attempt real repairs." Stannis's voice turned grim. "Breathing room may not come. They tested our defenses and nearly succeeded. The next time, we might not be so fortunate." Robb looked at Jon, something like guilt flickering in his eyes. Perhaps the memory of the arrow that had saved them weighed on him. "We still need to reorganize. Our men are scattered, morale is shaken. We should also see if Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower reports any movement." Stannis nodded curtly. "Agreed. I'll send riders at dawn, assuming the roads are safe." He glanced at Lady Dustin. "Have your men bury our dead or burn them before the White Walkers can raise them again. Let no corpse lie unguarded." Lady Dustin gave a reluctant nod, pressing her lips into a thin line. For a moment, no one spoke. The small knot of men behind her waited, expressions bleak. Jon could hear the crackle of flames from the far side of the courtyard, the occasional groan of shifting rubble. The fortress was battered, but it still stood, and that would have to suffice. He turned to the group. "We'll meet again at sunrise. For now, rest if you can. We'll see to the breach and keep watch for another attack. Pray it doesn't come tonight." One by one, they peeled away, each weighed by fresh burdens. Robb cast a final look at Jon, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Gratitude for surviving, relief that they both lived, and fear that the next wave might be worse. Then he, too, set off to organize the battered remnants of his men. Jon found himself alone, save for Ghost, who padded at his side. Weariness gnawed at Jon's bones. He had endured countless trials, life on the wall, forays beyond it, the betrayal of half the realm, but never had he felt quite so hollowed out. The memory of the White Walkers' towering forms, the cold that radiated from them, the spear of frost that shattered men like glass, it all churned in his thoughts. They had thrown everything at the others this night, and still it had nearly not been enough. Eventually, he stumbled toward the courtyard's edge, collapsing onto a broken crate for a moment's rest. Ghost sat on his haunches, tail twitching. The direwolf let out a low whine, muzzle nudging Jon's elbow. "I'm fine," Jon whispered, pressing a hand to the wolf's neck. "Just tired." He looked skyward, half expecting to see swirling snow, but the clouds had momentarily parted. A scattering of stars peeked through, faint and cold. The sight stirred an old memory of nights in Winterfell's courtyard when he and his siblings would gaze at the sky. How far he had come from that boy who knew only the petty troubles of being called a bastard. Now he was a king in name, a Targaryen by blood charged with uniting a broken realm against an ancient horror. He let out a shaky breath. A soft footstep broke his reverie. Melisandre stood before him, her red gown trailing in the slush. She regarded him with those unnerving eyes. "You are troubled," she said softly. Jon gave a curt nod, too exhausted to mask it. "We nearly died tonight. Many did die. And we may face worse soon. I don't see a clear path." She studied him, a faint ember of sympathy in her gaze. "Lord Snow, you must know that destiny rarely chooses the easy road for those who would save the world." A bitter laugh escaped him. "I'm no savior. I just ended up here, forced to do what I must." Melisandre's lips curved faintly and her voice dropped. "Lawler shows me visions of ice and fire swirling in an endless dance. The shape of a man stands at the center, forging a sword that burns with pure flame. Sometimes that face is yours." Jon closed his eyes. "I don't want that. I just want to do what's right. Let the gods choose their champions." But even as he said it, he recalled the fierce sense of purpose that had guided him from the moment he learned the truth of his birth, from the moment he realized the White Walkers posed a threat to all life. Perhaps he had already stepped onto the path she described. Melisandre inclined her head. "Sometimes doing what's right is precisely the test the gods lay before us. Rest then, but do not abandon hope." With that, she drifted off, as silent as a wraith, leaving Jon alone in the flickering torchlight. He closed his eyes again, fighting the urge to pass out from weariness. Rest beckoned, but he forced himself to stand, ignoring the protest in his joints. The night wore on, and still there was much to do, ensuring the wounded had shelter, confirming guard shifts, seeing to it that none of the white corpses remained unburned. He had no illusions about lasting the night comfortably, but the realm needed him on his feet, at least until dawn. With a final rub of Ghost's ear, he trudged into the gloom to fulfill his duty. As the hours crawled on, men toiled by torchlight to clear rubble from the collapsed walkway and the base of the wall where the breach yawned. Others dug shallow pits for their dead or built pyres. The wind whipped at them, but they worked doggedly, spurred by grief, anger, and the knowledge that the next attack could come at any time. Crackling fires lit the corpses of whites, sending columns of foul black smoke into the starless sky. The stench forced some to retch, but still they persevered. Near the northern gate within Castle Black's courtyard, a group of blacksmiths hammered planks together, forging a makeshift barrier to line the fractured ice. They had little time or skill to craft anything sturdy, but at least it might slow a sudden rush. Ed Tollett, that grim and loyal watchman, oversaw them. From time to time he muttered droll remarks about the futility of mortal efforts against ancient horrors, but his men pressed on anyway. Shortly before dawn, a gray pallor crept across the east, offering a wan semblance of light. The snow mercifully remained a soft drift rather than a full-blown blizzard, but the cold was punishing. Jon stood among a cluster of watchmen on top of the newly reinforced walkway, scanning the horizon with heavy-lidded eyes. He had caught only minutes of fitful rest that night, but adrenaline still hummed in his veins. The battered rampart under his feet swayed whenever a gust rattled it, proof that the repairs were haphazard at best. In the dull morning gloom, the field below presented a blackened wasteland. The bodies of the dead, human and white, were still being cleared, though a great many had already been burned in the bonfires. Beyond them, the edge of the forest seemed empty. No sign of White Walkers or whites stirred among the distant trees. For now. Footsteps on the boards behind him. Jon turned to see Robb approaching, accompanied by Grey Wind. Robb's eyes were rimmed with red and his face was drawn with exhaustion. Yet an undercurrent of grim satisfaction lurked behind the fatigue, perhaps the knowledge that his arrow had felled one of the others. "Morning," Robb said hoarsely. Jon nodded, clearing a dryness from his throat. "Morning. Any news?" Robb shook his head. No sign of further attacks. Some survivors from the outlying farmland stumbled in, though. They said the White Walkers passed near their huts, killing livestock and raising them as whites. They only escaped by the skin of their teeth. He exhaled. "We're bracing for the possibility that the enemy might circle around again, but so far, nothing." Jon rubbed his brow. They could be massing elsewhere. Or maybe they're truly gone. The watchers near Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower might have more sightings. Robb's gaze lingered on the horizon. The distant sunrise tinted a few clouds with pale gold, though the air remained bitter. "I need to thank you," he said quietly. "If you hadn't pressed us all to unify, there'd be no chance at all. I know I was hesitant at first." Jon turned to him, brow furrowed. "You were never truly hesitant about the war against the dead." "Just about kneeling to me." A wry grimace flitted across Robb's lips. "Aye. Well, seeing the White Walkers up close changes a man's perspective. I suppose I can endure your Targaryen banner so long as we stand against them together. Jon let out a weary chuckle. I'll take that as a compliment. Robb huffed a breath that might have been laughter. Then his face sobered. I only wonder, after all this, if we survive, how do we rebuild? The wall is damaged. The north is battered. The realm is divided. And the others might come again, stronger than before. Jon stared at the black field below, remembering the swirl of ice magic that had nearly split the wall. We deal with tomorrow's battles when they come. For now, let's hold fast to hope that we can buy enough time and that the rest of Westeros might come to its senses. Robb sighed. Let's pray. Then he gestured at the parapet steps. Go get some real rest. I'll oversee the watchers for a while. You look half dead yourself, Jon. Jon considered protesting, but his legs trembled with fatigue. Reluctantly, he nodded. Fine, but wake me if anything happens. Of course, Robb said, and there was a strange tenderness in his tone, as though some sliver of brotherly affection survived under all the scars. Jon descended, passing guards who saluted him with a mixture of awe and sympathy. He wove through the courtyard, stepping over blackened rubble. The morning light did nothing to soften the ugliness of the scene, only sharpened it, revealing every scorched patch of ground, every twisted piece of metal. A wave of queasy exhaustion rolled over Jon. His throat felt dry as bone. He found a water barrel near the fortress's inner yard and drank deeply, ignoring how the half-frozen water stung his teeth. Then he trudged to the half-collapsed tower where he'd been lodging. Ghost padded at his side, silent and protective. Inside, the tower was chill and dim, a single shaft of dawn's light piercing through a fissure in the stone. The pallet of straw beckoned. With a grateful sigh, Jon removed his cloak, set Longclaw within arm's reach, and sank down. Ghost circled once, then curled near the door. The direwolf's warmth was a small comfort. Jon closed his eyes, letting the haze of fatigue pull him down. He drifted in and out of uneasy slumber. At times, he saw flickers of dreams, battles against the dead, storms of ice. He dreamed of Daenerys Targaryen with dragons overhead, or of his father's voice telling him to be strong. But the images splintered quickly, replaced by gray emptiness. At one point, he heard faint shouting outside, but no one came to summon him, so he assumed it was merely the ongoing aftermath of battle. When he finally roused, the light through the crack had shifted, suggesting midday or beyond. Groggy, he sat up, cursing the stiff ache in his back. Ghost perked his head, ears twitching at the noise from outside. Jon rubbed the sleep from his eyes, pulled on his cloak, and ventured out. He found the courtyard in somewhat better order. Many of the corpses had been burned or buried. Crude repairs to the shattered walkway continued apace, with blacksmiths and carpenters working in a tired but determined rhythm. Groups of soldiers carried fresh beams from the gift, presumably cut from any nearby stand of trees. The cots for the wounded filled nearly every sheltered corner. Men lying on pallets, receiving what rudimentary care the maesters and healers could provide. Jon spotted Ed Tollett instructing watchmen near the gate, so he headed that way. Ed turned at his approach, offering a faint wave. "Jon," he said, dispensing with titles in the privacy of their friendship. "We had a raven from Eastwatch. They've seen no sign of a large undead force, just scattered whites." Jon nodded, relief tempered by caution. "And the Shadow Tower?" Ed sighed. "No word yet, but that's not unusual. The mountains are treacherous, and we're short on ravens. Could be they just haven't responded." Jon's gaze flicked to the battered remains of the old stables. "Any chance the White Walkers aim for the Shadow Tower next, bypassing us in the west?" Ed's mouth pressed into a flat line. "Could be. Or they might vanish for weeks. We simply don't know. The old records say the others don't wage war like men. They come with the storms, recede, and strike again where we least expect." Jon took that in with a heavy heart. "Then we remain vigilant." He looked at the men hauling timbers. "I'll see if I can help coordinate. We need to keep morale up." He spent the next several hours touring the castle, speaking with small groups of soldiers and watchmen alike, offering what encouragement he could. Some found solace in the knowledge that they had slain more undead in a single battle than any living generation. Others were terrified. A few were numb, their eyes hollow from the memory of hacking undead flesh in the firelit chaos. Even the presence of dire wolves prowling the yard did not always lift spirits, yet Jon's calm words and the example of his own resilience seemed to steady them. At times, he passed Robb doing the same, addressing northern bannermen or checking on wounded men. Though the tension between them lingered, they worked in unspoken harmony. Stannis, too, was a constant presence, forging men into labor crews with clipped commands, ensuring the battered catapults were repaired, the barrels of wildfire replenished from whatever scraps they had left. No one questioned his authority now. The living needed every stern commander they could get. By late afternoon, a crow's call echoed across the yard. Jon looked up to see a lone raven fluttering toward the rookery tower. Men paused in their tasks, hoping it might bring news. A small crowd formed at the foot of the tower, waiting for the maester or steward to emerge. Finally, a harried young watchman stumbled out, clutching a parchment scroll. His breath came in ragged gasps from climbing the tower steps. "Your Grace," he wheezed, spotting Jon and hurrying over. "Letter from the south. Bear, the seal of the Vale, I think." Jon's heart gave a jolt. The Vale had thus far been noncommittal, neither pledging men nor outright refusing. Peter Baelish, the cunning man who served as Lord Protector of the Vale, had expressed skepticism in earlier missives, insisting on proof that the undead threat was real. Now, with the White Walkers at the very gates, perhaps he would listen. "Let me see," Jon said, extending a hand. He broke the wax seal, a falcon embossed in golden wax, indeed the Aaron sigil. Inside, the writing was neat, though battered with damp. He scanned it, lips tightening. "It's from Lord Baelish," he said, voice low. He acknowledges the seriousness of the reports from the north. States that the Vale cannot commit a large force without verifying the threat, but he's sending a small envoy to meet us here under a flag of peace. He asks that we provide safe passage. A swirl of conflicting emotions fluttered in Jon's gut. The Vale was rumored to have tens of thousands of knights who had scarcely seen action in the War of the Five Kings. If they joined, it could tilt the balance. Yet Baelish's name conjured mistrust. He was a man of schemes. "It could be a trap," Jon murmured. "But if he's genuinely curious, we might persuade him. Show him a white or the battlefield. Let him see for himself." Robb arrived, having spotted the commotion. He peered at the scroll in Jon's hands. "The Vale? Baelish is cunning, but he might be the realm's best chance at a large, fresh army. If we can convince him to bring it north, it could turn the tide." Jon nodded. "We have to try." He looked around at the battered fortress. "We'll send a rider to meet his envoy, ensure safe passage. Let them see the truth with their own eyes. Then maybe the Knights of the Vale will heed the call." Robb's expression was guarded, but a faint spark of hope lit his eyes. "It's better than nothing." He paused. "You should also know one of our scouts returned from the direction of Harhome. He claims to have glimpsed a few whites on the shore, but no large host. That means the main body of the undead could be deeper inland or scattered. We can't be sure." Jon sighed. Another puzzle. He took a steadying breath. "All right. Let's prepare a proper reception for Baelish's envoy. Meanwhile, we keep fortifying, keep watch, and pray that Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower remain unassailed." So it went. Over the next few days, the battered men of Castle Black toiled. Wagons arrived from scattered northern hamlets, bearing meager supplies, salted fish, dried meats, battered tools. Word of the victory at the wall, if it could be called that, spread among the small folk, and some dared to travel north, hoping to find safety under the watchful eyes of thousands of soldiers. They found a realm on a perpetual brink, caked in ice and heartbreak. Melisandre's nightly prayers continued, lighting pyres in the courtyard. Some men joined her, desperate for hope. Others turned to the old gods, praying at the meager weirwood beyond the wall, though it was hardly accessible in the deep snow. Still others turned to strong wine or numb silence. The tension never truly left Castle Black. With each sunrise, watchers at the top of the wall scanned the horizon, expecting a sea of whites to appear at any moment. Yet days passed and the others did not show themselves. Perhaps they licked their wounds after losing a pair of White Walkers. Perhaps they moved elsewhere, sowing chaos. The not knowing was a torment in itself. Then, on a cold, clear morning, the Vale's envoy arrived. A watchman spotted them at dawn, a column of 50 knights on horseback, banners of the Moon and Falcon crest, winding up the King's Road. Word spread fast, and by the time the knights reached Castle Black's gates, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered. Jon donned his cloak and sword, stepping out to meet them. Robb flanked him on one side, Stannis on the other. Bolton, Lady Dustin, and Garland Reed waited behind, along with the Black brothers. Ghost and Grey Wind paced near the edges, watchful. The column reigned in just outside the half-repaired palisade. Their leader, a slender man in rich furs trimmed with silver, raised his visor. "I am Ser Vardy's Aegon," he declared, voice echoing in the frosty air. "I come on behalf of Lord Protector Peter Baelish and the Vale of Aaron." We seek an audience with Jon Targaryen and to see the truth of this undead threat. Jon stepped forward. I am Jon Targaryen. Welcome. You shall have safe passage here, as promised. Ser Vardis studied the battered fortress with open curiosity and faint horror, likely at the blackened patches of ground and the visible cracks in the wall's base. My lord, he said quietly, dismounting. We'd heard rumors of a great battle, but no rumor can convey this devastation. My men and I would like to see for ourselves. If you permit. Jon gestured toward the yard. Follow me. I'll show you exactly what happened. He led them past the scorched areas, pointing out the piles of blackened bones that had once been whites. Men parted to let the knights pass, some wearing scowls. The Vale had long stayed out of the war, and some northerners resented their neutrality. But now they pinned their hopes on these newcomers, so no one openly jeered. Robb and Stannis accompanied them, offering commentary. They spoke of the White Walker's magic, how it fractured the wall's ice, how waves of undead tried to swarm the ramparts. The Vale Knights exchanged alarmed glances. Ser Vardis knelt by the charred remains of a white skull, gently nudging it with his gauntlet. The bone crumbled into ash. He looked up, voice taut. Unholy. I've never seen such a thing. Jon nodded. We have men who can testify firsthand. We also have living proof. He signaled to Garland Reed, who brought forward a battered crate. Carefully, he pried it open. Inside lay a single white's arm, severed at the elbow but still faintly twitching in unnatural motion. The men of the Vale recoiled, half drawing their swords. One knight swore under his breath. Gods above, Ser Vardis breathed, stepping back. It still moves? Aye, Jon said solemnly. Unless burned by fire or destroyed with dragonglass or Valyrian steel, these abominations linger. Now imagine thousands of such corpses commanded by the others, what we call the White Walkers. That is the threat we face. Shock rippled through the Vale contingent. Knights murmured among themselves, eyes flicking from the twitching limb to the scorch marks on the ground. Ser Vardis swallowed, then spoke, forcibly steady. Lord Baelish suspected the claims were exaggerated. I see now they are not. I must send word at once. This changes everything. Good, Jon said, relief stirring. I'll provide you with ravens and safe lodging while you write to him. In the meantime, you and your men can witness the scale of what we're doing here. Our defenses, the garrison, the survivors. The Vale's help could turn the tide. Ser Vardis nodded emphatically. We'll do whatever we can to make Lord Baelish see reason. If the Vale's knights are truly needed, we must rally them north. We cannot stand idly by while such a menace exists. Jon felt a wave of cautious hope. Peter Baelish was cunning, yes, but even cunning men had to bow to reality when it threatened to consume them. If the Vale Knights arrived in earnest, it might tip the balance. Then welcome, he said, motioning to the battered courtyard around them. You'll find the comforts here lacking, but you're among allies now. The knights set about securing their horses, clearly discomfited by the state of the fortress. Jon led Ser Vardis inside, offering a rough meal in the largest intact hall. Robb, Stannis, and a few others joined. Over cups of watered wine, they discussed the undead threat in greater detail. Vardis listened with grave attention, occasionally scratching notes on a piece of parchment for his eventual raven to Baelish. When the talk turned to the politics of the Iron Throne, Jon's claim, Tommen's rule in King's Landing, the uncertain stance of the Tyrells, Vardis kept his responses cautious. Lord Baelish has many alliances to maintain. But if this threat is real, I suspect he will put aside lesser squabbles. The Vale might be the bulwark that the realm needs. Stannis, arms folded, gave a curt nod. We shall see. Words are wind. Vardis bowed politely. Agreed, your grace. I'll write tonight, and by tomorrow we can dispatch a raven. With luck, the Vale's forces might march within a fortnight, though it will take time for them to ascend the high roads. Winter has not been kind to our passes. A fortnight or more. Jon wished they could muster an army in days, but nothing was ever so simple. We'll hold as long as we can, he said. Robb ran a finger over the rim of his cup, expression distant. I only hope the others grant us that much time. The next day, a rider arrived from Eastwatch carrying a message from Alice Karstark. Her note confirmed that she had encountered small groups of whites near the coastal road but driven them off with minimal losses. No sign of a large host. Jon read the letter aloud to the men in the hall, and though they received it with subdued relief, no one relaxed entirely. Each day that passed without another massive assault could mean the others were massing elsewhere. Still, it was better news than an attack on Eastwatch. That same evening, Stannis's men finished constructing additional catapults near the breach. The blacksmiths hammered new dragonglass arrowheads around the clock, ensuring that every archer had a few dozen. Crates of pitch were stacked near strategic points, ready to be ignited if the undead returned. Fire was precious now. They had so little wildfire left that each jar was guarded like gold. Jon could only hope it would suffice in another battle. During this lull, Ser Vardis Egen sent his ravens south, carrying a detailed account of the monstrous foe. In the days that followed, he and his knights rode through the Gift, verifying with their own eyes the abandoned farmsteads and the scorched remains of whites that had been cleared by scouting parties. Each horror they witnessed seemed to further erode their initial skepticism. By the time they returned to Castle Black, Ser Vardis wore a haunted look, as if he had peered into the realm of nightmares. "We must do more," he told Jon. "Lord Baelish will have no choice but to act when he hears all we've seen." But ravens could be lost, and even if they reached Baelish, the Vale might not march swiftly enough. Meanwhile, the nights grew colder, the snow deeper. The wounded recovered slowly, and the men's spirits sagged under the relentless cycle of watchfulness and dread. Jon felt it himself, a creeping weariness. He told himself that each day they survived without a second assault was a small victory. But the tension never left. One gray morning, so like all the others that the sun's position barely changed the color of the sky, Robb sought Jon out near the stables. Surprised to find the younger man alone, Jon paused. Robb's expression was pinched with concern. "We have a problem," he said. Jon's stomach tightened. "What is it?" Robb jerked his head toward the stable's back wall, where two of Bolton's men had been posted as guards. One was missing, and the other sat on a barrel, whittling a stick with a dull knife. "It seems that some men have deserted in the night. A few from Bolton's contingent, plus 2 or 3 others from smaller northern houses. They took horses and vanished." Jon cursed under his breath. "They saw enough horror to break them. They want no part of this war." In times of crisis, desertion was not uncommon, but it threatened discipline, especially if more men decided to flee. "How many?" 10 from what we can tell. Maybe more. They left a gate open in the night. If the others had attacked then... Robb let the words trail off, the implication chilling. Jon scrubbed a hand over his face. "We need to clamp down on security. Double the gate watches, triple if possible. We can't risk infiltration or desertion." Robb nodded. "I've already given orders. But we need to handle morale too. Show the men we still have a chance. They're losing hope." That was the crux of it, Jon realized. The White Walkers might not need to attack again if the defenders fell apart from within. He sighed. "We'll call another assembly in the yard. Remind them we stand together, that allies may be on the way. We've shown we can kill White Walkers. We just need the will to keep fighting." Robb's eyes flickered with something like grudging admiration. "You've come a long way from the brother I knew in Winterfell. The men believe in you, Jon, more than in me, perhaps." Jon's chest tightened. "They believe in us both," he said. "Your arrow killed that walker. The men saw that. Don't doubt your role here." For a moment, Robb looked as though he might say more. Something heartfelt. But he closed his mouth, nodding. "All right, let's speak to them." They found a vantage in the courtyard near the half-rebuilt ramp, summoning what remained of the armies. The battered men assembled in a wide circle, from black-clad watchmen to Bolton foot soldiers, from Karstarks and Mormonts to Stannis's knights. The Vale Knights listened too, though they had no direct stake in it beyond observing the realm's desperation. A hush fell, weighted by the swirl of cold air. Jon stepped forward, posture squared despite his fatigue. He looked over the ragged crowd. Men with bandaged arms, men leaning on spears, men whose eyes still gleamed with terror. "Brothers," he began, letting his voice carry. "We have faced the others once. We saw them bleed. We saw them flee when we struck them with fire and dragonglass. Some of you think we cannot hold if they come again. Perhaps you fear there is no help coming, that we stand alone. But I tell you now, we are not alone. The Vale has come to see what we face. Soon, if the gods are good, they'll send their knights to join us. The Riverlands may stir, the Tyrells might rouse. Even Daenerys Targaryen across the sea may yet sail west. We have only to hold, to endure. Some men straightened at that. Others exchanged skeptical looks. Jon continued, voice firm. I know you are tired. I know you have lost friends. We have all lost. But if we desert our posts, if we flee, the others will hunt us down in the darkness, one by one. They will raise our corpses to join their army. The only hope is to stand together and fight. And I believe we can fight. We have proven it already. At that, a faint rumble of agreement passed through the crowd. Jon glanced at Robb, who stepped forward, lifting his voice. I was once king in the north. Now I stand beneath my brother's banner. The Targaryen dragon joined with the Stark wolf, because we need unity, not division. My arrow felled a White Walker, but that victory belonged to every man on those walls. We can do it again if we don't lose heart. A stronger murmur this time, as men recalled the tense moment when the other had shattered under dragonglass. Even a few of Bolton's men nodded. The stony face of Lady Dustin showed flickers of grudging acceptance. Jon pressed the advantage. Double your vigilance. Keep your swords sharp and your hearts resolute. Let no one say the North gave up when the long night threatened. We will meet the dead with living flame. Anyone who doubts, speak to those who fought by my side. They will tell you the White Walkers are not invincible. A wave of grim nods passed through the assembly. Despair still lurked in many eyes, but Jon sensed a spark of determination. The sight heartened him more than he'd expected. He ended the address by ordering every man to prepare for the next assault, to store fuel for fires, to keep watch, to remain in the fortress unless on official duties. The men dispersed with a renewed sense of unity. Maybe it would last only a short time, but for now it was enough. The next day, another raven arrived, this time from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley, convalescent though he was, wrote to confirm that some of his bannermen had survived the Frey betrayals and still mustered soldiers. He promised to send a small reinforcement of Manderley troops north, though it would be at least a week before they could traverse the snows. That was more good news. If the others delayed, Castle Black might accumulate enough men to hold indefinitely. The day after that, a different raven brought ill tidings. A roving band of undead near Queen's Crown had slaughtered a patrol of watchers, leaving only a single survivor to flee and spread the tale. The White Walkers were clearly not idle, only choosing their targets more selectively. Jon cursed under his breath. They could not chase every reported attack without fracturing their forces. Ser Vardis Egen grew restless, awaiting a response from Peter Baelish. His knights lingered at Castle Black, training with the northern men, learning how best to use dragonglass arrows. Every day he asked if a new raven had arrived from the Eyrie. Every day the answer was no. Tension wore at him. Lord Baelish must be preparing something, Ser Vardis said. He wouldn't remain silent if he believed our accounts. Maybe the passes are slow with snowfall. Stannis eyed him skeptically. Or maybe your lord has more cunning than courage. Ser Vardis bristled, but he kept his composure. He will not ignore this. You have my word. Time dragged on. The nights were eerily calm, no sign of wights, no storms of frost. Men began to wonder if the others had truly been driven off. Some dared to hope, but the memory of that single cataclysmic assault lingered. Jon refused to lower the guard. He spent long hours at the top of the wall, scanning for movement. Often, Robb joined him, or Ed Tollett, or Garland Reed. Ghost prowled the parapets, muzzle lifting to catch any strange scent. Yet the horizon remained empty of immediate threats. On the 5th day after the Vale Knight's arrival, a new commotion stirred the fortress near midday. The horns blared once, twice, calls that indicated riders approaching from the south. Jon and Robb hurried to the gate, expecting more refugees or perhaps Manderley men. Instead, they found something more surprising, a small column of mounted sellswords and outriders bearing a battered sigil of a flaming stag, one of Stannis's lesser banners. At their head rode a thin man with a grim face, followed by 2 individuals who wore tattered black, but one of them was a woman and the other a young boy who gazed around with wide eyes. The watchers parted, curiosity palpable. The woman's hair was cropped short, her face smudged with dust and weariness. She carried a dagger at her belt and a steel staff strapped to her back. The boy was small, though not as young as a toddler, 8, maybe 9, with dark hair and big, solemn eyes. Jon frowned, stepping forward. "What's this?" The lead outrider swung down from his horse, dipping his head. "We picked these two up on the road from Mole's Town. They claimed to be from the Night's Watch, or, well, the boy's father was in the watch. They said they'd been in hiding, fleeing whites." He glanced at the woman. "She says her name is Val, sister to some wildling princess. I don't know the details." At the mention of Val, a stir rippled through the Black brothers. Some recognized the name as part of the free folk royalty in the old sense connected to Mance Raydo's court. But the woman's posture was not that of a prisoner. She held herself proud, as if unimpressed by all the soldiers around her. The boy at her side clutched her hand, scanning the courtyard with fearful curiosity. Jon approached, studying the pair. "I am Jon Targaryen," he said. "What brings you here?" Val lifted her chin. "I bring the son of Mance Rayder, the boy once prophesied among the free folk. We hid him when Mance fell, but the whites have hunted us relentlessly. We heard you were gathering armies here to fight the dead." Jon's eyes widened. He knew of Mance Raydo's child. Rumors said the boy had been spirited away by the Watch or by wildling allies. That was years ago, or so it felt. If the child had lived, perhaps he was a focal point for some old prophecy among the free folk. "So, you came seeking refuge?" Val nodded warily. "And to offer what knowledge we can. I was Mance's kin by marriage. I know the wilds beyond the wall, know how the others move. We can help if you'll shelter the boy." She placed a protective hand on the child's shoulder. He looked up at Jon with wide, uncertain eyes. Robb stepped closer, exchanging a look with Jon. This was an unforeseen complication. But the free folk had reason to hate the others more than most. If Val truly held knowledge of the northern wilderness, that could be invaluable. "We welcome any allies," Robb said carefully, glancing at the boy. "The child is safe here." Val's gaze darted to the broken rampart, the charred ground. "Safe? Perhaps safer than out there. But if the others come, no place is truly safe." Jon tried a reassuring tone. "We fought them once and prevailed. We have watchers along the wall. The boy will not be harmed. Nor you." She studied him, eyes reflecting a lifetime of hardship, then nodded. "Then I will stay and help if I can." She looked at the outrider. "Though I'll need better living quarters than a stable, if possible." Jon managed a faint smile. "We'll find something. Welcome." As the outriders led their horses away, Jon signaled to a steward to guide Val and the boy, Dallas boy, some had called him, into the fortress. The presence of Mance Raydo's heir might unsettle some watchers or some lords, but the times were dire, and any resource that might help them survive was worth embracing. Jon couldn't help a pang of empathy for the child cast into war at such a young age. Then again, nearly every child in Westeros was threatened by the long night. That evening, as the cold deepened, Jon found himself in the war room with Robb, Stannis, Roose Bolton, Lady Dustin, and a few others discussing the continued absence of a major undead force. They mulled over whether the White Walkers were truly biding their time or if they'd shifted their focus to another region. Could they be attacking the Riverlands or the Neck? Did that even make sense, given the wall's ancient significance? Midway through the debate, Val entered with a directness that startled the lords. She spared them no courtesies, stepping up to the table. "If you cannot find the others, it's because you were too loud and too slow. They move like ghosts through the forests. They have no need for roads. But in time, they will gather again for the kill. My people say there's a place of power in the far north, some old fortress they once built. They might be massing there." Bolton arched a brow. "You speak as if you know more than the rest of us. Where's this fortress?" Val shrugged. "We call it the Frozen Vale, far beyond the haunted forest, near the edge of the Shivering Sea. Legends say the others retreated there after the last long night. None of our hunters dared go near it. If they are building another army, that might be their seat." Lady Dustin snorted. "And you propose we march an army across 1,000 miles of ice to attack them in their lair?" Val's cool gaze flicked to Dustin. "I propose nothing. I only share what I know. If you wait here for them to come to you again, that is your choice." Stannis' eyes narrowed. Attacking them in the field might be less dangerous than letting them choose the timing. But can we truly reach such a place? Our men can barely endure the cold we have now. Jon pressed his palms against the table. "We nearly died just traveling from Winterfell to the wall. Going beyond the wall into the deep north with thousands of men and wagons would be suicide. Unless we find a way to do it in smaller, more mobile groups." Bolton gave him a thin-lipped smile. "Even then, a fool's errand. We'd be outnumbered and on their turf. Better to fortify the wall. The moment we move away from it, we lose our greatest defensive advantage." The debate raged for a time, growing heated. Val insisted that the others might be regrouping somewhere far north and that striking them unexpectedly could be the only way to truly end their threat. Bolton and Dustin argued for staying behind the wall, letting the others come at them again. Stannis occupied a middle ground, intrigued by the possibility of a preemptive strike but unwilling to commit to a suicidal expedition. Robb listened, arms folded, occasionally casting glances at Jon. At length, Jon held up a hand to silence the argument. "We can't go now," he said firmly. "We're not prepared for a massive trek into the deep north. Our supplies are too thin, our men are too battered. And we can't abandon the wall. If the others slip past us, the entire realm falls. But let's not dismiss the idea that we may have to meet them on their ground someday. If we receive more reinforcements from the Vale or the Manderleys, if we can secure the resources, then perhaps we can dispatch a smaller force to locate this rumored fortress. For now we hold." A grudging consensus settled over the room. They would remain at Castle Black, keep watchers at Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, and wait for southern reinforcements to tip the scales. Val accepted the compromise with a huff. Lady Dustin gave a curt nod. Bolton's expression was impassive. Stannis's gaze lingered on Jon as though measuring the strength of his resolve. Finally, the meeting broke. Another week passed. Morale fluctuated between uneasy dread and guarded optimism. The fortress's defenses solidified. The breach in the wall was patched with more ice, lumber, and crude scaffolding. Sentries lined the ramparts day and night. Ser Vardis Egen continued to wait for a raven from Baelish. The Manderley reinforcements arrived, 200 men, half of them experienced fighters, half conscripts, but they brought wagons of salted fish and bread. That helped alleviate immediate hunger, though it was far from enough to supply the entire fortress indefinitely. Word spread that the Karstarks at Eastwatch had faced another minor skirmish with whites but driven them off once more. No large host materialized, leaving an eerie calm. Some men began to question whether the others had retreated for good. Jon remembered all too well the legends of the Long Night, how the others would vanish and reappear like ghosts. He refused to let the garrison relax. At last, in the late hours of a windy night, a new raven arrived from the Vale, delivering the message Ser Vardis had prayed for. The watchman who carried it found Jon in the courtyard, studying the night sky. Torchlight revealed the seal of House Arryn. Ser Vardis hovered anxiously as Jon read. Then Jon handed the parchment over so the knight could see. In short, Baelish wrote that he believed the threat to be genuine. He was making arrangements with Lady Anya Waynwood, Lord Nestor Royce, and the other Vale lords to muster a force of knights, perhaps as many as 5,000, and would dispatch them north as soon as weather permitted. The letter was replete with Baelish's characteristic politeness, hints of subtle conditions about future politics, but the essence was clear: the Vale would come. A ripple of excitement ran through the watchers. Ser Vardis exhaled a long, relieved breath. He's done it then. The Knights of the Vale will march. Jon felt a surge of hope. 5,000 disciplined knights, plus whatever foot they might gather, was a formidable force. We'll have to see how quickly they can arrive, he said carefully. Winter roads are treacherous and the pass to the Vale is known to be difficult. But even if it takes them weeks, that's more than we had. Robb joined them, scanning the letter. A faint smile touched his lips, though worry lingered in his eyes. It could be the difference. If the others come again, we'll need every sword. The next days felt lighter, as though a faint sun had broken through the gloom. Not all men believed the Vale Knights would actually appear, but the possibility buoyed spirits. The Watchers took their shifts with renewed determination. The forges hammered out more weapons. Manderley men sang old war songs at the fires, though the tunes were subdued. Stannis oversaw final repairs to the main catapults, while Bolton's men carved sharpened stakes. Val taught some Watchers how to move quietly in the snow, how to detect white tracks. Over all of it presided Jon, coordinating, encouraging, doing his best to hold the fractious coalition together. One raw morning, he stood with Robb near the top of the wall, scanning the distant horizon. Ghost and gray wind huddled against the cold, tongues lolling. Thin sunlight tried to pierce the clouds, painting the snowy plains in a dim silver glow. Jon took in a slow breath of frigid air. If the Vale's Knights do arrive, we might have enough to push beyond the wall, like Val suggests, or at least patrol more thoroughly. Robb's brow creased. A direct assault, are we truly considering it? Jon hesitated. One day. Not soon. But the others won't vanish. If we remain behind these walls forever, the realm might bleed from every smaller attack. A decisive blow could end it. But for now we wait, see how many men Baelish sends, see if Daenerys Targaryen in Essos makes a move, or if Tommen in King's Landing does anything. Hell, I'd take help from the Lannisters if it meant defeating the dead. Robb gave a mirthless chuckle. You allied with the Lannisters. Our father would spin in his grave. Jon's expression flickered with pain. We do what we must for the living. Silence stretched. The wind moaned, lifting a veil of loose snow from the parapets. Gray wind pressed against Robb's leg, seeking warmth. Robb absently scratched the direwolf's ear. You know, he said quietly, there was a time I thought all we'd ever worry about was petty battles in the south or how to keep the north free. Now it feels like none of that matters if these monsters overrun the world. Jon nodded, a tightness in his chest. If we survive this, we can revisit old dreams. For now, we fight side by side. A flicker of a smile tugged at Robb's lips. Aye, we do. They lingered, gazing over the haunted expanse. Below them, Castle Black churned with quiet industry. Men came and went, stoking fires, building fortifications, sharing rumors. Stannis barked orders in the yard, stiff-backed as ever. Melisandre stood by a brazier, eyes closed in prayer. Ser Vardis Aegon conferred with his knights, preparing for the day they might ride south to meet the Vale's main host and guide them north. Life continued, precarious but unbroken. At the far edge of Jon's vision, the trees of the haunted forest swayed. He remembered how the White Walkers had emerged from those shadows once before. They might do so again tomorrow, or next week, or next month. But they would come. His heart pounded as he resolved yet again to be ready. He thought of the men who had perished in the first assault, of those who would perish in future battles. There was no going back to simpler times. This was the crucible that would decide the fate of Westeros. Slowly, he turned from the parapet, adjusting his cloak against the cold. Come on, he said, voice subdued. We should finalize patrols. And check on the wounded. Then maybe grab something to eat, if we can call the slop in the hall food. Robb let out a low chuckle, following him down the battered stair. Lead on, your grace. Jon offered a half-smile at the teasing note in Robb's tone. Just Jon will do. Together, they descended into the fortress that had become a last bastion of hope. Their footsteps echoed on the wood, mingling with the distant clang of hammers and the murmur of weary men. In the courtyard, ghost and gray wind loped ahead, white and gray shadows on the snow. Overhead, the sky began to spit fresh flakes. Winter was deepening. Yet in that stark world of ice and threat, the living still moved, still planned, still reached for an uncertain dawn. The White Walkers were out there, ancient and cold, but so long as men stood watch on the wall, so long as they had the courage to fight, the realm's fate was not yet sealed. And so, beneath the half-repaired ramparts of Castle Black, beneath the battered banner of Stark and Targaryen, hope persisted like a faint candle flame in the swirling dark. The winter winds grew sharper over the following days, keening against Castle Black's walls as if testing the fortress's resolve. Snow piled in uneven drifts, forcing the courtyard's inhabitants to shovel ceaselessly just to keep the key paths clear. Despite the cold and the exhaustion of endless vigilance, there was a faint tremor of anticipation in the air. The Vale had pledged troops and the living had gained hope. For the first time since the others' first assault nearly shattered the wall, men spoke not just of holding out but of driving the enemy back, someday, somehow, if only enough support arrived in time. Jon found himself mired in the details of command more so than ever. He rose each morning while the sky was still murky gray, and he spent the hours before noon gathering reports, checking inventories, and mapping the latest rumors of undead sightings. Often he would break only when Robb or Ed Tollett forced him to eat a morsel or drink a mug of hot broth. Then he resumed, conferring with Stannis, who pressed for more watchtowers along the perimeter, allocating rations among the battered men so that none starved, listening to requests from Ser Vardis Aegon, who was anxious for word back from Peter Baelish about the exact route the Vale's knights would take. It was endless, vital, and draining. If Jon's old self, the boy who had arrived at the wall to join the Night's Watch, could have seen him now, he might not have recognized the man he'd become. But every time his will faltered, Jon reminded himself of the terrified villagers who had found shelter here, of the memory of those rampaging whites, and of the fact that the entire realm's fate might hinge on decisions made within these walls. Across Castle Black, makeshift infirmaries overflowed. In corners near the old kitchens, maesters and learned healers treated injuries from frostbite and past battles. The ongoing harshness of winter-spiked infections, and men who had survived the White Walker assault sometimes lost limbs to creeping gangrene. Jon visited those infirmaries daily, a presence that offered some glimmer of compassion. He would speak quietly with the wounded, promise them that their sacrifices mattered, that reinforcements were on the way. Few smiled, but many found some comfort in hearing those words from their chosen king. Robb made those rounds too, though more quietly, offering a few words of encouragement or a nod of gratitude. The men had begun to look at him differently since his arrow destroyed a White Walker. Even the Karstarks, who had once cursed his name, began showing faint respect. He still bore the wounds of bitterness, betrayal by his own brother, the sense of losing the North's crown, but over time those old resentments had softened to a weary acceptance of necessity. He no longer spoke of independence, at least not here and now. Instead, he spoke of the next battle, the next strategy. The realm had to come first, or there would be no realm at all. In that lull, the men also had time to notice changes in the castle's population. Val, the free folk woman who had arrived with Mance Rayder's son, found a place among the Watchers, advising them on stealth in the snow. She was aloof, unaccustomed to obeying Southern-style hierarchy, but Jon found her knowledge invaluable. She took daily treks beyond the gate, scouring the near distance for footprints or any sign of hidden whites. Sometimes she brought back small game, hare or grouse, to supplement the fortress's meager stores, which won her a certain admiration. Mance's boy, meanwhile, stayed close to her, wide-eyed and silent. Castle Black unsettled him, but the boy brightened whenever he saw Ghost or Grey Wind, as if dire wolves were living tales from wildling legend. Days of uneasy quiet turned into a week. An unbroken span of mild, overcast weather followed, mild by the North standards at least, meaning no fresh blizzards hammered the fortress. Men began to ask, were the others truly still out there? Did the death of 2 White Walkers drive them away to some distant lair? Or were they poised to strike again from another direction entirely? Jon was not fool enough to believe the threat had evaporated. He posted outriders along the Gift, rotating them every 2 days so none would grow complacent in their watch. Reports trickled in of small roving white bands, an abandoned farm or two. Yet no army. Nothing compared to that night when the White Walkers had nearly broken the wall's base. It was a time of tension so acute it made men's nerves fray. Several drunken brawls erupted among bored or anxious soldiers. Bolton's men in particular, restless and ill-tempered, drew sharp words from the Mormonts and Stannis' knights, spats that threatened to escalate. Robb, stepping in to calm one such quarrel, nearly took a fist to the jaw before he parted the men. The frustration was a far cry from the unity they needed. Jon realized that if the living were to stay strong, he would have to manage morale with the same vigilance as the catapults. He walked the courtyards with Robb, letting the men see them together, exchanging civil words. He allowed small contests of archery or swordsmanship in the yard on certain afternoons, awarding extra rations to winners to spur friendly rivalry rather than resentful tension. He even permitted 1 or 2 minor feasts, if they could be called feasts, a slight increase in bread and ale, a chance for men to gather in the hall and sing. The gloom did not lift entirely, but some of the tension eased, replaced by a sense of, we can endure this. One morning, as a pale sun hung over the crest of the wall, Jon and Robb were in the courtyard observing an archery drill. A handful of men practiced with dragonglass-tipped arrows, loosing at straw dummies set along the yard's perimeter. Robb frowned. We need more arrow. Weds, we have what, 100,000 total? With the Vale's Knights possibly doubling our number of archers, we'll need more. Jon nodded, arms folded over his chest. The blacksmiths are forging them as fast as they can. But obsidian shatters if shaped too hastily. We have to do it carefully, or else we waste it. Robb exhaled. I can gather more from Dragonstone if we had ships. But the sea lanes are treacherous and the storms. A blare of the horns cut him off. Once, twice an arrival, not an alarm. The 2 men exchanged a quick glance. The watchers in the gatehouse peered south, shouting. Jon strode to the rampart, Robb on his heels. Below, at the far edge of the King's Road, a line of mounted riders approached, their banners too distant to identify. The horns, still echoing, stirred the courtyard to life. Soldiers hurried to positions, hands on weapons, uncertain whether friend or foe arrived. Jon squinted. The standard looked like some swirling shape of gold on a field of light green. Unfamiliar at first, but as the group neared, details sharpened, a golden rose in full bloom. The Tyrell sigil. His heart thumped with surprise and a jolt of wariness. The Tyrells were southern lords who had allied with the Lannisters at times, now with King Tommen, so rumor said. Why would they come north? Could it be a small delegation, or had they marched an army? When they drew closer, it became clear this was no vast force. Barely 100 knights rode in formation, followed by a few wagons. Jon beckoned to a guard. Open the gate, but keep archers ready if needed. The portcullis lifted with a groan. The Tyrell riders filed in. At their head was a man who looked around 30 or so with a proud bearing and a calm, calculating gaze. He wore a cloak trimmed in fine cloth, though the edges were muddy from travel. Behind him rode a handful of lesser knights, banners swirling in the winter wind. The living men of Castle Black watched with tense curiosity. Seldom had a Tyrell banner been seen this far north, let alone in war-torn winter. Jon approached, flanked by Robb, Stannis, and a few Black brothers. Ghost trotted at Jon's side, hackles raised in curiosity. The Tyrell knight halted, swinging down from his saddle with a practiced flourish. His breath puffed white in the cold, and he swept a polite bow. "My lord, or is it your grace?" He offered a smooth smile. "I am Ser Eleanor Tyrell, cousin to Mace Tyrell of Highgarden. I bring greetings from my lord as well as a letter of introduction." Jon kept his posture steady. "You've come a long way, Ser Eleanor. For what purpose?" Ser Eleanor's eyes flicked over the battered courtyard, the half-burned structures, the tired men. "Your reputation has grown, Jon Targaryen. Word reached Highgarden that you overthrew Robb Stark for the sake of the realm, then united the North against these White Walkers. Whispers say you even forced Stannis Baratheon to bend, or at least to join your cause." Stannis bristled at the notion that he'd bent to anyone, but he held his tongue, crossing his arms. Robb stiffened slightly, though he'd grown used to references to his dethronement. Jon ignored the flicker of tension. "We stand united against an undead threat." "That is true. But does House Tyrell believe it enough to send men?" Ser Eleanor's lips curved. "My lord father was uncertain. But Lady Olenna Tyrell, my grandmother, sent me to see this for myself. She has a keen mind for truth behind rumors, and these rumors spoke of monsters and a new Targaryen. She recalled Daenerys Targaryen's name, but she was surprised to hear of you." He paused. "We didn't march in force. I have but 100 men, a fraction of what the Reach can muster. But if the threat is real, I am authorized to promise more. We came to witness these whites, to speak with you, and to find possible cause for alliance." Jon felt a swirl of conflicting emotions, relief that the South was stirring, suspicion that House Tyrell might be playing a deeper game. If they pledged their swords, it could be a turning point. But the Tyrells were power brokers who had once nearly joined Stannis' enemies. They had allied with the Lannisters for a time. They had also supported Margaery Tyrell's marriage to Tommen. "You'll find the threat is all too real," Jon said. "If you wish proof, we can show you the white remains. You can speak to any man here, see the damage done to the wall itself. We have no shortage of horror to share." Ser Eleanor nodded solemnly. "Then I accept your invitation, your grace. May I address your host in your hall, or whatever passes for one in this fortress?" Jon glanced at Stannis, who shrugged noncommittally. Robb turned to Jon, a question in his eyes. Jon turned back to Ser Eleanor. "We don't have a proper hall, but we have a large common area we use for gatherings. You and your men can stable your horses. We'll speak inside, away from the cold." So it was done. Men took charge of the Tyrell horses, leading them to a portion of the stables that had been repaired. The new arrivals were obviously unsettled by the bleakness of the surroundings and the intense chill. More than one Tyrell knight cursed under his breath about the biting wind. But they followed Ser Eleanor's lead, who seemed more composed if still taken aback by the conditions. They brought a few wagons loaded with provisions, bread, dried fruits, and a few casks of wine, by the look of it. It was a pittance compared to what House Tyrell could supply in the midst of summer, but it was still a gesture that showed they were not entirely unsympathetic. Within the hour, Jon convened a modest assembly in the fortress's largest intact hall, a drafty building where the Night's Watch once ate in shifts. Torches lined the walls. The floor was strewn with straw. The battered war table with a partial map of the North dominated the center. Stannis, Robb, Bolton, Lady Dustin, Garland Reed, Ed Tollett, Ser Vardys Egan, and a handful of other leaders gathered. Ser Eleanor Tyrell stood on the opposite side with two of his captains, while a small retinue of Tyrell men waited by the doors. Tension hummed in the air. Jon opened by recounting the recent battle with the White Walkers, describing their ice magic, the partial breach in the wall, the slaughter, and the eventual retreat of the undead. He spared no detail, the screeching whites, the blasts of unnatural cold, the shattered bones. Ser Eleanor and his men listened with rapt horror, occasionally trading glances that suggested skepticism was fast eroding. Stannis added his own remarks about the night's chaos, how only a combination of wildfire, dragonglass, and Melisandre's flames had held the tide. Robb chimed in about the White Walker he killed with a dragonglass arrow, explaining how the creature exploded in a spray of icy shards. The watchers from the Tyrell contingent shifted uneasily, some crossing themselves or muttering prayers. It was one thing to hear rumors, quite another to face men who had survived the unimaginable. "I'd like to show you the breach," Jon said at last. "We can also show you surviving pieces of white remains if you wish. That's how we convinced the Vale. The undead can be witnessed with your own eyes." Ser Eleanor glanced at his captains, then nodded firmly. "Please do. If we return to Highgarden with anything less than absolute proof, I fear Lady Olenna will have my head. She has no patience for half-measures, especially in these times." A short, wry laugh rippled among those who knew the Queen of Thorns by reputation. With that, the formalities ended. Jon led Ser Eleanor and a few of his men to the battered courtyard. The watchmen parted so they could approach the foot of the breach where jagged ice blocks had been stacked, supported by heavy timbers. The Tyrell knights stepped gingerly over charred sections of ground, grimacing at the stench of old death. Jon explained how the White Walker's frost had shattered the wall's lower face. He had Ed call a few men to roll away a heavy canvas that concealed an armful of white fragments, twitching limbs, blackened torsos, severed heads that still moved sightless jaws. At the sight, one Tyrell knight recoiled, crossing himself. Ser Eleanor's face went pale, but he remained stoic. "So it's all true," he said quietly. "May the Seven protect us." Jon nodded. "Now you see what we're up against. We need more swords, more archers, more provisions, anything to hold until we can unify the realm. If the Tyrells stand with us, you might save tens of thousands of lives." Ser Eleanor studied the writhing white arm for a moment longer, then exhaled. "I intend to ride south with all haste once I've gathered sufficient proof. My men will remain here, if that pleases you, as a token of goodwill. They can help defend the castle while I relay the truth to Lady Olenna and Lord Mace. If your northern roads permit, we might muster a great host and sail from the west or march from the east. But we must act swiftly. Winter only grows worse." It was more than Jon had hoped for in a single meeting. "Thank you," he said, relief threading his voice. "We'll house your knights as best we can. The moment you decide to depart, we'll give you safe escort back." The Tyrell men made camp in a corner of the courtyard near the Vale contingent, forming a small southern outpost in the midst of the bleak fortress. They marveled at the dire wolves prowling the yard, joked about how the snow nearly swallowed them to the waist, and cast apprehensive glances at the nightly pyres Melisandre lit. Yet they seemed determined to learn, training with obsidian arrowheads, listening to instructions on how to strike a white so it would not rise again. It was a precarious alliance, one that hinged on Ser Eleanor's success in persuading his family to commit. But it was another crack in the realm's indifference, and that was progress. That evening, Ser Eleanor dined with Jon, Robb, and the other leaders in a cramped side hall. The meal was modest: salted fish, dark bread, and a bit of stew. Ser Eleanor coughed politely, praising the cook's efforts, though from his expression, Jon guessed it was far beneath the rich feasts of Highgarden. Stannis said little, cutting his fish in silence. Lady Dustin cast the occasional barbed remark about southern pomp, and Bolton watched, impassive. Robb engaged Ser Eleanor in small talk about the Reach's famed cavalry, how their horses might fare in northern snows. Ser Eleanor admitted it would be a challenge, but Tyrell resources were vast if the region mobilized. Jon, for his part, probed about King's Landing. Did the Lannisters or King Tommen do anything about the White Walkers? Ser Eleanor shook his head. If they had, it was not known in Highgarden. Cersei Lannister was rumored to be embroiled in her own intrigues, paying little heed to northern fairy tales. After the meal, Ser Eleanor stood. "If it pleases you, I'll depart in 2 days. I wish to gather all the evidence I can, speak to survivors, see if there are any whites still locked away, and then I'll ride for the Rose Road. It's a long journey, but I must try." Jon agreed, offering him full cooperation. Then, one by one, the gathering dispersed. Robb lingered behind, gazing at the sputtering torches. "We might have 3 or 4 southern armies heading here," he said softly. "The Vale? Possibly the Tyrells. Maybe the Riverlands if Edmure Tully stirs himself. We could stand a chance." Jon nodded, shoulders tense. "That's if the others don't return tomorrow with the main horde. We don't know their plans. We can only do what we can." In the days that followed, Ser Eleanor busied himself with interviews. He spoke at length to Ed Tollett, to a few men who had personally fought off whites, to the healers who treated frostbite victims. He studied the fissures in the wall's base, traced the lines of damage with trembling hands. He questioned Val about wildling tales of the others. He gazed upon the pile of white remains more than once, ensuring no trick or illusion. By the end, he wore a haunted, resolute expression, as though fully convinced of the horror. Jon made sure the Tyrell knights had each tested a dragonglass arrow on at least some piece of white flesh, so they could say they had personally destroyed undead. The men returned pale, swearing they felt the ice in their blood. But none doubted after that. By the second dawn, Ser Eleanor came to Jon in the yard, horse saddled and cloak packed. "I've seen enough," he said quietly, voice subdued. "I ride now. I beg you hold fast. The Reach can be a mighty ally if Lady Olenna and my lord father muster in time." Jon clasped his forearm. "Go safely. The roads are harsh. I'll send a small escort with you to the northern border. After that, the gods guide you." Ser Eleanor nodded. "I'll return as soon as possible or send ravens if the passes become impassable. May the Seven watch over you, your grace." He swung into the saddle, leading a handful of men. The rest of his knights, about 70, remained, forming a new wing in the fortress. The watchers opened the gates, and Ser Eleanor departed into the swirling cold, a lonely figure riding south with dread tidings. Tom slipped again into a tense waiting game. One day bled into the next. A messenger arrived from Eastwatch saying all was quiet there. Another from the Shadow Tower reported a few more whites prowling near the Milkwater, but nothing large. Men at Castle Black set to building more storage space for supplies, patching up the final holes left from the assault, and training vigorously with new obsidian weapons. Bolton's men, under Roos's silent direction, formed small strike teams that ventured into the Gift to exterminate any whites that threatened local homesteads. Each successful raid bolstered morale, though men returned harrowed by what they had seen. In the gloom of one early morning, Jon was awakened by a frantic pounding on his tower door. Bleary-eyed, he swung it open to find a watchman gasping, "A raven, your grace. From across the sea." We don't recognize the seal, but the letter was addressed to Jon Targaryen. Jon's pulse kicked. Across the sea? Daenerys Targaryen? He ushered the watchman inside, snatching the parchment. A single wax crest showed a stylized dragon, though not the old Targaryen sigil. Carefully, Jon broke it. Within, the handwriting was flowing, bold strokes. It read, "To Jon Targaryen, rumored king of the North and claimant of the Iron Throne. I am Daenerys Storeborn of House Targaryen, mother of dragons, breaker of chains, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I have heard improbable tales that another of my blood claims a right to the throne from the north, and that an undead menace threatens all Westeros. Though I was inclined to dismiss such tales as contrived, further reports from travelers and exiles confirm that dark magic stirs. If you are truly of Targaryen blood, and if you truly face an evil beyond mortal comprehension, prove it. I would have you come to Dragonstone, present your case, and show me the proof of these White Walkers. If the threat is real, perhaps we can find common purpose. But I will not kneel to falsehood, nor will I squander armies on rumor. Come in peace, or face my dragon's wrath. Daenerys Targaryen." Jon read it twice, heart drumming louder each time. So Daenerys lived and commanded enough force to write with confidence. Dragons even. He remembered, with a jolt, that the few who had traveled from Essos told tales of 3 living dragons under her command. If that was true, it might shift the entire war. Dragons were rumored to be the bane of the others in ancient times. Or so the old legends said. That fire, especially dragonfire, was the ultimate anathema to creatures of ice. But the letter's tone was proud, almost threatening. She demanded he come to Dragonstone. That was on the opposite side of Westeros, well south of the Wall. He pictured the hazards. Navigating war-torn roads, or sailing from Eastwatch in the midst of winter storms, risking losing half the men or more. And she apparently expected him to prove his cause, or yield to her if she found him wanting. A swirl of conflicting feelings stirred. If she truly commanded dragons, her alliance could be the pivotal edge they needed. But how to approach her without exposing the North to risk? He had left the Watch. He had become a leader in the North, indeed the entire realm. Could he afford to depart? He spent the next hour pacing his chamber, mind racing. Finally, he called for a meeting. By midday, the fortress's leaders were gathered once again in the war room. Jon read the letter aloud, his voice tight. Melisandre stood near the brazier, an odd gleam in her red eyes. Stannis listened with a scowl, arms folded. Robb's expression was guarded, unsettled by the mention of dragons. Bolton's gaze flicked with cold calculation. When Jon finished, a hush hung over the group. At length, Lady Dustin spoke, voice dry. "So the Dragon Queen demands you come kneel to her? If you do, we lose the North's independence all over again." Bolton offered a thin smile. We lost that independence the day we followed him over Robb. Let's not feign illusions. Robb stiffened but did not rise to the taunt. He said instead, Daenerys might well be the strongest force in Essos, and if she truly lands in Westeros, she'll have an army. We could use that, but can we risk leaving the wall now? The others might return tomorrow. Jon drummed his fingers on the worn tabletop. The letter invites me alone or a small delegation. She presumably wants to see if we're genuine. She also specifically asks for proof of the White Walkers. That's not unreasonable from her perspective. She's across the sea or perhaps at Dragonstone now. She might not fully believe in the threat. Stannis cleared his throat, eyes narrowed. Dragonstone is mine by right. My seat. If Daenerys has taken it, she must have a fleet to cross the narrow sea. She might have already dethroned Tommen for all we know. Or she has an alliance with the Greyjoys. He ground his teeth. She calls herself rightful queen. So do I. So do you, apparently. A wry tension threaded the assembly. Jon recognized the old rancor in Stannis. The man had always claimed the throne by Baratheon lineage, though so much had changed since. If she is truly a Targaryen with dragons, Jon said carefully, this entire conflict might end. She could burn the White Walkers from the skies. Or so the stories say. But I am not about to yield the North's entire defense by traveling south en masse. The question is, do we attempt a smaller mission, or do we refuse and hope she comes to us? Servardi's Aegon, representing the Vale in this meeting, cleared his throat. If Daenerys Targaryen stands apart from the realm's petty divisions, maybe she's the unifying presence you need. The Vale might be more inclined to stand with you if we see you forging alliances that overshadow old feuds. His tone was cautious. He clearly did not want to offend Stannis or the others. Bolton's voice slid in, quiet. If you do go, who leads here? Another White Walker assault might come in your absence. Jon felt his heart thud. This was the crux. If he departed, would the alliance at Castle Black hold steady? Would they remain united without the man some had chosen as king? Robb could lead in my stead, he said after a moment. Or Stannis, or both. We have a council. We don't lack competent commanders. But the men might find it disheartening if I vanish now. Robb's gaze met Jon's. We can keep them together so long as we remain resolved. But I'm uneasy. You're the reason half of them stay. They believe in you specifically, in your Targaryen blood, in your willingness to fight for them. If you depart for weeks, that morale might crumble. Jon swallowed. Then I must weigh that against the potential of bringing dragons to our war. A single dragon could be worth thousands of men. He thought of the old tales, Aegon the Conqueror forging the 7 kingdoms with 3 dragons. If Daenerys had 3. But the letter also suggested she might see him as a pretender. She could as easily burn him alive if offended. The risk was enormous. A hush lay heavy over the table. Melisandre finally spoke, her voice a soft hiss. Fire is the enemy of ice. Dragons are living flame. This queen might be the key to salvation. Or she might be another rival for your throne. I have peered into my flames, but I see many shapes, dark wings, bright wings, a clash of storms. It remains unclear. Yet I sense the girl across the sea is important. Perhaps you must meet your own blood. Jon studied her a moment, uncertain how far he could trust her cryptic visions. Nonetheless, every sign pointed to the idea that ignoring Daenerys Targaryen was unwise. I'll think on it, he said at last. There's no immediate decision to be made. Winter storms might make the voyage impossible for now. Or I might take a small party from Eastwatch, see if the seas permit. We'll gauge conditions. The meeting ended on that tentative note. Jon walked away feeling as though he stood at a crossroads. If he could bring Daenerys north or at least secure her dragons, the war might turn. If he left now and the others attacked, the realm might fall while he was gone. Meanwhile, the Tyrell envoy was still en route south, the Vale's main army had not arrived, and White Walkers could still come at any moment from the gloom of the wild. Afterwards, in the courtyard, Robb found Jon standing near a brazier, lost in thought. He approached quietly, gray wind at his side. For a time, neither spoke, letting the cold wind swirl. Then Robb said, if it were me, I'd do whatever I could to secure dragons. Even if it's risky. Jon stared at the flickering coals. We might not have that choice if the seas are locked in ice. Or if the storms are too fierce. And sailing with a small party means we'd have minimal defenses if she decides I'm a threat. Robb shrugged, eyes heavy with fatigue. What isn't a threat these days? The White Walkers, the cold, the Lannisters, half the realm. We need any advantage. If that advantage is a dragon queen who might be your aunt. She is my aunt, Jon corrected, voice subdued. Rhaegar was her older brother, apparently, but that hardly means she'll welcome me. Targaryens have killed kin for crowns before. The memory of the Dance of the Dragons haunted him, a civil war centuries past in which Targaryen fought Targaryen. Blood ties did not guarantee peace. Robb's expression was sympathetic. Still, you're both Targaryens. She might see sense or she might not. But we have to try. I can keep the men focused here. The entire realm is rallying slowly. The Vale, the Tyrells, the Manderleys, the Watchers on the Wall. If we can hold until spring or until dragons come, we might stand a chance. Jon took a slow breath. All right, we'll see about the journey. I'll speak with Garland Reed, who has some knowledge of ships. See if Eastwatch has a sturdy vessel that can survive these waters. If we can sail, I'll go. But if the risk is too high or the White Walkers show signs of mobilizing, we can't. He glanced at Robb. You'd be my regent here? Robb hesitated, a flicker of old bitterness. But it passed quickly. Yes, for the good of the North and the realm. I can do that. The days slid by with no immediate sign of new storms. Garland Reed traveled to Eastwatch to inspect their meager fleet. He returned with word that one vessel, the Sea Wolf, might be capable if given a skilled captain and a favorable tide. But winter seas were treacherous. The crossing to Dragonstone could be a nightmare. In the meantime, ravens flew, seeking more news of Daenerys's location. Some said she might be near Driftmark, others that she was in the Stepstones. No definitive word arrived. The sense of uncertainty only deepened. Finally, in a small council with Stannis, Robb, Bolton, Ed, and others, Jon made his decision. I'll gather a small party, enough to defend ourselves but not so large as to be unwieldy. We'll sail from Eastwatch soon, if the weather holds. I'll bring the best proof of the White Walkers we can. Fragments of Whites, sworn witness from men who fought them. If Daenerys demands we bend, we'll see. But the main goal is to secure her help against the undead. Stannis's eyes flashed. Dragonstone is mine. If I come with you. No, Jon said firmly, mindful that Daenerys might view Stannis as a more direct threat. You're too important here, and your presence might provoke a confrontation. We need you to keep the men in line, help Robb hold the wall. The men trust your discipline. They also fear you. That fear is useful. Stannis pressed his lips together but conceded with a stiff nod. Robb folded his arms. I'll watch over everything. But be quick as you can, or we might not be here when you return. Jon nodded. Understood. The next days were a scramble of preparations. Men built crates to transport white remains without letting them thaw or slip out of control. They assembled a retinue. Garland Reed for maritime knowledge. An older black brother named Kedge Whitehead, who had faced the others personally. A few skilled fighters from House Mormont who volunteered. In total, no more than 24 souls. Ghost would accompany Jon, of course, refusing to be left behind. The plan was simple. Ride to Eastwatch, sail south, hugging the coast whenever possible. Then approach Dragonstone if it was indeed in Daenerys's hands. If storms raged or rumors suggested the White Walkers were massing, they would return at once. The risk was astronomical, but no path was safe anymore. Word of Jon's plan spread through Castle Black. Some men looked distressed, others emboldened. Ser Vardis Aegon offered a few knights from the Vale to join the voyage, but Jon declined. He wanted the Vale men to remain, for if the White Walkers attacked, every sword would matter. The Tyrell Knights also asked if they should come since they had been eager to see the war with their own eyes, but Jon told them to stay, help Robb hold. Keep your presence here as a sign of good faith, he said. We need your steel on the wall more than on a storm-tossed ship. Reluctantly, they agreed. The day of departure arrived cold and gray with a stiff wind out of the north. Jon mounted his horse, adjusting the straps on the small crate slung on a pack-horse behind him, a crate that contained a carefully bound white arm still twitching. The men chosen for the journey mustered, cloaks tight, weapons checked. Robb clasped Jon's forearm in farewell. May the gods go with you, Robb said, voice low. Bring us dragons if you can. Jon managed a faint smile. I'll try. Ghost paced at his side, muzzle lifted to taste the wind. Stannis looked on with a stony expression, giving a curt nod. Bolton was nowhere to be seen. Lady Dustin stood by a brazier, arms folded. Ed Tollett waved gloomily, muttering about the sea's perils. Val, standing near Mance's boy, inclined her head, expression unreadable. She had shared some advice about sea crossings in winter, but only the gods could truly grant safe passage. With that, the small column set off, heading east across the snowy roads. Eastwatch lay 2 days away. The watchers on the walls cheered half-heartedly, uncertain if their king would ever return. The journey was punishing, even on the short scale. Bitter winds whipped off the shivering sea, flinging stinging snow. The roads were half buried in drifts. The men trudged on, leading their horses at times to avoid broken limbs. One night, they sheltered in an abandoned fishing hamlet near a frozen stream, huddling around small fires. Wolves howled in the distance, or maybe they were whites, impossible to say. Garland Reed took the midnight watch, peering at the swirling dark with fear in his eyes. On the second evening, they sighted Eastwatch by the sea's silhouette against the ocean. The castle was smaller than Castle Black, perched near the shore where the wall met the eastern waves. Rime-coated its stone, and a palisade extended partway into the tide, meant to protect a makeshift harbor. Lights glimmered faintly from the watchtowers. A horn's call signaled recognition, and the gates swung open. The men of Eastwatch greeted Jon with subdued relief, for they had heard rumors of the plan. Alice Karstark appeared, stepping forth in a heavy cloak. "You're actually doing it," she said, shaking her head. "Sailing in midwinter. You're mad." Jon dismounted, wincing at stiff joints. "Desperate times," he said. "Is the sea wolf ready?" Alice snorted, leading him toward the harbor. "As ready as she'll ever be. The captain's half lame with frostbite, and the hull is battered, but it floats. That's the best we can manage." Jon swallowed, following her to the shoreline. The shivering sea stretched out in a gray expanse, ice floes bobbing near the coast. Waves hissed on the pebbly beach. Fog clung to the horizon like a veil of ghosts. Moored at a small wharf was the Sea Wolf, a stout ship with patched sails, hull reinforced with pine boards. Crewmen scurried about, loading supplies. The mast creaked ominously in the stiff breeze. Garland Reed joined them, eyes scanning the vessel. "We'll want to depart at first light. Darkness on these seas is death." He looked at the near-frozen water. "We'll have to break ice to get out of the harbor. After that, the gods help us." Alice faced Jon, her breath pluming white. "Just come back alive if you can. We need you at the wall." Jon nodded. "I will. If the others don't kill me, and if Daenerys doesn't burn me." A wry attempt at humor, but no one laughed. They passed the night in Eastwatch's cramped hall. The men ate a simple meal of fish stew. Jon answered the watch's questions about Castle Black, about the Tyrells, about rumored sightings of White Walkers. Then he retired to a small bunk to snatch what rest he could. Ghost lay at his feet, a silent sentinel. Dreams haunted him. Swirling visions of ice, monstrous shapes, dragons overhead, a woman with silver-gold hair turning to greet him. He woke at intervals, heart racing. Each time he whispered a prayer to the old gods, or any gods that might listen. Dawn came bleak and cold, the sea lashing at the wharf. Once more, men in black hustled to secure lines, lift crates aboard, stow the white relics. Jon emerged, cloak flapping around him, followed by his chosen party. Garland Reed barked instructions to the helmsman. Alice Karstark stood on the dock, arms folded, watching with a mixture of pity and respect. "Good luck," she said softly to Jon. "We'll keep watch here." Jon clasped her hand. Then he stepped aboard the Sea Wolf. The deck pitched beneath him, though the harbor's ice muted some motion. Ghost hesitated at the gangplank, whining softly, but Jon coaxed him aboard. The direwolf's claws scrabbled on the wet wood. Crewmen cast off lines, pushing the ship away from the wharf. Men used poles to break ice chunks near the bow, forging a narrow channel. The sails caught a northern gust. With a lurch, the Sea Wolf drifted seaward, timbers creaking as it met the brackish water. Jon stood near the prow, eyes fixed on the horizon, where sheets of fog waited. The north receded behind him. He caught a last glimpse of Eastwatch's wall, the small shape of Alice Karstark waving from the dock, and the tall ice of the wall stretching west. Then gray mist swallowed the shore. Only open sea lay before them, a slate expanse strewn with shifting ice. The salt tang stung Jon's nostrils, and the cold wind cut deeper than any steel. Still, he clenched his jaw, letting determination override fear. Garland Reed joined him, pointing out the channels of calmer water. We'll try to skirt the coast when possible, but watch for rocky shoals and hidden reefs. Winter storms might blow us off course, and if the ice thickens, we might be trapped. But the captain says the tides favor us for now. Jon nodded, rubbing his numb hands. Let's hope the tide stays kind. Ghost huddled near Jon, uneasy about the rolling deck, but refusing to slink below. The other men busied themselves with rigging, or took up vantage points with crossbows loaded with dragonglass bolts, just in case. No one spoke of pirates or ironborn raiders, though that was another risk. This was no time to dwell on lesser foes. They made slow progress, sails half-furled to avoid smashing into ice floes. The sun never quite emerged from the thick clouds, leaving the day in perpetual twilight. Crewmen cursed whenever the hull scraped over submerged chunks of ice. Sometimes they had to steer around large floes, the boat leaning dangerously. The wind moaned through the rigging. Over it all, the captain roared orders, cursing at the biting cold. Jon kept watch at the prow, scanning the emptiness for any sign of looming danger. That night, they anchored near a rocky inlet. The crew chipped away at the clinging ice, while the men huddled below decks to share a meal. Jon joined them, silent. The hold stank of damp and stale air, and the timbers groaned with each shift of the waves. Garland tried to lighten the mood with a story from his childhood in Greywater Watch, but the men only gave half-smiles. The truth weighed on them all. If a storm struck, they might die. If they reached Dragonstone, Daenerys might reject them or kill them. If they lingered too long, the others might overrun the wall. Every path spelled danger. At dawn, they continued south. The second day at sea brought stronger gusts and freezing sleet that pelted the deck. Crewmen wrapped themselves in spare canvas. Jon, ignoring the wet that seeped into his furs, peered through a borrowed far-eye lens. He glimpsed an icy coastline receding into haze. Occasionally, they saw distant cliffs or black stony beaches. The north shoreline gave way to the edges of the Vale's mountain coast, but they were too far out to risk landfall. The next nights blurred into a routine of uncertain anchorages, precarious navigation, and rising dread. Ghost stuck close to Jon, whining at the relentless tossing. Sleep was scarce, haunted by the ship's incessant creaks. On the fifth day, the wind shifted to blow from the east, speeding their passage but also piling threatening clouds behind them. The captain grew anxious. By midday, the temperature rose slightly, and slushy rain began to fall, a mix of hail and freezing droplets. The deck turned slick, forcing men to cling to ropes. Garland Reed, near the helm, squinted at the horizon. We might be nearing White Harbor's latitude or even further south. The sea is a bit warmer here, but these storms, gods, it's savage. Lightning flickered in the distance. A wave crashed against the ship's flank. Jon grabbed a rail to steady himself, heart pounding. He'd never been a strong sailor, and the winter seas were infinitely worse. Ghost crouched behind some barrels, ears flattened. Can we find shelter? Jon shouted over the roar. The captain barked back, no harbors known in these parts that aren't iced shut or occupied by who knows what. We sail on or founder. They pressed onward. The day became a swirl of gray, sleet pounding the sails, waves crashing over the bow. Men rushed to secure lines. Jon helped bail water that rushed onto the deck. At one point, the ship pitched so hard that he nearly lost his footing and went overboard, only saved by Garland grabbing his cloak. Ghost howled in fear, claws scrabbling on the wet planks. Hours felt like an eternity. Finally, by nightfall, the storm's fury ebbed, leaving the Sea Wolf battered but intact. The crew cheered raggedly. Jon sank to his knees, breathing in relief, water dripping from his soaked hair. A day later, the clouds parted, revealing a watery sun. The ocean had fewer ice floes now, a sign they'd sailed well beyond the immediate northern latitudes. The coastline lay somewhere to the west, hidden by haze. The captain estimated they might be near the Bight, the waters that separated the Vale from the north. After that, the next big landmark would be the Narrow Sea. They soldiered on, battered but resolute. In moments of calm, Jon wrestled with his doubts. Could Daenerys's help truly be worth this? What if the others struck the wall now? Guilt gnawed at him. He found some solace in Ghost's quiet companionship or in Garland's unwavering optimism. No use fretting, Garland told him once. We're on our path. We do what we must. Simple, but it steadied Jon's mind. At times, the small party gathered on the aft deck, remembering that crate in the hold containing the twitching white fragments. That was their trump card. If Daenerys demanded proof, they'd open the crate and show her the undead horror. If that did not convince her, nothing would. The 8th day saw better winds from the north, carrying them swiftly south. The air felt distinctly warmer, though it was still winter's chill by southern standards. The captain announced that with continued luck, they might round Crackclaw Point in another day or two. After that, they'd aim for Dragonstone. The mood lifted slightly, though tension remained. The men prayed they wouldn't face another storm. The nights brought sporadic drizzle and rolling swells, but not the savage gales of earlier. By the 10th day, they spotted a pair of small fishing vessels near the horizon, signs of more populated waters. The wide emptiness was behind them, though that didn't mean safety. On the morning of the 11th day, Jon awoke to a shout from above decks. He rushed out, rubbing sleep from his eyes, Ghost at his heels. One of the crew pointed starboard. Emerging from the coastal mist, a dark shape loomed, a craggy island crowned by a fortress that seemed to rise from the very rock. Sharp ridges of stone jutted like dragon's teeth. Waves crashed on black shores. High atop the cliff stood a castle bristling with towers, its walls contoured to the island's basalt rock. Dragonstone. The men stared in awe at the fortress that had once served as the seat of House Targaryen before the conquest. Legends said Aegon planned his invasion from these halls. Now it might be home to Daenerys Stormborn. As the Sea Wolf drew closer, Jon made out more details, a sea gate with iron spikes, moored galleys rocking in a small harbor. Banners flapped on the ramparts, too distant to read. Garland Reed frowned. What if those are Lannister ships? Jon's stomach nodded. We'll see. Keep the white flag raised and a horn ready. We come in peace. The captain angled the sails, guiding them into calmer waters near the island's lee. The basalt towers grew taller with every wave that brought them closer. The sea air smelled of salt and seaweed. Ghost sniffed the breeze, hackles raised. Soon, they glimpsed a half-moon harbor cut into the rock where a handful of ships bobbed at anchor. The banners overhead bore a three-headed dragon in black and red. Jon's heart lurched. That was the Targaryen sigil, no mistake. So Daenerys truly held Dragonstone. A row of figures stood along the pier, soldiers in unfamiliar armor, scaled mail perhaps, with spears at the ready. The Sea Wolf slowed, crewmen calling for caution. Jon stepped to the prow, letting his cloak billow, ensuring the watchers saw him unarmed. Tension coiled in every muscle. A horn from the pier sounded once, then again in acknowledgement. The watchers parted, revealing a tall man in red-plated armor stepping forward, flanked by two others. Jon could not see their faces from this distance, but the Tance suggested readiness to repel boarders. The Sea Wolf's captain looked to Jon. Shall I berth? Jon nodded. Bring her in gently. Have the men stand down arms, but keep them at hand if needed. The ship glided toward the pier with excruciating slowness. Mooring lines were tossed, caught by the watchers. The men on the pier didn't speak, only gestured for them to come ashore. Garland rejoined Jon at the gangplank, face pale but determined. Ghost pressed close. The rest of the party lined up behind them, each wearing a cloak pinned with a small half-wolf, half-dragon brooch that some blacksmith at Castle Black had fashioned. They advanced down the plank, boots hitting basalt with a hollow thud. The man in red armor stepped forward, removing his helm. He was of middle years, hair streaked with silver, eyes sharp. I am Lord Jorah Velaryon, sworn to Daenerys Stormborn, he said, voice echoing across the water. Which of you calls himself Jon Targaryen? Jon lifted his chin. That would be me. Velaryon's gaze flicked to Jon's face, then to the dire wolf at Jon's side. You come seeking audience with the queen? Jon swallowed the dryness in his throat. Yes. I bring proof of the threat that looms over Westeros. We come in peace, asking for her aid. Lord Velaryon studied him for a moment, an unreadable flicker in his gray eyes. Then he stepped back, gesturing to the fortress above. Follow me. The queen awaits. Jon took a breath and nodded to Garland, who returned a tense nod. Their small party stepped forward up the stone ramp leading from the pier to the castle gates. The basalt path wound between carved dragon gargoyles, each twisted into menacing shapes as though prowling the walkway. Once, these stones had belonged to House Targaryen in ancient days. Now, the line returned. The swirl of possibility in Jon's chest felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Guard after guard lined the causeway, silent and watchful. Some wore Dothraki leathers, others the scaled mail reminiscent of old Valyria. Jon glimpsed a few who might be unsullied eunuch warriors famed across the narrow sea for discipline. That meant Daenerys had indeed come with an entire host. If half the rumors about her dragons were true, she was more dangerous than any southern king. But also, perhaps, a savior. The gates to Dragonstone's courtyard yawned open, revealing a broad yard framed by stone towers carved in the shapes of coiled dragons. At the far end rose a set of black steps leading to the main hall. Soldiers parted as Lord Valerion led them across the yard. Jon could feel his heart pounding in his ears. None of his party spoke, the hush felt sacred or like entering a lair of potential doom. Inside, the hall soared with high pillars shaped like dragon bones. Torchlight flickered off walls etched with ancient Valyrian glyphs. At the far end, on a raised dais, stood a throne of black stone, and upon it a woman in a simple but elegant gown of gray and red. Her silver-gold hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders. A trio of dragons was embroidered on her bodice. Her eyes were pale violet, calm but intense. Guards flanked her, one a tall knight with a stern face, another a dark-skinned warrior in polished armor. Off to the side stood a woman in a gown of dark red, older, with cunning in her gaze. Possibly a counselor. The air crackled with tension. Jon's breath caught. Daenerys Targaryen. His father's sister. The mother of dragons, if rumor spoke truly. She looked younger than he had imagined, but her poise radiated authority. When she spoke, her voice rang clear across the cavernous hall. "You come at my summons, Jon Targaryen. Is it true you claim the Iron Throne, as I do? Do you claim my father was not the last Targaryen king?" Jon forced himself to step forward, ignoring the dryness in his throat. The watchers bristled, but no one barred his way. "I claim I am the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark," he said, voice echoing. "I discovered this truth only recently. I did not seize power for conquest, but to unite the realm against the White Walkers. I wrote to you in the north, but your letter reached me instead." Her eyes flickered with some unspoken emotion, surprise, perhaps, or curiosity. "Do you style yourself king, then?" "I have heard men call you so." Jon stood tall. "Some call me that. But titles matter less to me than the living. I have come to beg your help against an ancient enemy rising in the far north. The Dead Walk, commanded by White Walkers. We have seen them kill thousands. They nearly shattered the wall with ice magic. Only dragonglass and fire can stop them." Daenerys leaned forward slightly. "You expect me to send my armies and dragons north without proof? That would be folly. My own quest to claim the Seven Kingdoms is far from complete. Why should I divert my strength on what might be a northern legend?" Jon swallowed. The moment of truth. "Because if the others break through, there will be no Seven Kingdoms left to rule. You will inherit a land of death." He signaled to Garland, who stepped forward with a small chest. Inside, the white fragments twitched, bound in cloth. Jon steeled himself. "This is a piece of the undead. Living proof." A hush descended. The guards tensed. Daenerys exchanged a glance with her advisors. The tall knight muttered something about caution. The dark-skinned warrior, perhaps a captain of her guard, kept a hand on his sword. After a moment, Daenerys nodded. "Show me." Carefully, Garland lifted the box's lid, revealing the half-wrapped remains of a white's torso. The cloth parted, exposing blackened, shriveled flesh, an arm that jerked in mindless spasms. A stench of rot wafted out. The watchers in the hall recoiled, hands flying to weapons. A few let out exclamations in High Valyrian or the common tongue. Daenerys' eyes widened, but she remained composed. Slowly, she rose from the throne, stepping down from the dais. The dark-skinned warrior moved to protect her, but she waved him back. She approached the crate, face set, glancing from the white's remains to Jon. "This is no ordinary corpse." "No," Jon said. "We have many more in the north. They rise in droves commanded by inhuman masters. 2 of your father's uncles might have known the legends. They are not legends anymore." Daenerys studied it with revulsion. Then, with a gesture to her knights, she stepped back. "Burn it," she commanded. At once. At her signal, a brazier was brought forth. A knight seized the remains with tongs, dragging it onto the brazier's coals. A burst of flame rose, accompanied by a horrific screech as the flesh crisped. Daenerys watched, face pale. When at last the white's remains turned to ash, she exhaled. "You speak truth. This is monstrous." Jon inclined his head. "We have more, my queen. Thousands more. Tens of thousands, eventually. The White Walkers gather. We cannot defeat them alone. But your dragons, eh?" Her gaze snapped to him. "You presume to command my dragons?" He took a breath. "I presume to plead for their help. And yours. If we do not unite, we all die." Daenerys' lips parted slightly as though she weighed her next words. Silence stretched. Then the older woman in the shadows, with cunning eyes and a faint smirk, spoke up. "Your Grace, if these horrors are real, this man might be our ally rather than our rival. He bears your blood. Perhaps we should see if he truly is a Targaryen, yes." Daenerys flicked a glance at her. "You have a suggestion, Lady Riel?" I do, the older woman said with a wry smile. Perhaps the dragons can sense blood, or we can test him in other ways. But let's not waste time. If the North is in peril, your dragons might earn the love of the entire realm by saving it from darkness. That could be the key to your acceptance as queen. Daenerys frowned but did not dismiss the idea outright. She turned to Jon. They call me the breaker of chains, the mother of dragons. My quest has been to free the oppressed and reclaim what was stolen from my family. But if the entire realm stands on the brink of annihilation, we must act. Yet I cannot simply abandon my campaign in the south if it means Lannisters or false kings strike me in my absence. Jon met her gaze levelly. That's why we must find a way to unify. The White Walkers won't care if you or I or Tommen or Stannis sits the Iron Throne. They'll kill us all. She studied him for a long heartbeat. Then she said, I will consider your request under certain conditions. You must swear not to raise arms against me or my allies while we face this threat. And if we succeed, we will settle our respective claims peacefully. Jon clenched his fists at his sides, then nodded. Agreed. I did not come seeking a war against you. If anything, I hope we might be family so far as Targaryens can be. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Family. We shall see. Outside, the wind rattled the basalt walls. The roiling clouds threatened more storms. But in the hush of Dragonstone's great hall, a fragile alliance took shape. Jon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He sensed, beneath Daenerys's poise, a fierce determination and a flicker of empathy. Perhaps, if the gods were kind, they might forge a bond strong enough to save Westeros. Or the realm might shatter anew, consumed by dragons and ice. Either way, the next chapter of the war had begun. Daenerys extended a hand, her voice quiet yet firm. Let us speak more. You will remain here as my guest, and we will plan how best to confront these horrors you've shown me. Jon inclined his head. Thank you. Our time is short. The others could march at any moment. She nodded, stepping back toward her throne. Then let us not waste it. Behind Jon, Garland Reed and the others exhaled in relief. A new path lay open, fraught with perils of its own, but perhaps holding the fire that could stand against ice. The hall's torches crackled. The watchers relaxed fractionally, though many still eyed Ghost warily. Jon sensed that every step from here must be handled with caution. But at least now, in the ancient seat of House Targaryen, he had a chance to rally dragons in the service of the living. And that chance might be all that stood between Westeros and a final, endless night. Jon stood in the throne room of Dragonstone, its black stone walls towering around him like ancient ribs of a dead leviathan. The echoes of Daenerys Targaryen's pronouncement, offering to speak further, to consider his plight, still vibrated in the chilly air. Torch flames guttered along the walls, casting flickering shapes across pillars carved to resemble dragons twisting toward the vaulted ceiling. Garland Reed and the others in Jon's small retinue hovered close by, uncertain whether to relax. Only Ghost, at Jon's flank, remained entirely self-possessed. The direwolf's crimson eyes swept the chamber in silent appraisal. Daenerys, for her part, lingered by the smoldering brazier where the white fragments had been burned to cinders. She studied the ash, her expression drawn. A line of tension pulled at her mouth, betraying more than the calm mask she wore. Behind her, the tall knight in white scale mail, clearly one of her key protectors, exchanged a glance with the dark-skinned warrior in polished leather. Nearby, the older woman who had addressed Daenerys as Your Grace watched with hooded eyes, the faintest trace of a smile on her lips. The entire court seemed to breathe in quiet, uncertain shifts, aware that an extraordinary moment had just occurred. At last, Daenerys turned away from the brazier. Her gaze settled on Jon, taking him in with open curiosity. This is not a conversation to hold in public. Leave us, she commanded softly, lifting her hand to dismiss most of the onlookers. Guards bowed, stepping back toward the great hall's edges. A handful drifted out the carved doors. Garland Reed's posture stiffened as if he meant to protest, but Jon gave him a minute nod, and he complied. Soon, the hall cleared of all but a few of Daenerys's closest retinue, plus Jon and Ghost. Daenerys descended from the dais, coming nearer. Even across that short distance, Jon felt the intensity of her presence. a subtle tension coiling like a drawn bow. "You have a dire wolf," she observed, a flicker of fascination in her gaze. "Tales from the north speak of them as guardians of House Stark." Jon inclined his head. "Ghost was given to me as a pup when I was young. Though I am a Stark in some part, I learned I carry Targaryen blood too. The wolf and I have been through much." She paused, studying Ghost, who turned to fix her with a calm, unblinking stare. The wolf made no aggression. "He's beautiful," Daenerys said, her voice subdued. Then her eyes flicked back to Jon. "You claim Rhaegar Targaryen was your father. How certain are you?" Jon exhaled. "As certain as I can be, Your Grace. I have read the documents left behind by my mother's protectors, Howland Reed among them. My mother, Lyanna Stark, bore me in secret at the Tower of Joy. Prince Rhaegar was my father, though the realm believed I was Ned Stark's bastard. I grew up never knowing the truth." A shadow crossed Daenerys's face. "Rhaegar," she murmured. "I was a child when he died, too young to have any memory of him, but I've heard countless stories. That he was noble, that he loved music, that he caused a war. So many legends swirl around him." Her gaze sharpened. "If you are indeed his son, you are my nephew. Family." The word hung in the air. Jon felt his chest tighten. He offered a slight bow. "So it would appear." She studied him in silence for a breath. Then, conscious of the watchers, her tall knight, her dark-skinned warrior, and the older woman, Daenerys stepped back and gestured for them to move through an archway behind the throne. "Let us not linger in this audience hall. We will speak more privately." Jon followed, Ghost padding in step. Garland Reed and the others had to remain behind at the threshold, where a pair of unsullied guards kept watch. The hallway led them past a series of narrow windows that looked out upon the restless sea. Through the windows, Jon glimpsed a silver haze of mid-afternoon light dancing on the waves, the reflection swirling in parted clouds. The fortress felt ancient, full of halls carved into shapes reminiscent of dragons and swirling smoke. Jon's footsteps echoed on the obsidian floors. After a short walk, Daenerys led them into a smaller chamber ringed with ornate pillars. A large table stood at the center, carved of black wood, shaped vaguely like the outline of Westeros. Markers of carved stone sat in various positions, presumably to represent armies or fleets. Jon caught sight of the golden lion of Lannister, the stag of Baratheon, a mockingbird of Baelish, and other tokens. It seemed Daenerys was mapping the realm's intricate politics. She waved a hand inviting Jon to stand across from her. The older woman and the dark-skinned warrior took positions at her side. The tall knight held back near the door, watchful. "We use this table for war councils," Daenerys explained quietly. "Built long ago by my ancestors. I had it refinished to reflect the current state of the realm." Jon nodded, gaze slipping over the carved mountains and shorelines. "Then you know how fractured the realm is. The Ironborn raid the coasts. The Lannisters cling to King's Landing under Tommen. The Tyrells hold the Reach, though they may be wavering. The Vale, Daenerys lifted a hand. "Yes, I'm aware of many of these pieces. But your appearance changes the board. I'd heard rumors of a northern king who overthrew Robb Stark, who calls himself Targaryen. Now I see him before me, claiming we face an apocalypse of ice." Her voice softened. "We have burned a piece of the dead, so you speak truly about that. Yet my question remains, how do we proceed? If I commit my dragons north, I leave the south open to the Lannisters' reprisals. Cersei may rally what remains of her power to crush any foothold I've made." The older woman at Daenerys' side murmured, "Your Grace, I am Lady Riel of House Celtigar, once a minor house sworn to Dragonstone. I have served the princess since she arrived. I can attest that we cannot simply march or fly off without a strategy. We have too many enemies in the south." Jon curled his hand into a fist. "I understand. Which is why I say we need unity and armistice with whoever holds the south so we can combine our forces against the others. That's the only path that saves Westeros." The dark-skinned warrior interjected in a measured tone. "You would have Daenerys Targaryen kneel or negotiate with Lannisters who killed her family. She has fought long and hard to claim her birthright. I am Naharis, captain of the Queen's Guard in the field. We have proven our strength from Slavers Beta here." Daenerys cast him a brief glance, then returned her gaze to Jon. "I cannot simply ignore the south. Yet you say time is short. The others might move at any moment. So do I split my forces? March half of my armies north to you and leave the rest to guard the south? Risk them being picked off by Cersei's armies or by traitors seeking advantage? Jon pressed his lips together. He thought of the precarious alliances forming at Castle Black, of the Vale and Tyrell Knights, of how crucial it was to keep the White Walkers from crossing the wall in force. The White Walkers are no mere bandits or rebellious houses. If they break through, all your conquests will mean nothing. You will sit on an empty throne of bones. So yes, I believe you should prioritize the threat in the north. The Lannisters can wait. They are men of flesh. Men can be negotiated with, delayed, even fought later. The dead cannot be bargained with. They do not rest. Daenerys studied him, her violet eyes intense. You speak passionately, Jon Targaryen. But I must see for myself. Words and white fragments only go so far. I could ride a dragon north, perhaps, to see the threat firsthand. Yet that's a journey of weeks, fraught with risk. If I were ambushed or if storms battered us, all might be lost. Meanwhile, the Lannisters could seize the advantage. Or Tommen might, if he has cunning advisors. A new voice spoke from the doorway. Or you could bring a demonstration here, though that might be even more perilous. The speaker was a slight man with thinning hair, wearing a black surcoat with a small brooch shaped like a dragon in flight. He stepped forward, bowing slightly to Daenerys, then to Jon. Forgive my interruption, Your Grace. I only just arrived. Our watchers told me of a newcomer. His accent had a hint of cunning behind it, as though he measured every word. Daenerys offered him a nod. This is Ambrose, one of my stewards and an emissary in dealings across the narrow sea. Ambrose, we speak of the undead threat that Jon Targaryen has shown us. Ambrose cast a curious glance at Jon. The undead threat. A formidable claim. If only we had something more dramatic. The piece you burned was convincing but small. Some might dismiss it as dark sorcery. The lords of Westeros are experts at ignoring what they find inconvenient. Jon felt a flicker of frustration. I cannot bring you an entire horde of whites, not without endangering everyone. The best proof is the site of the battles themselves, Castle Black, Harhome, any place touched by the others. But traveling there is the challenge. Daenerys moved along the edge of the painted table, trailing her fingers across the carved coastline near the Vale. If I am to commit, I must see enough to quell all doubts, not just my own but those of my allies. I have Dothraki, Unsullied, men from the Stormlands who have flocked to me, many who joined once I land. Addition. They came to fight for my cause, the liberation of Westeros from Lannister tyranny. If I now pivot them north to a war they never imagined, some may question me. I need undeniable proof. Jon's thoughts whirled. In the back of his mind, he recalled the dangerous notion of capturing a white in the field, bringing it south for demonstration. He almost dismissed it as madness. Yet, ironically, they had just brought a partial white. If that was not enough, perhaps a living, fully animated white was. But that would be a suicidal venture. Men would have to ride beyond the wall, seize one of the undead, and bring it back. The risk boggled his mind. Before he could voice that idea, Daenerys sighed. Let us not fixate on how to show the South right now. First, I must decide if I believe you strongly enough to commit some measure of force to the north. The longer we linger, the more the Lannisters consolidate. But if we do nothing, the others might break through. I find myself in a precarious position, nephew. The last word was spoken softly, as though tasting the familial bond. Jon felt a stab of conflicting emotion, pride, dread, kinship, all tangled. He dared to speak more softly. If we rally the Vale, the Tyrells, perhaps even the Riverlands, you need not fear the Lannisters so greatly. Their base is King's Landing, but the realm's hearts are wavering. You've proven yourself across the sea, freeing slaves, toppling tyrants. Show the realm you would save them from a threat far more terrible than any mortal king. Then they will flock to your banner. The Lannisters will stand alone. She considered his words, then turned to Lady Riel, the older woman. Send a raven to our outposts, to the Stormlands allies, to any contact near King's Landing. Inform them we're investigating a threat that transcends our war with the Lannisters. That we hold parley with Jon Targaryen, who has brought dire warnings from the north. Lady Riel bowed and departed swiftly. Daenerys faced Jon again. I will not commit to a full march. But perhaps I can send a detachment north or ride with a portion of my forces to meet your allies partway. If I see the truth, I can decide further. Meanwhile, my other half of the army will remain here or near Massey's Hook, ensuring the Lannisters don't trap us. Jon's chest loosened a fraction. That could be enough. Let me send word to Castle Black. If you come, even with a fraction of your forces, it might tip the balance. I only pray you do not arrive too late. Daenerys's gaze drifted to the windows and the gray sky beyond. Nor I. But I will gather my advisors tonight and see what's possible. You and your men will remain as my guests until we have a plan. I trust you'll not wander the fortress unescorted. We Targaryens have a habit of caution, especially when we suspect potential rivals. Jon inclined his head. I understand. I have no wish to cause strife here. Only to secure help. He let out a breath. We brought our small ship to the harbor. Our men and cargo remain aboard or in a storehouse. The undead fragments we carried are almost entirely burned. But I left some smaller pieces in a sealed cask, if you wish further study. She gave him a faint, thoughtful nod. We may examine them. For now, rest. I will have quarters prepared for you. Tomorrow we speak again. I'd like to hear more of your life, your dealings with the North, how you discovered your parentage, the details of Rhaegar's alleged marriage to Lyanna Stark, if it was a marriage at all. The realm believed he abducted her. Jon's throat tightened. It was no abduction, so the stories say. They loved each other. But I'll share all I know. Her eyes softened, a flicker of sorrow passing over her face, as she presumably thought of the war her brother's actions unleashed. Then she gestured to Naharis, the dark-skinned warrior. Escort Jon Targaryen to the guest wing. Keep watch but afford him courtesy. She turned to Jon. Until tomorrow, nephew. Jon stepped back, bowing slightly, then turned to follow Naharis out. Ghost padded at his side, casting one final glance at Daenerys. The older knight by the door, the tall man who had hovered protectively, remained silent throughout, observing Jon with quiet, assessing eyes. Jon sensed that his every move was still under scrutiny. Dragons, he thought with a swirl of awe and fear, glancing at the swirling black stone overhead. If she truly commanded living dragons, everything might change. Naharis led Jon through twisting corridors lit by sputtering torches, the walls etched with serpentine designs. Jon glimpsed a courtyard beyond a narrow passage, where the faint shape of something large soared overhead, disappearing in the fog. His heart jumped. A dragon, presumably. He thought of the others, of how they might react to dragonfire. It was perhaps the best weapon the realm could hope for, yet forging that alliance hinged on Daenerys' delicate agreement. They reached a modest chamber with a small fireplace, an arched window, and a single sturdy bed. Tapestries of coiled dragons decorated the walls. Ghost sniffed around, eventually settling near the hearth. Naharis lingered by the door. Food will be brought. I will post a guard outside. The queen expects you to remain here unless you are summoned or you ask for an escort. Jon mustered a nod. Understood. He hesitated, glancing at the man's expression. Thank you. I know this must seem strange. Someone claiming Targaryen blood, bringing stories of walking corpses, but I promise it's the truth. Naharis studied Jon. His eyes were dark and thoughtful. Many come to the queen with outlandish tales. Most want power or wealth. You come with only a dire wolf and rotten corpses. That at least is different. He gave a faint, humorless grin. We shall see what the queen decides. Rest now. With that, the man shut the door, leaving Jon alone. Jon exhaled a long breath, pressing a hand to his face. A tension headache throbbed behind his eyes. The journey to Dragonstone, the uncertain parley, it all weighed heavily. He crossed to the window, gazing out at the basalt courtyard. Shapes of men moved below, carrying torches. The sea rumbled beyond the outer walls, crashing on jagged rocks. Wind rattled the shutters. He wondered how Robb fared at Castle Black, whether the others had shown any sign of stirring. He pictured the battered fortress, the men clinging to hope that the Vale and Tyrells might send armies. Now, if Daenerys truly joined them, the living might stand a chance. Or she could choose a path that left them doomed. Another twist, if she did believe wholeheartedly, might she expect him to bend the knee? He recalled her pointed question about his claim. Was that a challenge? He intended to keep the realm together, not tear it asunder in a new Targaryen civil war. If she demanded fealty, could he yield for the sake of saving Westeros? A quiet knock on the door stirred him. He turned. A timid maid entered, carrying a tray of bread, dried fish, and a jug of watered wine. She set it on the small table, bobbed a quick curtsy, and left without a word. Hunger gnawed at Jon, so he sank onto the stool, feeding scraps of fish to Ghost, who lapped them up. The dire wolf seemed calmer now, as if the fortress no longer felt so alien. For Jon, however, his mind spun with 1,000 questions. Night settled. The wind's howl outside intensified. Jon tried the bed at last, uncertain if sleep would come. Despite the weariness of travel, his thoughts refused to quiet. He drifted in and out, haunted by glimpses of Daenerys's face, her hair like silver in torchlight, her eyes measuring him with an almost sorrowful longing. She was family and yet a stranger. He remembered, too, the unearthly shrieks of whites, the savage cold emanating from White Walkers. If only time would grant them a reprieve. He woke at some unknown hour to Ghost's muzzle poking his arm, a soft growl in the wolf's throat. Jon glanced around, disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Darkness pressed in, the fire burned low. Then he heard footfalls in the corridor, an argument in hushed tones. Something about the Queen did not grant permission. Another voice insisted, "We only have a few questions." Before Jon could rise, the door creaked open, revealing two men in battered leathers, not the Targaryen black or unsullied armor. Their expressions were tense. One man held a dagger. "Don't move," he hissed. Ghost bristled, lips peeling back in a silent snarl. Jon swung his legs off the bed, hands raised slowly. He recognized the tension in the intruder's posture, desperation. "What do you want?" "We heard you claim Targaryen blood," the man said, voice shaking with anger or fear. "We served the Queen across the sea, lost brothers to the Lannisters. We came to free this realm, not chase ghosts up north. If you lead her astray with your lies." The other man, younger, pointed a trembling finger. "We saw the White's arm, yeah, but that could be some vile sorcery. If the Queen leaves the south unguarded, the Lannisters will kill us all. So you had best confess if you're lying." Jon grimaced. "I'm not lying." He kept his voice level. "I wish your Queen no harm. If she chooses not to join us in the north, that's her decision. But it's the truth. The Dead walk, an army of thousands. The entire realm is at risk." He glanced at the dagger. "And you won't help by stabbing me in my bed." The younger man seemed uncertain, glancing nervously at his partner. Ghost took a cautious step forward, a low rumble in his throat. The older man hissed, "Keep that beast back, or I'll cut you." He pressed forward a step, blade glinting in the dim light. Jon's pulse hammered. Slowly, he moved his hand to rest on Ghost's shoulder. The wolf stilled but did not back down. "You claim to serve Daenerys," Jon said quietly. "But do you trust her judgment so little that you break into her guest's chamber at night?" Neither answered. Tension stretched, taut as a drawn bowstring. Then, abruptly, footsteps pounded from outside. The door banged open, revealing Naharis and two unsullied guards, their spears leveled at the intruders. The men spun, cursing. One tried to raise his dagger, but an unsullied pinned him against the wall with a single fluid motion. The other was forced to his knees, breath rasping in fear. Naharis glared. "The Queen gave no one permission to disturb our guest. You dare defy her? Wait!" The older man blurted, but an unsullied cuffed him, silencing protest. Ghost growled low, though he sensed the immediate threat had passed. Jon exhaled, letting the knot of adrenaline unwind. Naharis nodded to Jon. "Are you harmed?" "No," Jon said, heartbeat still racing. "Just startled." Naharis motioned to the unsullied. "Take them away. The Queen will decide their fate." The guards hauled the intruders out, ignoring their muffled protests. Jon rubbed his eyes. "Do you have so many in her ranks who question me that I need fear more attempts?" Naharis' tone was clipped. "Those two were on watch in the yard. They must have left their post. Our men have them in custody now. I will ensure there are no further incidents. You have the Queen's promise of hospitality." Jon managed a wan smile. "I appreciate that." Naharis gave a short bow, then paused at the threshold. "Try to rest. The Queen expects to speak with you again in the morning." With that, he left, shutting the door firmly. Ghost's ears remained perked, as though still on alert. Jon sank onto the bed, exhaling. So even among Daenerys' own followers, strife brewed. Some viewed him as an interloper, a possible liar. The realm was worn raw by endless conflict. He could hardly blame them for doubting. The others seemed a distant myth, unless one had faced them. If even the Queen's men resisted, how could he unify the entire South? Eventually, he drifted back into fitful sleep. Dawn came with a mild pinkish glow seeping through the narrow window. A rap on the door signaled a new day. This time, a different steward arrived. A short woman in a finely sewn cloak, bearing hot porridge and bread. Jon washed, dressed, and used the small mirror to tidy his appearance, though he hardly expected pomp. He recalled Daenerys's request to hear more about his story. He dreaded recounting the painful truths, but if it secured her trust, he'd do it. Within the hour, Naharis appeared again, leading Jon through the halls. Ghost accompanied them, evoking curious stares from various Targaryen soldiers and staff. They ascended a winding staircase that ended in a circular chamber high in one of Dragonstone's towers. Here, the windows offered panoramic views of the sea. Crisp morning light illuminated a table set with fresh fruit and steaming tea. Daenerys sat in a high-backed chair, wearing a pale gray gown trimmed with red. She turned as Jon entered, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. The tall knight, the dark-skinned warrior, and Lady Riel stood nearby. Daenerys gestured to a second chair. "Sit, nephew. Join me." Jon inclined his head, crossing to the table. He perched on the offered seat, glancing at the breakfast array. Ghost settled quietly at his feet. Daenerys poured tea into 2 cups, handing one to Jon. He sipped, grateful for the warmth. The tension from last night's incident lingered in his mind, but he tried to let it go. She studied him for a moment in the morning light. "My men tell me there was an intrusion in your chambers last night. I apologize for that. They have been dealt with." Jon lowered his gaze to the teacup. "No harm done. Thank you. They were concerned that your arrival would distract me from the war in the south," she continued, a trace of bitterness coloring her words. "I suspect more hold that fear but remain silent." Jon nodded. "I can understand. They have bled for your cause. They fear it all undone if you march north on a rumor. But it isn't a rumor." Daenerys took a steadying breath. "Then help me convince them. Tell me how you learned of your parentage, how you rose to power in the north. Let me see the shape of this alliance you forged at the wall." So Jon spoke. He recounted how, upon learning the truth from documents left by Ned Stark's closest allies, chief among them Howland Reed, he realized that the White Walkers threatened to destroy the entire realm. He described the uneasy alliance of houses at Winterfell, the overthrow of Robb that had led to heartbreak but also unity, the harrowing battle at the wall in which the others nearly shattered the ice with cold sorcery. He spoke of men who had died, of the dread that haunted their nights. Daenerys listened intently, her face solemn. Occasionally, Lady Riel or the tall knight interjected a clarifying question. Naharis stood by the window, arms folded, quietly absorbing every word. When Jon finished, the room was heavy with the memory of blood and frost. Daenerys looked down at her hands. "You rebelled against your own brother, who once called himself king in the north. That cannot have been easy." A flicker of empathy touched her voice. "I know what it is to stand against one's own blood or to be set at odds by circumstance." Jon's throat felt tight. "Robb was and is a man I respected. I never sought his throne out of ambition. I did it because no one else would unify the North with the wider realm. Robb was content to rule the North as an independent kingdom, ignoring the threat beyond the wall. I tried to make him see reason. In the end, betrayal was all that was left to unify us. It weighed heavily on me. But since then we have come to terms, or as close as we can." Daenerys glanced at the horizon. The sea sparkled in crisp sunlight, though the wind rattled the glass. "War twists families," she said quietly. "I have lost a brother to madness, another to battle. I never knew my parents, only the stories of how my father's cruelty ended his reign. I rose alone, forging new alliances. If you are truly of my blood, that means I am not the last Targaryen. Perhaps that is a comfort." She paused. "Or perhaps it complicates everything." Jon studied her face. "It doesn't need to. I have no desire to wrest the Iron Throne from you if you can help save the realm. The North may eventually want its freedom, but that's a question for another time. Right now, it's life or death against the undead." She nodded, meeting his gaze. A subtle thaw in her manner suggested she believed him more readily now. "I sense truth in your words, and I see the sincerity of your cause. But let me speak plainly. I have labored years to reclaim my family's birthright from the Lannisters and the usurpers. If I turn my armies north, how do I secure the rest of Westeros? Will the lords not rise behind me if I deliver them from the White Walkers? Jon considered. Many will. We're seeing that already. The Vale, the Tyrells, the Manderleys. They sense something bigger at play. If you arrive at the head of dragons, prepared to repel an inhuman threat, the realm will see you as a savior. The Lannisters will lose support. Even their allies fear an endless winter. She tapped her fingers on the table. And the Boy King in King's Landing? Tommen. He is a Lannister in all but name, guided by his mother. They'll not surrender so easily. Jon grimaced. They might cling to the throne, but their resources are drained. The wars took a toll on them as well. They might try to strike you from behind while you fight in the north. Unless we find a way to force a truce. Show them a white, make them understand the threat is real. They might not be wise enough to heed it, but we can hope. Daenerys looked unconvinced. Cersei Lannister is not a woman who cares for alliances. She might watch the others devour half the kingdom if it gave her a chance to keep power. I cannot rely on her sense of reason. Lady Riel chimed in softly. Then perhaps you rely on the realm's sense of reason. If enough major houses side with you, the Lannisters become isolated. They might be forced to accept a temporary truce. Jon nodded. That is my hope. If you show your might in the north, accompanied by dragons, and if the Vale and Tyrells and others rally, the Lannisters may have no choice but to yield at least a temporary ceasefire. Daenerys went silent, gaze drifting to the table's carved map. She traced her fingertips along the shape of the north, then the coastline near Dragonstone, then south toward King's Landing. There is a risk, but this entire realm is risk. If the White Walkers come as you say, no corner will be spared. So we must act. My armies are numerous but not infinite. I have Unsullied, Dothraki, and men from various lords who have joined my cause since I arrived. I also have 3 dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. Jon's breath caught. He had suspected it, but hearing her confirm it gave him a shiver of awe. All grown? She smiled, a fierce pride glimmering. Large enough to burn a fleet or an army. Large enough to bring fear to any castle. But they are still not the monstrous beasts of old, not yet. We must be careful. And they obey you? Jon asked, uncertain how to phrase it. Daenerys's eyes sparkled with affection as if thinking of her children. They do. But it is not like commanding dogs. They have their own wills. Still, they trust me as their mother. If I lead them north, they will come. That simple statement carried immense weight. Fire incarnate meeting the ice terror. Jon thought of what that might look like, a swirling storm of flame clashing with undead legions in the snow. The possibility lifted him with cautious hope. Then, we might stand a chance. She studied him. Yes, we might. But the realm still needs me in the south to ensure the Lannisters do not catch us unawares. She glanced at her knight and Naharis. Gather the war council. I will propose we send a portion of our forces north, my dragons, a fraction of the Unsullied, some Dothraki, enough to hold a forward position at or near the neck. Let the rest remain in the Crownlands or Stormlands, keeping watch on the Lannisters. If they attempt to assault Dragonstone, we can regroup. Jon's heart pounded. That plan would bring her and the dragons significantly closer to the wall. You'd march personally? She raised her chin. A queen does not shrink from the greatest threat. If the others are as dangerous as you say, my presence might rally men who doubt. But I must plan carefully. She exhaled. How soon can word reach your northern allies so they might prepare for my arrival? Jon thought of Garland Reed, the ship's limited ability to sail back quickly. The sea route is long and the roads are treacherous. But we can send swift ravens from here to Eastwatch or the Eyrie, then overland to Castle Black. It could take a few weeks for them to fully muster. Another matter is that the others might move at any time. Daenerys nodded gravely. Then we waste no days. By the time my troops assemble to move north, the word will have spread. I can only pray the White Walkers do not strike in that interim. She stood, smoothing her gown. You will remain here as my guest, help me coordinate. We'll draw up the official messages to your lords. Once my war council finalizes the plan, we march or sail north. The dragons will follow. The rest of my armies remain to secure my foothold in the south. And if fortune smiles, we meet your watchers at the neck, then proceed to the wall. Or if the threat escalates, we ride faster with only the dragons. We will see. He rose as well, bowing slightly. Thank you. Truly. His voice caught with relief. This is more than we could have hoped. She smiled, a flicker of warmth. We Targaryens must stand together, must we not? Yet behind the gentle note, Jon caught a glimmer of steel in her eyes, reminding him that this was a queen who had waged brutal wars and faced impossible odds. She was no child to be swayed by sentiment alone. She was forging an alliance that, while beneficial to the north, also served her ambition. Jon could not falter. The realm needed saving, and if ambition spurred her to act, so be it. Their conversation ended, and she summoned scribes and messengers. The next hours became a flurry of logistical talk in a council chamber deeper within Dragonstone's labyrinth. Jon explained the situation at the wall, the approximate number of men awaiting them, the state of supplies, the rumors of whites roving near Har home. Daenerys had Lady Riel and others draft multiple ravens. Jon verified the addresses: Castle Black, Eastwatch, Winterfell, the Vale's Lords, the Tyrell envoy if they could be reached. The letters would declare Daenerys Targaryen's intent to march north with a portion of her forces, calling on all who valued life to unite. They would also clarify that the rest of her might remained in the south, warding off any opportunistic Lannister strike. Late in the day, Daenerys called for a break. Jon found a moment to slip away, accompanied by Naharis, to the courtyard where the dragons were said to roost on occasion. He felt an odd compulsion to see them if possible, to confirm with his own eyes that these mythical beasts truly soared under Daenerys's banner. The courtyard opened out onto a wide ledge of basalt, beyond which the sea raged. The air stank of salt, seaweed, and something musky, perhaps from the beasts themselves. He heard a distant screech that sent a shiver up his spine. Then a shape appeared from the far side of the fortress, a huge silhouette riding the sea wind. It circled overhead, wings black against the gray sky. Jon felt his mouth go dry. The creature swept lower, revealing scales that glinted a dark green. The edges of its wings flared wide, easily the span of many men. Gusts of wind buffeted the yard. Ghost flattened his ears, letting out a soft growl but not attacking. The creature descended with a rush of air, landing on a rocky outcropping with a clang of talons on stone. A gust of warm, sulphurous breath rushed across the courtyard. It was a dragon indeed. Nahari smirked slightly at Jon's reaction. "That one is Regal," he said, raising his voice above the wind. "Named for Prince Rhaegar. The queen's other dragons are Drogon and Viserion. Drogon is the largest, black and red, often near her side. This one roams freely." Jon couldn't speak at first. Awe gripped him. The dragon folded its wings, blinking huge, cat-like eyes at the small figures below. Its tail lashed, scattering loose stones. Jon smelled a reek of char and raw meat. He realized that if that beast soared over a battlefield, it could immolate entire companies of men, no matter how disciplined. The others might be formidable, but if the old stories of the Long Night were to be believed, dragons had once helped drive them back. Could this living furnace be the key? Tentatively, Jon took a step forward. Regal cocked its head, releasing a low rumbling hiss. Ghost let out a cautionary growl. Naharis put a hand on his sword. But Jon sensed no immediate malice from the beast, only the primal wariness of a predator that met something unfamiliar. He paused, remembering Daenerys's mention that the dragons recognized her as their mother. He was no such figure. Even if he carried Targaryen blood, that was no guarantee the dragon would not incinerate him. A swirl of wind sent a wave of sea spray washing over the rocky ledge. Regal spread its wings slightly as if to keep balance. Jon stepped back to avoid risking an accidental confrontation. The dragon's huge eyes narrowed a fraction, then it let out a rasping croon, flapping its wings. With a surge of power, it sprang into the air, swirling across the fortress spires to vanish behind the keep. Jon exhaled, adrenaline thrumming through his veins. Naharis glanced at him, half smiling. "You wanted proof, you have it. The queen commands 3 of those. Let us hope we find them up to the task of melting ice zombies." Jon murmured, "Let us hope indeed." The dire wolf at his side relaxed, though Ghost kept sniffing the air where the dragon had stood, bristling at the strange musk. Jon ruffled the wolf's fur, feeling a surge of renewed determination. If Daenerys truly joined the fight, the tide might turn. They returned indoors, where scribes finished drafting the ravens. Daenerys personally dictated some lines, ensuring that each message carried her seal, the promise of an alliance for the sake of the living. She commanded that 1 raven be sent immediately from Dragonstone, while duplicates would be carried by fast ships to certain lords near the coast. Additional letters would travel by land, though that was slower. By nightfall, the first flock of ravens soared out, bearing tidings that might reshape the realm. In the days that followed, plans crystallized. Daenerys summoned her war council, unsullied officers, Dothraki bloodriders, the dark-skinned Naharis, the tall knight in white scale known as Ser Garen, Lady Riel, and other lesser captains. They debated how best to split her forces, how many ships to deploy, and whether to focus on the King's Road or the sea route. Jon offered counsel based on the North's terrain, urging that they avoid deep winter snows by following the coastal roads as long as possible, then crossing at White Harbor or Moat Cailin. Meanwhile, the dragons could scout overhead. Danger from the Lannisters was real, so some portion of her might, perhaps half, would remain in the Stormlands or Crownlands, ensuring no sudden flank. Letters continued flying out. Word came back that a Lannister force under Jaime was massing near Harrenhal, though their exact intentions were unclear. Another rumor said King Tommen was ill, overshadowed by Cersei's regency. The swirl of southern politics threatened to complicate everything. At times, Jon found himself alone with Daenerys again, discussing the shape of the realm, exchanging details of their upbringings. She listened with fascination to his stories of life at Winterfell, how he never felt fully accepted as a bastard, how Ned Stark tried to be honorable but never could reveal the truth of his parentage. She confided a few memories of her exile across the sea, of fleeing from city to city, how her brother Viserys had grown bitter until his eventual downfall. She spoke fondly of the dragon's hatching, how it transformed her from a scared girl into a queen. Though the circumstances were worlds apart, they found curious parallels in their struggles to claim a place in a harsh world. They grew more comfortable, a tenuous familial bond forming. And yet, behind every conversation, the greater question loomed: how soon could she march? Each day that passed, the others might be gathering. Jon wrote to Robb, urging him to hold strong at Castle Black, to watch the horizon. Garland Reed penned more accounts of the sea voyage. The men of the Sea Wolf waited in Dragonstone's harbor, uncertain if they would be needed for a return journey or if they would stay for the campaign. Ghosts prowled the corridors, as uneasy as Jon felt. Time was everything, and the realm might not have enough. One morning, as Jon was reviewing a map in the War Council chamber, he heard the distinct roar of a dragon from outside, followed by shouts of alarm. He rushed out, hand on Longclaw's hilt, only to find Daenerys in the courtyard, stroking the massive flank of Drogon, a black and red behemoth with smoldering eyes. Soldiers stood at a respectful distance, some with looks of awe, others with raw terror. The beast dwarfed regal, its scales gleaming like polished onyx under a cloudy sky. Daenerys murmured something to the creature, and it lowered its massive head, letting out a breath that reeked of sulfur. She turned at Jon's approach, a slight smile on her lips. Drogon has grown restless, she said calmly, as though discussing a pet dog. He senses a journey, I think. Jon swallowed. The heat radiating from Drogon's body was palpable even a dozen paces away. He's incredible, Jon managed, voice hushed. Will you take him north? Her expression turned resolute. I will take all three if I can. They are stronger together. We'll keep watch for any Lannister ambush, of course. But the dragons must be at the forefront if the threat is as dire as you say. She patted Drogon's scales. The beast let out a low rumble that shook the air. He recalled her talk of forging alliances. When do you plan to depart? In a week's time, possibly two, she said. We must gather supplies, coordinate with my southern allies to hold the Crownlands in my absence. I have had word from certain lords in the Reach who have parted ways with the Lannisters. They may join us, but they need time to muster. I want to lead as large a column as I can while still leaving half my strength behind to guard Dragonstone and the Stormlands. Jon nodded, though urgency gnawed at him. The others may not wait. But I see the necessity. She studied him, empathy in her gaze. I know you're anxious. But we cannot abandon caution. My men have bled in this war. If I lose my foothold here, we gain nothing. She turned back to Drogon, trailing her fingertips along the ridges of his neck. Trust me, nephew. This is the best way. He forced a smile. I do trust you. In truth, the extra weeks set his nerves on edge, but after all he had seen, he knew it was no simple matter for an invading queen to pivot her forces. He resolved to help expedite the process where he could, drafting letters to the Vale, urging them to push a vanguard south to meet Daenerys halfway, thus bridging the distance faster. He prayed that the others remained quiet for a while longer. Days passed, a blur of war councils, drilling of Daenerys' soldiers, shipments of grain and weaponry arriving from uncertain lords. Jon sometimes glimpsed the dragons overhead, weaving patterns in the sky. Each time, a hush fell across the fortress as men paused their tasks, transfixed by the ancient power made flesh. The watery sunshine sometimes broke through the clouds, revealing a glimmer of unseasonal warmth on the island's basalt edges. But a deeper chill lingered in Jon's bones, a memory of the North's bitter cold. During these days, Daenerys insisted Jon dine with her regularly, forging a public bond. Rumors spread among her troops that the queen had found a Targaryen relative, that they planned to unify the realm. Some whispered the two might wed, though neither Jon nor Daenerys gave any sign of that. Others whispered that Jon might be plotting to steal her dragons. Uncertainty abounded. Jon tried to ignore the gossip, focusing on the end goal. Even Lady Riel made half-joking comments about Targaryens marrying in the old tradition to keep the bloodline pure, but Daenerys swiftly changed the subject each time. The swirl of court speculation only added to the sense that events were accelerating. At last, the day came when Daenerys declared they would begin the march north within a week. The Dothraki and Unsullied who would accompany her had mustered on the island or on the shores near Driftmark. Her greatest captains would remain behind, bolstering positions in case the Lannisters advanced. The final decision was made. She would lead about 6,000 men north, plus the 3 dragons. A respectable force, though far from her full might. Enough to show the realm she was serious and to fight if the others threatened. Meanwhile, ravens carried final instructions to the Vale, White Harbor, and Castle Black, urging them to hold strong until Daenerys arrived with dragons. Jon felt a surge of relief, overshadowed by the nagging dread that time might have run out. He wrote a last letter to Robb, detailing the force that would soon depart, urging him to keep watchers posted. The Seawolf would carry a portion of supplies up the coast, though Daenerys herself would likely travel partly by land, partly by dragonback, scouting overhead. It was an audacious strategy, some men traveling the roads, the Queen crossing the skies, all converging near the Neck or White Harbor. The illusions of normal warfare dissolved, dragons changed everything. A day before departure, Daenerys summoned Jon to a final war council in Dragonstone's audience hall. The painted table was strewn with tokens for Daenerys's partial forces, the Lannisters, possible Greyjoy fleets, and more. She stood with Lady Riel, Ser Garren in White Scale, Naharis, a Dothraki Khal named Aggo, and a few others. Jon joined them, accompanied by Garland Reed. Daenerys wore a traveling cloak trimmed in red leather, a practical garment for campaigning. She motioned for silence. Tomorrow we sail or ride forth. Half my might stays, half moves north. Jon Targaryen will guide us to White Harbor if possible, or to Moat Cailin. The dragons will roam overhead, ensuring any threat from raiders is incinerated. Ser Garren bowed. We have scouted the coastline. The storms abated somewhat, so the crossing to the continent should be manageable. My queen, you need only speak, and your dragons will fly with you. Naharis stepped forward. The Dothraki will follow. We do not fear northern roads. Aggo, the Khal, wrapped his curved arak against his thigh in agreement. Lady Riel's expression was measured. Let us pray we do not meet a Lannister ambush on the roads. If so, they will quickly learn what dragons can do. Daenerys smiled slightly, then turned to Jon. You and your retinue will sail aboard the Sea-Wolf or ride with me if you prefer. Once we land near the Blackwater or further north, depending on conditions, we will proceed. Our outriders will keep watch. The Vale's knights might join us. Tyrell scouts may also appear. If all goes well, we converge on Moat Cailin or White Harbor, then proceed to the Wall. That's the broad plan. Jon inclined his head. It's ambitious, but time is short. I'll do my best to coordinate from the ground. He paused, scanning the ring of determined faces. I only ask that if word comes of an immediate White Walker assault, we hasten. Even your half-forces might arrive too late if the others break through. Daenerys touched his arm, a light, reassuring contact. Then we will fly faster with the dragons, if need be. I've given instructions to my sub-commanders. Speed is crucial, but we must not leave ourselves exposed to flanking. Worry not. I will do all in my power to reach your people in time. Jon felt gratitude swell. He stepped back, allowing the War Council to finalize minor details. By day's end, the fortress was abuzz with activity. Dothraki packing up tents, Unsullied loading crates of food and weaponry onto a fleet of smaller transports anchored off the coast. Meanwhile, the dragons soared overhead, scouting. Drogon, especially, seemed eager for flight, scorching the waves in display. The men on the island watched with mingled awe and fear, but morale was high. They believed they followed a queen who commanded living flame. Night fell, the last night on Dragonstone for many. Jon walked the fortress walls, gazing out at the moonlit sea. He paused by a parapet overlooking the jagged rocks below. Salt spray drifted up, shining in pale moonlight. Ghost padded behind him, silent as a shadow. In the distance, a dragon's roar echoed, joined by a second and a third. The calls reverberated through the gloom, stirring an ancient part of Jon's soul. He heard footsteps. Daenerys emerged from the stairwell wearing a dark cloak. She drew near, stopping at his side. The moonlight silvered her hair, made her features almost otherworldly. For a moment, neither spoke, only watched the waves swirl in ghostly patterns. Then she said, quietly, "Tomorrow we embark on a campaign that may decide the fate of millions, and yet I feel oddly calm." Is that madness or clarity? Jon shook his head. I wish I knew. I've led men into battles I never wanted, fought nightmares I never believed. Each time, part of me felt numb, like I was outside myself. He met her gaze. But you have the right to feel anxious. We face an enemy beyond mortal comprehension. She studied him. You truly believe we can win? He didn't hesitate. If we unite all living forces, yes. If we bicker or delay, we may fail. A faint smile touched her lips. Your faith is contagious, nephew. When I was across the sea, freeing slaves in Meereen, I believed I was forging a better world. Now I realize how small those battles were compared to this. But perhaps that only means we must fight all the harder. Jon nodded, feeling a tug of kinship. Each day we endure is a day closer to sunrise. The others want eternal night. We cannot let them claim it. She turned to him, something unspoken flickering in her eyes. We Targaryens have a history of complicated families. But I have never had true kin by my side, not since I lost my brother, and he was hardly the brother I needed. If we survive, perhaps we can rebuild our house free of the old madness. She paused, exhaling. I wish we had more time to speak of the past, but time is our enemy now. Jon's chest tightened. We'll have time after the war. He forced a small, hopeful smile. We must believe that. Her lips curved, though worry still shadowed her face. Then let us see it done. She laid a hand on his arm briefly, an unspoken gesture of alliance, maybe affection. Then she withdrew, turning from the parapet. Rest well, Jon. He murmured a farewell, watching her figure retreat into the torchlit corridor. Once she vanished, he let out a shaky breath, glancing. Gee, a ghost. The dire wolf cocked its head as if acknowledging the tension. Jon turned back to the moonlit sea. Tomorrow, the march began. Dragons, Dothraki, Unsullied, all converging on the north. The realm's precarious puzzle edges might finally align. Or they might find the White Walkers had already overrun everything. He lingered a while longer before returning to his chamber, trying to quiet the swirl of thoughts. Sleep came in fragments, dreams of swirling snow and flickering dragon fire. A half-seen silhouette of a White Walker loomed on a mountainside, ice cracking underfoot. Then Daenerys soared overhead astride a monstrous black dragon, unleashing a torrent of flame that lit the sky in gold and red. Jon jolted awake, covered in sweat, though the room was cold. Ghost let out a soft whine. He patted the wolf's flank, trying to calm his own heart. Dawn was near. At first light, horns sounded across Dragonstone. Jon dressed hurriedly, strapped on long claw, and joined the throng in the courtyard. Dothraki riders milled, their braids swinging as they readied horses for the crossing. Unsullied in neat ranks filed onto boats. The air was thick with the brine stench of the sea and the reek of sweating men. Garland Reed oversaw the sea wolf's final loading. Daenerys, astride a pale horse, conferred with her captains. She wore practical leathers, a cloak pinned with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Drogon circled overhead, shrieking a savage cry. Jon wove through the bustle, meeting Daenerys near the fortress gate. She gave him a brisk nod, her features taut with focus. We sail for the mainland. Some of my men will land near Massey's Hook. We'll gather into columns and push north. A portion of the fleet will circle Duskendale and see if the Lannisters have blockaded the bay. If all is clear, we land further up the coast. The dragons will scout. You will ride with me or join Garland on the Seawolf as you wish. Jon considered. I'll remain on land. My place is with you, forging the fastest route north. Garland can bring supplies by sea. We can meet him at White Harbor or earlier. She nodded. So be it. Then her gaze shifted upward. Once we're across, I may take to the skies with Drogon, ensure no threat lies in wait. Rhaegal and Viserion will follow if needed. My captains on the ground can manage the columns. Jon glanced at the swirling shape overhead, a ripple of awe surging anew. Let's pray the weather stays mild. He held her gaze. Thank you for doing this. A faint, grim smile. If we do not stand against the dead, who will? They rode out from Dragonstone in a swirling mass of banners and steel, descending the basalt causeway to the small harbor. The morning sun glinted off the waves as longboats ferried soldiers to the waiting vessels. Daenerys and Jon took a separate craft for the short crossing to the mainland, the deck crowded with Dothraki horses. Ghost braced himself as the boat rocked, eye scanning the water nervously. Daenerys stood near the prow, cloak whipping in the sea breeze, her expression distant. Drogon soared overhead, matching their progress, while Rhaegal and Viserion circled the skies above Dragonstone, presumably to join once the Queen signaled. It took an hour to cross the choppy strait. On the far side, a broad stretch of stony beach awaited, leading to a rolling plain. Unsullied filed off ships forming disciplined lines. Dothraki whooped as they guided nervous horses onto land. Jon disembarked with Daenerys, boots sinking into wet sand. Ghost leaped ashore, shaking off salt spray. Immediately, Daenerys's lieutenants set about forming a camp. Tents sprang up in neat rows for the Unsullied, while the Dothraki favored open ground. The beach crackled with activity, the ring of hammered stakes. Above, Drogon soared, letting out a roar that echoed across the bay. Jon helped coordinate as best he could, pointing out routes that led toward the Rose Road and eventually the King's Road north. A few hours later, more ships arrived carrying additional cavalry, supplies, and war engines. By afternoon, Daenerys convened a quick meeting in a large canvas pavilion. She announced the next step, dividing the force into two columns. One, led by Naharis and the Dothraki Calago, would move inland, avoiding major towns where Lannisters might ambush them. The other, under Daenerys's direct command, would remain nearer the coast, forging north. Drogon would scout overhead. The plan was to meet near the Blackwater Rush or slightly north of it, depending on the conditions. After that, they would decide how to cross the Crownlands. Jon recognized the precariousness. If the Lannisters choose to field an army against you, they might try to meet us on open ground. But your dragons tip the balance. Daenerys's mouth hardened. Let them come. We have no time for drawn-out siege warfare. If they appear, we burn them swiftly or force them to yield. We cannot allow them to slow our march indefinitely. The dead won't wait. Lady Riel nodded. Though we must be mindful not to lose many men in a hasty engagement. Each soldier will be needed in the north. After the meeting, the army broke camp the next dawn. A stirring sight, thousands of Unsullied in neat ranks, hundreds of Dothraki riders, and a swirl of Targaryen banners snapping in the breeze. Daenerys led from the front, mounted, with Drogon sometimes gliding overhead, casting an immense shadow that rippled over fields and hills. The countryside offered varied reactions. Some villages cowered, shutting their doors. Others peeked out in awe, seeing the Queen's host. News likely spread that the Dragon Queen marched for the north, speaking of an undead threat. Some folk scoffed at the rumor, others prayed for deliverance. The entire land felt braced for new upheaval. Jon rode near Daenerys, Ghost loping beside his horse. The Queen's guards flanked them, including Naharis and the tall knight, Targaryen. They pressed north along back roads, aiming to avoid direct confrontation unless forced. Early on, they encountered a small party of bandits who tried to flee upon seeing the dragons. The Dothraki gave brief chase, capturing a few. Daenerys questioned them. They had no Lannister loyalty, merely desperate men. She ordered them to scatter, taking nothing more from them. The bandits fled in terror. A sign, perhaps, that she meant to unify, not pillage. Several days of marching brought them near the Blackwater Rush. Scouts reported no large Lannister host in the vicinity, though small patrols had been spotted. Rumors said Cersei was fortifying King's Landing, uncertain how to respond to the partial departure of Daenerys's main force. The land felt taut as if expecting a lightning strike. Meanwhile, the Targaryen columns made good time, albeit slowed by occasional storms that turned the roads to mud. Daenerys soared overhead with Drogon at times, scanning for any sign of massing troops. She found none, returning each evening to report clear skies. Jon felt relief that no major battle ensued. They had no time for it. Each day, he grew more anxious about events at the wall. He prayed ravens carrying updates from Robb might find them soon. Daenerys saw his worry and offered brief reassurances, though her own tension grew. Leading an army under the watchful glare of uncertain lords was never easy. She occasionally received messages from her sub-commanders near Dragonstone. The Lannisters probed some outlying positions, but no direct engagement had occurred. The realm braced for a war it did not fully understand. At last, near the crossing of the King's Road, Daenerys's two columns reunited, Naharis and Agos Dothraki merging with the main host. With them came some straggling new recruits, a band of hedge knights who'd pledged to the Queen after hearing of her cause, a handful of Stormlander levies who'd marched days to join. Numbers swelled to about 7,000, plus the 3 dragons. Rhaegal and Viserion had arrived from the coastal camp, overshadowing watchers with their beating wings. The combined force now stretched for miles, an impressive sight that sent local peasants scurrying in awe and fear. It was here that ravens finally caught up with them, bearing news from the north. Daenerys and Jon met in her pavilion to read the letters. Robb's words were direct. No immediate assault from the others yet, but signs of whites skulking near the woods. The men remained on high alert. The Vale Knights had begun to gather at the Eyrie, uncertain if they could push through the winter roads to Castle Black in time. The Tyrell envoy, Ser Eleanor, had not yet returned from Highgarden, so no official word on their main host. Tension simmered. Many in Castle Black doubted the rumored alliance with Daenerys would ever come. Jon's heart clenched, reading how morale wavered. They needed to arrive soon. Daenerys read the letter, Joss said. Then we push on. The region north of Harrenhal is Lannister territory, but if they do not block us, we continue straight up the King's Road. Perhaps we can bypass any major strongpoints. My dragons can handle small forces. By the time we reach the Trident, word of my approach will have spread widely. Let the realm see we march not for conquest, but for salvation. And so they pressed on, forging deeper into the heart of Westeros. The farmland gave way to rolling plains, then broken hills. They passed glimpses of battle-scarred villages ruined from previous wars. Peasants sometimes emerged to stare in astonishment as dragons soared overhead. A few knights from minor houses approached, curious or fearful, asking if the queen marched on King's Landing. Daenerys proclaimed her intention to fight an enemy in the far north. Some believed, some scoffed, but none dared provoke the dragons. A fortnight into the march, they reached the wide crossing of the Trident. Daenerys took to the skies with Drogon, scanning for threats. She spotted no large Lannister host. Rumor said Jaime Lannister was tied down near Riverrun, dealing with rebellious riverlords. Another stroke of luck for their swift passage. They used a shallow ford, the Unsullied forming a protective flank while the Dothraki guided horses across the swirling water. The dragons soared overhead, scattering birds in the wetlands. Jon marveled at how close they were to the site of some of the realm's bloodiest battles, yet for now the realm seemed subdued. War weariness, perhaps? On the far bank, they found a messenger bearing the sigil of House Baelish. The man claimed to speak for the Vale, bringing word that a portion of Vale Knights had decided to risk the snowy passes. They might meet the Targaryen host near the neck. Another letter from Castle Black arrived, terse. Sightings of whites had grown more frequent. Still no full-scale assault, but tension soared. Robb urged them to hurry. Daenerys read it aloud to her captains. The lines about roving undead near Queen's Crown made many go pale. She pressed them onward, heedless of the potential for Lannister ambush, relying on her dragons to deter any challengers. The weather turned colder as they pushed north, the sunshine replaced by overcast skies that spat sporadic sleet. The nights grew longer, frost coating tents by dawn. The Dothraki cursed the climate, bundling in furs. The Unsullied marched stoically, though many shivered. Daenerys herself wore heavier cloaks, but she pressed on, sometimes riding Drogon overhead for half the day to scout out the route. Jon rode at the head of the column, guiding them along the King's Road's best stretches. When possible, they avoided older roads clogged by snow, but winter made every league a trial. Morale dipped, though the presence of dragons kept men awed. Finally, after many days, they reached the outskirts of the Neck, a swampy, treacherous region that in cold months turned into a labyrinth of half-frozen bogs. The crossing threatened to slow them further. But as Daenerys' host set up camp near Moat Caelin's battered ruins, a welcome sight greeted them. Banners of the Vale snapping in the wind, some 2,000 knights with half as many archers. They had braved the treacherous passes from the Eyrie. Their leader introduced himself as Ser Roland Royce, cousin to Yohn Royce. He offered a stiff bow to Daenerys, eyeing the dragons warily. "We heard your call, your grace. The Vale stands with you, though we pray these rumors of walking corpses are false." Jon stepped forward. "They are not. But with your help, we might stop them." In the swamps near Moat Caelin, the combined army now reached nearly 10,000 strong, plus 3 dragons. Enough to face a mortal host. But was it enough for the others? Daenerys called a meeting in her large command tent. Ser Roland Royce, the Dothraki Khal, Naharis, the Unsullied officers, and Jon attended. Over maps, they debated the final push to Winterfell or White Harbor. The roads might be blocked with snow. Jon explained that White Harbor had some harbor defenses, but if they arrived there, they might sail closer to Eastwatch. Meanwhile, traveling by land to Winterfell put them in range for a direct route to Castle Black. In the midst of these plans, fresh ravens arrived from Castle Black. Jon read them with pounding heart. The undead presence had increased near the forests. Several watchmen had died in skirmishes. Robb pleaded for urgent support. The day they received that letter, Daenerys gave the order. We march straight to Winterfell. No more delays. If the road is too deep with snow, we clear it. The dragons will scout overhead, burning any whites that appear. The realm has run out of time. Thus began the final leg of their journey, pushing north through the neck. The Vale Knights shivered, complaining of the cold, while the Dothraki found the swamps alien. But Daenerys' presence galvanized them. Each night, the dragons roost near camp, sometimes hunting wolves or boar in the wilderness. The sightings of giant reptiles left local smallfolk gaping. No sign of Lannister pursuers emerged, as if the South had abandoned them to their quest. At last, on the 18th day since leaving Dragonstone, the snows deepened. The wind carried a biting chill reminiscent of the far north. Frost rimed the edges of cloaks. Frostbitten men had to be tended by healers. But morale soared as watchers spotted the shape of Winterfell's old towers on the horizon. A worn castle, the seat of House Stark. From the vantage of the King's Road, they glimpsed the high walls dusted with snow. Even from afar, smoke rose from the chimneys. Alive, the men quickened their pace. Jon felt an ache of nostalgia. Though he had toppled Robb here, he still saw Winterfell as a place of memory. Now he returned leading an army of thousands under the Targaryen banner, dragons swirling overhead. A surreal moment. He only hoped Robb and the men at the wall had held firm. The next day, they crossed the final stretch, the King's Road lined with watchful northern archers who recognized Jon, though they stared in shock at the dragons overhead. By midday, they reached Winterfell's gates, which stood open in welcome. Men poured into the courtyard, dismounting from weary horses. Dothraki gazed at the old stone keep in puzzlement. Unsullied fanned out in disciplined ranks. Vale Knights formed lines. Over all soared Regal and Viserion, while Drogon circled, letting out a roar that shook the ramparts. Northern guards gaped. Then, from the keep, Robb Stark emerged, flanked by Karstarks, Mormonts, Boltons, and other northern lords. His face showed amazement. He locked eyes with Jon, seeing Daenerys beside him, and for a moment no one spoke. Then Robb inhaled sharply, stepping forward. "Jon," he said, voice tight with emotion. "You really brought them." "Dragons?" He flicked his gaze upward at the monstrous shape overhead. The men hardly believed it. Jon swung down from his horse, crossing to clasp Robb's arm. Ghost loped up, nuzzling Robb's side. A spark of something like old brotherhood ignited. "I told you I'd find help," Jon murmured, relief threading his words. Robb nodded, then turned to Daenerys, his posture respectful. "Your Grace. Welcome to Winterfell. We are grateful you've come." Daenerys dismounted, assisted by Naharis. The courtyard hush deepened, men parted to let her pass. She inclined her head. "I am Daenerys Targaryen. I have come with what men I could spare, and dragons to stand against the White Walkers. The threat cannot be allowed to pass." A ripple of awe and anxiety traversed the northern lords. Lady Mormont stepped forward, fists clenched. "Then we stand with you too. The White Walkers are stirring. We have lost men in the past weeks. We need your dragons." Daenerys nodded gravely. "You shall have them." Jon stepped back, letting the swirl of introductions proceed. Robb speaking for the north, Daenerys accompanied by her captains, men from the Vale greeting their own. The courtyard bustled with a sense of destiny. Overhead, Regal swooped lower, landing briefly to inspect the scene. Soldiers scattered, some in fear, others in reverent fascination. The beast exhaled a gust of heated air, melting a patch of snow. Daenerys gently raised a hand and the dragon fluttered away to the outer fields, presumably to roost. The watchers broke into muted cheers or fearful murmurs. Soon, they retired inside Winterfell's great hall, an ancient place of high rafters lit by dozens of torches. The temperature inside was only marginally warmer than the courtyard, but at least the wind was blocked. The long tables, usually for feasts, had been cleared, replaced by benches. Northern lords, Vale Knights, unsullied officers, Dothraki leaders, and more tried to find space, forming a jostling tapestry of languages and banners. Jon felt an odd swirl of pride and worry. So many forces gathered for one cause, yet could they truly stand against an army of the dead? At the dais, Daenerys sat flanked by Robb on one side, Jon on the other. Ghost lay at Jon's feet. The conversation rose in a chaotic wave, men recounting sightings of whites, possible infiltration, the partial meltdown of the Wall's breach, supply lines from White Harbor, the Tyrell envoy's uncertain status. Robb hammered out the crucial detail: the others had not yet launched a second massive assault, but their presence was undeniable. Castle Black remained on high alert. Eastwatch had faced small skirmishes. The Watchers feared the worst was near. Daenerys rose, commanding silence. We must gather at Castle Black. My men are tired, but we cannot linger if an attack is imminent. Yet we need winter supplies. Is that feasible, Lord Stark? Robb grimaced. We have some stored, but not enough for an army of your size. We expected to gather more from the southern roads, but winter came early. We have new shipments from Bear Island, the Glovers, and the Manderleys, but it is meager. The Watch is even more strained. We can't keep thousands fed for long. Daenerys's gaze sharpened. Then we must act swiftly. If the White Walkers approach, we meet them. If we must hold Castle Black or the open field near the wall, we do so without delay. My dragons can live off game if it exists, but that's not reliable. The men must ration carefully. Robb nodded, tension lining his face. Agreed. Jon spoke up, we can't starve ourselves. Let's muster at the wall quickly. If the others come, we fight with fire and dragonglass. If they don't, we can attempt longer-term solutions. But we can't let them pick us off in scattered pockets. Daenerys turned to her captains. Then that is our next move. Rest a day or two to gather ourselves, then we march to Castle Black. If the gods are merciful, we arrive before the dead do. She paused, scanning the Does any council oppose this? Murmured agreement rippled among the leadership. Robb's jaw set. We'll need to ensure the path from here to the wall is kept clear. Snowdrifts get worse the farther north you go. We must use the King's Road where possible, break through drifts. The men will suffer in the cold. But we have no choice. Lady Mormont spoke up in her gruff manner. We Bear Islanders have endured worse winters. We'll lead the vanguard if needed. Daenerys allowed a respectful smile. I appreciate your courage. Thus it was decided. The living would march again, from Winterfell to the wall. All eyes turned north, to the place where night threatened to consume the world. A hush of grim resolve fell over the gathered. Tomorrow they would plan the logistics. For now, men drifted away, each weighed by the knowledge that the final confrontation loomed. Jon lingered, speaking briefly with Robb about the status of Castle Black's repairs. We shored up the breach as best we could, Robb explained. But we can't endure another direct assault like last time if the others bring their might. I pray your dragons can tip the scale. Jon clapped a hand on Robb's shoulder, a spark of the old warmth returning. We'll face it together, brother. Robb managed a tight smile. Aye, together. He left to see to the northern lords, while Daenerys conferred with Naharis. Jon stepped outside for air, strolling across Winterfell's courtyard where a few men still gawked at the dragons perched on the outskirts of the castle. Snow drifted in lazy flakes, illuminated by torches. Ghost padded beside him, content to be back in the old familiar stones. Jon paused at a spot near the great keep, memories flashing of his youth, of sparring with Robb, of being called a bastard. How far they had come, and how close to doom they all might be. Above, Regal let out a low roar, shifting on his haunches. Jon felt a stirring in his blood, an almost electric sense that Targaryen magic had come home. Let the others come, he thought, turning his face to the sky. Let them see dragons. If this alliance truly held, North, Vale, Targaryen, all the living, they might prevail. He clenched his fists, swallowing hard. Tomorrow or the next day, they'd set forth for Castle Black. And there, the final stand would unfold. He closed his eyes, sending a silent prayer to the old gods and the new. Time was short, the storms of winter thickening. But hope remained. A fragile hope, perched on the wings of dragons and the unity of once hostile houses. The night wind moaned across Winterfell's ramparts. Beyond, the wilderness stretched, silent, bearing secrets of ice and death. Jon breathed in the cold air, and in that hush, with the faint flicker of torchlight dancing on stones older than any living memory, he prayed that dawn would still come.